Hello and a warm welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne in the ESL Arena, where all the League of Legends action will take place throughout the next 3 days. So a full weekend packed with awesomeness, which is going on here. We have 8 teams who will play it out for $50,000 overall prize money. And we split them in 2 groups, A and B. Today we're going to see the whole Group A. Tomorrow it's going to be Group B. Both of them will be played best of 1. The top 2 teams will advance into the playoffs, where we have a best of 3 going on, which will take place on day 3, which is going to be Sunday. Now you're going to see the graphics so you can see what we'll expect us throughout the next few days. And of course, aside from the games, you also have other stuff going on. You guys at home can also participate and take place and have a part here at the wonderful event together with Phil Hübner and Nasroth. You can talk a little bit about the whole things. We have a little bit of an AMA going on, so you can write questions down in Reddit. Just go on Reddit. /r/League of Legends. We open up a thread there, and you can just ask questions to pro players or anything. We will let you know in advance, so make sure to participate and take part of it. You can also win some stuff with a BenQ raffle going on, and for that you have to use Twitter. So just tweet with the hashtags Santa BenQ as well as the hashtag IEM. You have to include both those hashtags to actually win. You have to send us a picture of why you think you need a new BenQ monitor. So whatever you want to send us for a reason why we should give you the monitor, just do so, and don't forget to include both of those hashtags, and then you might have a chance of winning the whole thing. And yeah, apart from that, we also of course have our lovely casters, which is of course no other than Jwaow, Miller, as well as But I Love You, aka Chasing Kaplan, and those 2 guys will bring you all the action throughout the next 3 days.
Thanks a lot, Zoe. And Jason, I think it's going to be said a lot through Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, but I love you. It's actually been taken off your name down there at the bottom of the screen, but for those out there, you can see it on his Twitter name. He is in fact called Jason, but I love you, Kaplan. How are you doing today, Jason? Are you ready? Are you ready for Intel Extreme Masters Cologne?
Yeah, I really am. I'm really excited to see these group stages. The teams we have, really high quality, really high caliber. Should be really great to cast, and not to mention watch if I ever get a chance to be able to do that outside of casting, but I'm excited. How about you, Joe?
I'm pretty damn excited. I've been looking forward to this event for a long while. Obviously, been traveling quite a lot, back-to-back events and all that kind of fun stuff. So I think we've talked long enough. I mean, 30 seconds of us is enough for anyone. So we're going to throw it back to Zoe, and we're going to bring the teams in.
Thank you very much, guys. Now I have the utmost pleasure of being joined by 2 very important guys. We have the suit of the IEM, Carmack, and of course we also have the Vice President of Esports from Riot Games, Dustin Redbeard Beck, who is joining us for a few quick words here right at the beginning. So let's talk a little bit about what can we expect from the whole event.
Well, first of all, we're debuting the ESL Arena here for Intel Extreme Masters, which I hope the venue will be home to many magnificent esports events for years and years to come. So everyone here should, I hope, consider themselves fortunate to be here and witness this. And of course, a magnificent, fantastic League of Legends tournament. And by the way, I'm just a director, he's the vice president, and I'm the suit.
You are the suit. You're not really wearing a suit though, so where's the suit?
No suits. We don't wear suits at ESL.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So let's talk to a guy who is kind of wearing a, you're wearing a shirt. That's closer to a suit, I would say. What do you expect of the event? I mean, you've been watching many events throughout the whole last year. What are you still looking forward to?
Yeah, well, you know, there's always great competition at IEM events, but I'm excited for this one. The studio, this is the first time I've seen it. It's awesome, and it's coming together really well. And, you know, it's interesting. There's a lot of new teams that have been formed by some pieces of older teams, and we're just excited to see them compete.
So, we are excited. Are you guys in here excited as well? That does sound like excitement. And aside from the casters and a lot of other awesome people, we of course have also the insight for you guys for the next 3 days. And this will be brought to you by Deman, Zenon, and also Araneae.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cool Kids desk. This is the analyst desk, and here I am joined by Araneae, of course, the jungler formerly of SK Gaming, and joining me once again is Daniel Zenon, the Stoic Klein. So, well, what an event we're going to have to start with. We are here in Cologne. It's a little chilly. It's a little colder than Singapore. I'm not going to lie. It's the temperature difference is pretty much noticeable. No snow on the ground, though, so we're lucky.
It's nice and warm in here, though, so I think we should be fine. They do have heatings in these buildings. Mostly.
They do have heatings in these buildings. So without further ado, let's look at the group stage. Yes, of course, it is an 8-team tournament. $50,000 up for grabs. It's a pretty big deal, this tournament, as well. Also, it's a qualification place for the finals, which will be at CBIT, of course, in March, I believe. So Group A right there on your screens. It is SKT Telecom. Brand new, picked up from Eat Sleep Gaming. They were qualified top of the group. FNATIC, MILLENIUM, and MouSeSports. Araneae, starting out with Group A. What are we expecting to see from Group A?
Oh, I think we see like FNATIC is going to be like the favorite. They came from IPL, placing second, losing against World Lead, and I think they are like the favorite probably of the full tournament. But I feel like SK Telecom is going to be like a really good team. They have a really good team, and MILLENIUM is also a really good team. I feel like they have the all Eclipsia team with some Curse guys, and they are a really strong team.
Well, you're in a prime position. Like, we're looking at MILLENIUM. Obviously, they've merged out. They've got a couple of Curse EU guys, a couple of MILLENIUM Eclipsia guys. They've all sort of merged in within a week. It's kind of similar to how you guys were in Poland, I guess. You had the last-minute ditch effort. But you guys performed really well at Poland, which leapfrogged you onto the regionals. Do you think that could happen for these guys?
It could happen. Like, they have... The 80 of Curse is probably one of the best 80s in Europe.
That's Creaton, yeah.
Yeah, it's really, for me, it's the best 80 in Europe. And they have Angush in top lane. It's also one of the best top laners in Europe. They have a really good team. I really like that team. With some time, we could see that team on the top of Europe.
There's something that Ocelot was telling us in Singapore is that when you have a newly formed team, you have an initial high. You have this initial boost of motivation. So we might be seeing that as well. And here we are actually looking at SK Telecom now.
Yeah, I mean, SK Telecom, they are, like I said, they literally were picked up just before this event. The main people to mention on there is obviously Reapered, come across, used to be formerly a Zubu Blaze top laner, Horo as well, some fantastic players. How do these guys, you know, obviously we saw it within the European scene that the teams were formed and then slowly but surely the newer players creep through. This is possibly what's happening in Korea here. We've had the established Zubu Blaze, Frost. Now we're starting to see the new teams come through. Obviously, SK Telecom, we're going to see how they're going to perform. KT Rolster B coming through very strong. These teams are starting to pick off. Is it a similar situation to what happened in Europe?
Actually, I think SK Telecom, they are all formed players from all teams from Korea.
North America and etc. Yeah.
And I spoke with it was xPeke who already play against them on Korea.
Right.
So they are like really known guys on Korea. And America as well.
So is that a similar situation to, say, alternate? Maybe like the Halo guys that have formed the team?
Getting together and just, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, and it's also great to see SK Telecom coming into the League of Legends team in the sports as well. So let's have a look at the other team. You can see they're going to be up against MouSeSports. Daniel, you probably know more about MouSeSports than I do.
Well, I do know a little bit more about MoMa. MoMa's been in the scene for a very, very long time. He was in a very early, Dignitas lineup back in CBIT
way
2011.
Against all authorities at CBIT as well.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously he's going to be their AP carry in mid lane. MoMa is a stunning player on a technical level. I think where his problem is going to be, how is he going to fit in the team? Is he going to be able to fit in with the team players? He's just going to be making the plays, you know? And that works in solo queue, may not work so well in the tournament. So I think that is probably going to be the guy we want to be looking at mostly.
And they got Pheilox in there, used to play for FNATIC as well, used to be support in there. Anything you're expecting to see from these guys?
Nah, I don't know. It's going to be strange. It's not a really good team, like they're playing together so much, so I don't know. They have all former teams from other teams, like Dedrayon was the jungler of SK. MoMa was like AP mid of a lot of teams, like against all authority, like SK as well, he was playing there. So I don't know. They could do a good tournament, but I think SK Telecom is super.
SK Telecom, we think.
Yep.
I mean, both these teams probably don't know a great deal about each other. So how would you approach this game sort of tactically? Would it be a simple case of we're going to play our game, our style, the Korean maybe aggressive style as we move into the picks and bans?
Most of the standards you can. Like not trying to counter pick, not trying to do something against them, just trying to do your own game, your own style.
So
We are about ready to go into the picks and bans here.
We are. We're going to get underway in a moment. So, I mean, what sort of bans would you go with? We're on, bearing in mind, people, we're on Season 2 patch here. This is the Z patch. Didn't want to go on to the Season 3 patch, of course. There's a new patch that come out, just hit you guys on Live Realm today. Obviously, balancing issues. But, you know, it's a bit unfair to launch this sort of thing onto the players, you know, as coming into a tournament. I mean, as a player, as you transitioned across the world to play in these events, these tournaments...
There we are.
There you go.
We got there eventually, but yeah, I mean, so as it were for you, as you to go around the world playing in all these matches, how did you deal with obviously the patch changes, having to jump around? Sometimes you wouldn't get time to practice for it.
Yeah, the hardest thing is when you have a patch just before a tournament. That's like the hardest thing. You have to like try to adapt to the new things coming, to the new changes, and it's really hard. Right now it's like the old patch, so it's pretty much everyone knows who is the OP champions, how to counter them, so it's pretty standard.
Yeah, and Rengar is indeed banned here.
I mean, it's no shock there, really.
The only thing I don't see normally is not Diana ban. We don't see a Diana ban, so I guess they use let Diana.
Do you know if MoMa plays Diana?
I'm not sure. I think MoMa is more like a standard AP with like Cartus, with like Anivia, with that kind of champions. I don't see him playing that much Assassins.
Right, Lee, do you just want to run us through the bans real quick?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see them on your screen there. It's Twisted Fate, Evelynn, and Zyra. No shock there. So it's going to be an Ezreal first pick for MouseSports. Anivia, Rengar, and Karthus. So actually, they've gone for standard sort of AP bans in the mid lane. Something they don't want to be up against, but they've allowed Lee Sin through, as well as Sona. And, you know, we've seen the Korean team so strong with Sona before. Expect to be awesome supports. They're always very, very good supports. I mean, I don't want to blow wind up Korea's skirts here, but honestly, every time they turn up on a tournament, the Korean teams do very well. Azubu Blaze was probably the lower placed tournament they've ever had, which was IPL 5, get the word right for it, in Las Vegas just 2 weeks ago now. The weeks are blending past. It's been a crazy year of esports, but what are we expecting? Oh, that's why they went for Ezreal. They wanted the Blitzcrank.
Ooh, I see. That could be a very, very interesting bot lane there. And obviously Xin Zhao going to go to the jungle there. Froggen has been playing some Xin Zhao mid, but I don't expect that to be
I don't
out
think
here.
he's going to play mid MoMa. Xin Zhao. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, so Xin Zhao in the jungle, something, obviously being a jungler, how do you regard him?
I think he's one of the strongest jungler actually, and that on the Season 2 on this patch is one of the strongest. Probably like Lee Sin, Xin Zhao are the strongest with Cho'Gath as well. It's like probably the strongest junglers at the moment. And they picked Leona.
Switched Leona. Now Leona, one of the very strong supports out there.
And it's actually a counter to Sona. Like Sona is all about healing and for a long team fights, long mini team fights in bottom. Like Sona is a counter to Lulu. Sona is a counter to Zyra because they deal so much damage, but you can heal. But with Leona, it's just go in and try to kill in 1 second. That's the way of Leona. It's a counter to Sona.
Full-on dive. Heart of Gold still available in this patch as well, so you obviously got to have that in there. There is the Diana and the Corki picked up, so Diana in that mid lane could be strong. I mean, this is before the nerfs.
Yep.
That should be a very strong pokey bottom lane for SKT Telecom as well, of course, because Sona, very, very strong poke. Corki, obviously, probably...
And that's the counter of Leona. Like, against Leona, you can try to poke, but if Leona try to ghost on you, you cannot do nothing. There is no way to stop that.
So tell me about the bottom lane of Mouse. How much experience would they have playing together then? How long would they
I don't think they played... They didn't play that much lately. I mean, I saw Prothana, Arthana. He was mainly playing top lane last day, so I didn't saw him playing so much 80s.
So we can see Shen may well get picked up here. We're just having a look, see who the final pick will be. What are we expecting to see here? What do you think? What was going to round out this composition in the mid? Gragas maybe.
Yes, some passive AP mid, like just farming and waiting for the team fights.
Or
Cho'Gath.
How does Gragas do?
I was gonna vote for Cho'Gath. MoMa is training Cho'Gath all day long. Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Cho'Gath is a very strong mid, and that's a heck of a tanky lineup right there.
Yep. Really tanky.
It's true. Yeah. Boston in the European office plays a lot of Cho'Gath mid. He doesn't do quite so well as these people, but of course the idea of Cho'Gath is that you cannot really easily push him out of lane.
My question here is, we know how the Koreans play. They're going to be aggressive.
Yes.
Look at the lineup they've got. That's aggression. How is that lineup they've got there? Is there enough damage to stop them taking your towers so early on?
I don't know. I feel like Korea with this combo, they have like full going.
Yeah.
Like use like Diana, like Lee Sin going, and probably we're gonna see Jax.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we're gonna see Jax. Like it's full going, and it's not the same as MOUSESPORT. Like MOUSESPORT has Leona to go in, that's true, but Cho'Gath 10 is not that style. Like yeah, you can go in, but it's different. I don't know.
So, team comp set out there. You can see them on your screens. They're going to position themselves. What are we thinking? Who's got the stronger comp here? I mean, this is a pretty much a tank team versus basically a full-on damage team.
Yep.
So, who would win? In basically, what sort of levels? I mean, like level 1 fight, maybe. Obviously, a tanky team generally is probably going to do better there. They've got the Shen. You don't want to go up against the Shen at level 1.
No, level one. The MOUSESPORT has better team, better comp. But then I feel like for me, the strongest jungler is Lee Sin. For me, the strongest mid lane is Diana. So it's like they have probably two of the most strongest champion in League of Legends. So I will vote for
arguably
SK
Jax
Telecom.
up top as well, maybe.
It's stronger than Sen. In 1-on-1 is much stronger. Then you have to think that Sen has that teleport, that ultimate, that everywhere, but still.
So what does Mouse actually want to do with that lineup? Do you see any sort of theme running through the lineup? Do you see any idea that they could have behind the lineup? Let's see again. It was Ezreal, Sona, Cho'Gath in the mid. It was Chen top, yeah,
and Xin Zhao
jungle. Yes.
The Xin Zhao is probably to stop the early invasion of Lee Sin. Like it's probably the only champion that can 1v1 Lee Sin. It's probably like Skarner, Cho'Gath, and Xin Zhao can 1v1 Lee Sin early game without like dying instantly, because all the other junglers just like get destroyed by Lee Sin. But Xin Zhao can 1v1 a bit. Not that strong as Lee Sin, because Lee Sin is probably like the strongest 1v1 at level 2, level 3. But you can compare. It's almost equal. And then in top lane, it's gonna be like completely for Jax. Like Jax destroy almost every top lane.
Yeah.
It's just probably depending on the ganks of Lee Sin and Xin Zhao. We'll see. And then mid lane is gonna be like Cho'Gath, Diana. I will vote for Cho'Gath early game. He's really strong, Cho'Gath.
And top lane, can Shen just be safe and farm under tower?
Yes,
is that a possibility?
he can.
So that's probably what they're going to be looking to be doing. So it looks like a passive setup coming out of Mouse. Is that how I'm reading this? Okay.
And that's basically hoping for late game, I guess.
And then in team fights, what they have, like what Mouse have is like just focus one guy and kill him instantly. Like they have Leona CC. Is so much CC, so many stuns.
And if you can land that flare, get the rupture, just complete control.
Exactly. They just probably gonna focus like Diana. Just like destroy Diana in 1 second with the Cho'Gath ultimate, with the Nom Nom, with the silence and so on. Like try to kill her in 1 second and then keep up the team fight. But for the moment, I guess like SK Telecom has better team comp. I prefer the SK one.
It'll be a tough game for them. We are, just so you know what's going on, we are in the Champions Select. Everything has been selected again. We are just waiting for the countdown to
yeah,
count.
So, I mean, if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be SK Telecom, the newly picked up Korean team. Used to be Eat Sleep Game. That's how they qualified. They won the qualifier against CJ Enters. CJ Enters in Group B. They will be on tomorrow. So all of Group B tomorrow, all of Group A today. Of course, in Group A, joining them is MOUSESPORTS, who they're going to be up against first, FNATIC and MILLENIUM. So if you're unsure of who MILLENIUM are, that's a newly formed team. It's Angush, Creaton from Curse EU. Curse EU now disbanded. Also, a couple of members from Eclipse, Haydal in there. ImSoFresh and Tabzz in mid lane, the famous Fizz player, I guess you could say, who never gets to play Fizz. It's a bit spelled like frog.
I hope he can play it today or tomorrow.
Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll see. It's one of those champions that we hope to get to see throughout these tournaments. They are, of course, playing for $50,000 here at IEM Cologne, as well as a place in qualification for that huge finals in Hanover in CBIT, which I believe is in March time. It normally is March. I'm pretty sure it's going to be March. And of course, if you remember rightly, Moscow 5, the retaining champions of that. Of course, we also have in Group B many top teams. Meet Your Makers in there, who won in Singapore recently, as well as, of course, CLG EU and everyone else. So, without further ado, let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pass it over to Joe and Jason.
So here we go then, MOUSESPORTS versus SK Telecom T1, and actually Corky did disconnect at the start of the game, so I'm a little bit worried about that one. There he is reconnecting, so doesn't look like they, used the pause feature that we have in League of Legends for that one. Not sure exactly why they decided not to go for that one, but we'll figure things out in a little while. I'm going to rearrange the scoreboard here when we get a bit of free time, because we may see some early action, Jason.
Yeah, it looks like SK Telecom wasn't really worried about the DC since they weren't going to go for an invade here, but do you see MOUSESPORTS? Oh, Corky DCing again then. MOUSESPORTS going for an invade here. They're trying to take this red buff away and really put Horo behind in the jungle, where Lee Sin, I mean, nowadays he starts with the blue buff, then works his way down to red. As even in chat, they are sending a couple of messages. And
there we go.
There is a pause.
So we do have a pause then, which I expected. Obviously, if Corky's not going to get straight back in there, if something's wrong, then they'll obviously change that. See MOUSESPORTS here in the side of the ESL arena where we're at, and actually SK Telecom are in the arena itself up on the stage there. So they're actually spread a little bit out. Actually, the other team here behind us is MILLENIUM, so that means FNATIC are also on the stage with SK Telecom. So a lot, Jason, of action today. I mean, Group A, as Deman said earlier on, all Group A today, all Group B tomorrow, and then on Sunday it'll all come together for those two best-of-3 semi-finals, and then the grand final right afterwards. But I didn't really ask you, who are your favourites for this one? I'm actually going to talk first here because I know exactly what you're going to say. SK Telecom, they've probably got the perfect lineup for an aggressive team. I mean, an all-in combo, as they said over in the analyst desk. As if I can get my words out. And it's very, very dangerous. Like, MOUSESPORTS really have to play quite passively, I think, in this one, and just hope that they can almost farm their way passively to victory in this one, because SK Telecom are going to be in their face all the time.
And they're really going to be dependent on Ezreal to do most of the damage. That's going to have to build tanky. Pheilox, he's going to naturally build tanky just because it's Leona. You have Xin Zhao and Shen as well. So if they do get jumped on, at least they have a decent disengage. You have the Cho'Gath Rupture, you have the Leona Solar Flare, like they're saying in the analysis desk. You have a lot of CC besides that, the Shen taunt, and then the disengage from Xin Zhao, the displacement. So they have a really good team to protect Ezreal, but will they have the damage in the end? SK Telecom assassins, and that's the way the current meta is kind of going. Everyone likes these assassins. They're finally coming back into the game. Bruisers as well, and with Diana, with Lee Sin, with Jax especially, who just becomes stronger as the game progresses, it's going to be so deadly for anyone that gets caught on MOUSESPORTS. So I would give it to, actually, I don't know. If Mouse can hold on, I think they can win it, but if SK Telecom get the early advantage, they're easily going to win this game.
I mean, MOUSESPORTS just won the ESL Pro Series Germany, which is the whole reason that they're here, actually. They managed to get this spot as the, I guess, the German champions, alternate world champions from the season before that, so they're here as well, obviously in the other group from that side of things. But another thing to kind of mention here, that Jax is running Ghost, which is an interesting choice. I mean, you've got Leap Strike, so maybe Flash, that's the whole thinking behind that one, but it's going to be hard to get away from a Jax who's got Ghost.
Well, and also there's a counter to that. He's also very easily ganked pre-6. Or just period, he's pretty easily ganked. If he doesn't have that Ghost up, he's going to have a lot of trouble if they do land some sort of slower knock-up out of Xin Zhao or a taunt out of Prothana. It's going to be very deadly for him, but then again, it's Reapered. Previously on Zubu Blaze, I trust his judgment. He's clearly a better player than I am, so he must have been practicing this Jax, as they are still having a little bit of problems, it looks like, as I'm reading chat. But hopefully everything will get sorted out pretty quickly here. But Joe, what about the start times as we're seeing here? I mean, this is Season 2 patch, this is Zed, this is not Season 3 in any way. And we have, pretty much 4 boots coming out. We see a pink ward on both supports, and those 2 and 3 wards actually over to StarLast. So must be running some heavy support. Actually, no, we see 4 health pots on Leona. That makes sense.
Yeah, extra pot for Leona. But yeah, standard start, standard kind of items. As you said, we're on the Zed patch, so for those wondering why we're not seeing any new items or what have you, they're not in this patch up until now. They're not in the pre-season 3 change just yet. And I want to talk about the bottom lane as well for MOUSESPORTS, because Jwaow actually used to play top lane for Mouse, and since Prothana's come into the team, Prothana actually was an AD carry in his last team, if I'm not totally mistaken with that one. But Jwaow and Pheilox, we saw them at the weekend actually in the EPS finals. they comboed really well, and we know that Pheilox is a very, very strong Leona player. We've seen him in his time at FNATIC, albeit short-lived time at FNATIC, that he played very well with that Leona. So interested to see how that whole bottom lane goes on against StarLast and UandME. Obviously, the Sona Corki down there. It's going to be a hard lane for them either way, I think.
Yeah, the Sona, I mean, as we always keep talking about, she has a little bit more effective health than minions, but she's so squishy. Even with that W leveled up, even with armor runes and magic resist runes, Leona can put out quite a bit of CC and lock her down. And from that, I mean, you have Ezreal who can just follow that up with his Ignite. They have Exhaust on Leona. And it's pretty much up to StarLast to win or lose that lane, I want to say. Corki has a great poke. I mean, when don't we see Ezreal Corki in the bot lane going head-to-head? But, I mean, yeah, it's StarLast's game to lose here in that bottom lane.
So we're going to throw it back over to the analysis desk. They're going to analyze the first 1 minute and 5 seconds of the game where Cork is disconnected 3 times. So, guys, have fun with that one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, as you can see, many members of staff are on the back of there, sorting out SKT Telecom. So, let's talk about the rest of Group A. Obviously, we've got this game coming up, SKT Telecom versus MOUSESPORTS.
MOUSESPORTS, ex-MOUSESPORTS. Yeah.
The cog work, the work's a little slow when you get older.
They were still wearing the MOUSESPORTS shirts, though, weren't they?
They are still wearing the MOUSESPORTS shirts, and I also noticed MoMa's sporting a scarf. I think he's got a little bit of an Ocelot crush on going on there, maybe. These mids, you never know. Didn't fancy wearing a scarf yourself today?
No, sorry.
No?
Not wearing so many scarves.
Not wearing so many scarves. So, the other teams in this group, it is FNATIC and MILLENIUM. Who are we pinning for this group to start with?
I think the favorite of the group is mainly FNATIC. They came like winning every tournament. Second place on IPL, then first place on DreamHack, first place on Thor. So I feel they are the strongest. And then I'm really expecting to see the match between SK Telecom and MILLENIUM. It's going to be a really nice match.
I mean, do you think that's the battle for second here?
Yes,
is that what you're pinning?
I think so.
So
I don't.
So you discounted MOUSESPORTS completely?
Pretty much, yeah. I think FNATIC has probably the best team right now. Not in the world, but in Europe so far. Like with Rekkles, we have to say that Rekkles is 16 years old.
And sOAZ in the top lane has just been outstanding. You know, against Stanley, he was just dominant. Against Xiaomei as well in IPL, they were just so strong. And you know, it's funny that Stanley actually references sOAZ quite often in his things, basically saying how much he thinks he's a set. And you know, when one of the guys that's just won the World Finals is saying you're good, you got to be good.
Well, let me just argue against that a little bit, because I've been speaking to Harry, and he says, well, I'm a little bit worried that the guys haven't had enough practice recently.
Yes.
So the last time that they played together at all was the Thor Open, where they just they marched through the tournament. I asked Harry, Thor wasn't probably that much of a challenge then. It was pretty easy. You never want to say this publicly, sorry Harry, but they said it was not a tournament that really challenged them too much. And immediately after that, some people went home. I think nRated went home. So they're really out of practice. They
and Rekkles actually had an exam straight after. She went back, had an exam, did that exam, and then travelled straight away.
So it's only a week.
Rock and roll lifestyle.
Yeah, it's only a week, but how much effect does it have if you haven't played together for a week when you come to a tournament?
I think if you have it in the enough level already, the team played,
it should be good.
Yeah, it's fine.
And while we like to say, okay, we've stayed on this patch for the reasons that obviously, they need to be prepared for it.
Right.
But the fact is, they've all gone home and they've all played Season 3. So now they're coming here and they're going, okay.
Right.
So what are we doing? Oh, there's a Heart of Gold. Okay, we can do that. Oh, no Black Cleavers? What do you mean? Why can't I stack Black Cleavers?
League of Black Cleavers.
League of Black Cleavers. Thankfully, that's been patched out, and I'm sure everybody else would agree with that one. But how would you get back and practice for this? I mean, for example, COG EU, they're coming in this fairly late as well. They've all travelled back. Everybody travelled back from Vegas that was there. And they've really sort of dispersed. Everybody went home thinking, right, okay, we've just got this one tournament to do before the end of the year. How do you practice for that sort of thing? Or is it just a case of everybody on the come down?
And actually, I know of some teams, they were playing on the tournament realm.
Right,
so
practicing
they were playing
on there.
On the Season 2 patch. So it's fine for them. I heard of so many teams practicing there. I think it was CLGU and some other teams, they were playing there. So it's still like they keep training on that patch.
They kept on playing it. And of course, they've had the cross-round qualifiers recently of Katowice. If I've just butchered that name, apologies. Katowice. Is it Katowice? Okay, thank you very much. But obviously they were on this patch as well. So the cross-round patch. So the people who have played that. So FNATIC played very well on that. They beat CLG in those cross-round qualifiers, and Moscow 5 as well. I recall beat CLG. They qualified for that. So CLG have had a little bit of a rusty period coming into this tournament.
Well, one thing I just want to say about the whole Season 3, Season 2 disconnect is that while there is, of course, lots of new stuff going on in the Season 3 patch, teams haven't really switched over to a whole new way of playing yet. Teams still pretty much play like they used to play in Season 2. I mean, other than Black Cleaver stacking, which has been patched out, fortunately, as of today. But I don't know how much of a disadvantage it would be if you could only practice on Season 3 patch. You could still keep your mechanical skills high, I guess. You can still remember how to coordinate ganks and so on. So I don't know that it's a world-shattering change, that it's completely impossible to
Well, it's completely different masteries to start with.
That is true. The masteries are different. So, but you know what affects some of the Season 2 masteries. You probably have your page that you haven't changed in the last 4 months anyway.
And actually, Rekkles has 13 pages for ADs.
Wow.
13 different pages for ADs. How many did you used to have as a jungler?
I have. Actually, I have like 6.
Yeah, I say
8.
used to. That was a bit harsh.
Yeah, well, I had like 6 or 7 or 8 pages.
6 or 7 or 8.
It's a lot. Like you have like one for tanks.
So Alistair,
Another Alistair, and the last one.
and then it's like, damn, Alistair's been banned.
Yeah.
Okay, what am I going to play?
I don't know. I asked sometimes to play Super then.
Yeah.
I can't play Alistair.
Yep. You're just like, oh well.
Actually, Listen is the strongest.
Of course he is. I mean,
He's retarded.
I say it in every game. Everyone that plays with me, ban Lee Sin. The very first words that come out of my name.
We played a normal draft today as well, and you made me ban Lee Sin.
I did make you ban Lee Sin because Lee Sin is OP. And if you ever see, say, I don't know, I'm thinking Link, maybe. Link who had an awesome video recently, a YouTube clip of him, reasons to ban Lee Sin, and you just see some of these pro players doing some of the things, and you're just like, oh my god. And the guy's like in the base, back around, using wards, dropping them all over the place, killing people across the map, and nobody can catch him. It's like NidaLy on steroids.
Yep.
I would love to see sOAZ playing Lee Sin.
You'd love to see sOAZ. Yeah, he did it at IPL 5, didn't he?
And he was amazing.
He played it in the top lane. It's one of those champions that really are... It's not that easy to play. I'll be fair, because when you do one of the moves, it's actually really quite hard. But when you see the pro players doing it, you're just like, oh god, this is just sick to watch.
I tried the W2 ward thing once, and I just dropped the ward, stood there for 3 seconds.
Then got killed. Yeah.
Like, all right,
so anyway, back to this match. SK Telecom. We don't know a lot about these guys, other than the fact we know what Reapered came from. Azubu Blaze won the New York tournament. We know how that worked out. What are we expecting? Who is your money on? Who do you think is going to win this game?
For me, it's SK Telecom. I think they are strongest.
I'm going to go with Mouse simply because MoMa is from this island.
Supporting the man from your home country.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to happen this game. So we're matching SK Telecom up against FNATIC maybe, or SK Telecom versus MILLENIUM. How are we playing that one out if you guys think SK Telecom are going to win this game? Because by that extent, we're expecting FNATIC to beat Mouse. This is how we're expecting the Group A to play out, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's purely guesswork. MILLENIUM versus Mouse. Bearing in mind, MILLENIUM's only a week old.
Still, I think MILLENIUM probably has that game.
Yeah,
I think so.
Okay.
I really like all the players on MILLENIUM. They are like really amazing individual skill players. So I think if they have like the minimum team play, they will be really good.
I think the game has actually been resumed, so we probably want to
hopefully
get back.
So, if the game is back underway, ladies and gentlemen, let's get over to Joe and Jason for more action.
Thanks a lot, guys. So we are actually back into the game. Corky is here, finally. That was UandME, obviously having a couple of issues there. Not sure exactly what the problem was, but seems to be fixed for now, which is all good. In the break there, I didn't actually have time to do this, which is what I wanted to do, and rearrange that good old scoreboard here. And there we go, all good. So scoreboard rearranged then. And we can see Lee Sin starting off by his Wolves. No invade, obviously, with Corki having that disconnect. MOUSESPORTS, they did go into this top side of the jungle, came away afterwards, though, and nothing really from the start of that one. We can see Dedrayon here is starting off on the red buff side. Actually took the Wraiths before that one, and is being helped out here by Pheilox to finish off that buff, and then they're going to be headed down in towards their respective lanes. So, Jason, let's break it down here. Bottom lane, Sona Corki versus Ezreal and Leona. What's your thoughts on this one?
Well, we have that sustain lane versus aggressive lane. So if you fall behind with that Ezreal and Leona combo, you're going to be behind for the rest of the game until you at least catch up with some kills or something. But if you're aggressive and you land the kills, you're going to snowball that lane very hard. A sustain lane is more or less just trying to farm. There won't be very many kills unless you do see the jungler come down. But it depends on how Mouse plays it. If they aren't aggressive, if they don't capitalize on the early game with that Leona, amount of CC he has, then they're not going to do too well later on. But Jack's doing some good damage to Prothana in that top lane.
Yeah, and as Araneae rightly pointed out in here, this Jax is going to be a bit of trouble for Shen. They need to get involved and get some good damage down and to get some ganks going on. You can see in the bottom lane there, bit of damage being exchanged back and forth, which you're always going to expect out of this Corki and Sona lane. Lee Sin actually up on the top side here, just doing his raid, so we may see him getting involved in this middle lane as well. Obviously, MoMa, let's have a look at him here. Got 1 point in his, in all 3 skills up until now, so we'll see in a little while where he's exactly going to be building into. As we can see, both junglers actually coming into this middle lane. Dedrayon does go around, will actually end up just going back over towards that other side. Lee Sin deciding that there's probably nothing for him to be taking in this middle lane as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see UandME on Corki has taken a fair amount of damage from that one. As I just line up Sona, obviously she's not the AD carry. And in the top lane again, we can see Prothana is taking quite the amount of damage there. Jack's going to go low. The low HP ping, which always scares me when I hear that, and I don't see what's happening. Luckily for us this time, it was just Jax going low from that tower hit there in the top lane. So a fairly quiet start to things, Jason.
Well, look at the CS in the top lane. It was 9-20, as we did see Reaper had to go back. Prothana farming pretty well under tower, as you do see right here.
Oh, down in the bottom lane, no, Corki maybe in a bit of trouble here. He's actually going to get exhausted. Jwaow going to go in there. The Ignite is burning onto UandME. Is he going to survive it? He's got that pot running. Ignite will time out, and that will not quite be first blood, but MOUSESPORTS doing what they need here and forcing this Corki out of lane.
And Joe, actually, I wanted to talk about mid lane. What do you think about that kind of combo? You have Cho'Gath versus Diana. You have that really hard assassin who around level 7 should start going for some kills. And then you have a Cho'Gath who has, pretty good damage just from that feast, that true damage alone. And then you have Zinzao coming in for the gank. If you get that nice knock up with the 3-talon strike, follow that up with a rupture, that could be a dead Diana.
Yeah, and that's one thing that MighTiLy has to be really careful of in this middle, is going all in on towards MoMa, which, MoMa's going to try and bait that out to get Xin Zhao in behind Diana to try and get things working in this middle lane. So basically MoMa has to do all the baiting in that lane, I think, to get Diana out there. From MighTiLy's side, he just needs to be careful that he doesn't fall into that trap, as we are going to see here. MoMa maybe in a little bit of trouble, will use the flash to get away. Xin Zhao is there, but that's not going to be a kill coming in. Meanwhile, at top, I can see their icons almost constantly floating over the top of each other on the minimap, and that's again just back and forth action between Reapered and Prothana. Actually, Prothana, since Jax did go back, has managed to go ahead in the CS.
Yeah, he got kind of lucky with a couple of those turret hits there. He got Jax, I believe, 3 times and forcing him back. Lee Sin coming in for a gank, though. He is backing out. Isn't spotted by a ward yet, though, as Prothana just kind of moving in and outside that bush, and he is coming in for that gank very shortly.
Yeah, Lee Sin going to head into this one. Prothana still in that bush. Reaper actually going to check him out here. And we will see Lee Sin coming into the lane. He's got the vision, as we are going to see Leap Strike actually moved away from. Nicely done by Prothana there. He will stay safe in this top lane.
And the junglers trying to get around the map as much as possible. We saw, Dedrayon in the mid lane trying to go for a gank. Fortunately, we saw that MoMa didn't have the mana for it, which isn't really a downside to Cho'Gath, since you can farm the minions with your passive, get the extra health regen and mana back. But the bottom lane, it really hasn't been action intensive, as we do see Leona going in.
Yeah, and just as you say that one, Leona landing the Zenith Blade.
Prove me wrong.
And we see Corki down to half HP just from that one little combo. So they've got to be a little bit careful about that one. The sustain obviously is with SK Telecom, with that nice heal coming out from Sona, which is going to be helping them a lot to stay in this lane. Early items and CS is pretty much bang even on the CS and on the items as well. They've got pots each, the T1 boots plus a Doran's Blade in there as well. Top lane, we just saw the pings coming down actually from Reapered. He was just pinging the fact that Prothana did back away and get himself a warding position. But we may be seeing a play here for this next blue buff, or are they going to go straight in towards the top here? MighTiLy is coming in. And they're not going to spot him either because he put that ward down inside of the Tribush. This could very well be that first blood coming in. Prothana, as you said, doesn't have his flash available, and they are going to work in. Lee Sin Q actually misses the counter-strike, not going to go down. But there is Diana, ignites onto Prothana, and he's not escaping this one. And it's Jax that picks up first blood. And if there's one thing you don't want to do is, you know, number one, let Jax farm. Number two, give Jax first blood.
Yeah, not to mention Diana as well on top of that, who's such a good assassin. Was roaming around a little bit right there. We do see a play actually happening on the blue buff here. They should be able to take this away quite easily. Great game awareness out of them, noticing we did see Horo in the top end, but
wow, he's going very low there, Dedrayon. I'm not sure if he can escape this one. Actually, bottom lane coming up there. We did see the ignite taking him very, very low. They weren't quite able to finish off the kill. StarLast just watching over the top there, and they may try and close in from them. We can see that Lee Sin is coming around that side. MoMa actually is going to walk into two of them here. Lee Sin is ready and waiting. Diana in that top side brush as they do. It does put the rupture down. Well, Diana not going to go for that one. Not wanting to overextend, which actually interesting considering that the bottom lane had gone back into lane and they were visible from that one. But still, no more kills coming out aside from that first blood in the top lane. And that leaves Jax now with a Phage Doran's Blade and also a good 20 CS lead almost.
Yeah, we do see actually the gold difference in the top lane, 1,800 currently for Prothana, and compared to Reaper, who's 2,500, so he's fallen behind. I mean, yes, he did die. In CS, he's a little bit behind as well, but once Jax gets that Trinity Force, Joe, as we always talk about, that core item for him, you can't stop him. With any top lane champion, Shen won't be able to do anything to him, and that's kind of a problem. Will Shen be able to split push late game? That's typically what he does and what he needs to do. I mean, he's level 6, he has that global presence. If you do want to see a dive on this bottom lane, which could very well be coming shortly, so do have Pheilox going to be very close to level 6 right now. Jwaow already level 6, has some mana, but needs to save up just a little bit more. And MoMa taking his own blue there. And by the way, that was a great rupture out of him at his red buff catching Horo. Didn't really expect that to come out, but it actually saved his life.
Yeah, and we can see in this top lane, it's such a difficult lane now for Prothana, if it wasn't already hard enough before. He's got Doran's shield in there, obviously bought that a little bit earlier on before he actually died. It wasn't enough to keep him alive from that 3-man gank though. T1 boots plus the null magic mantle, so probably headed straight in towards those Merc Treads and taking tenacity from them. So the interesting thing now is that Reapered doing what Jax does best, which is 2 hits on the minions, 3rd hit with a leap strike over on towards Shen, and he's just going to keep doing that until he gets lower and lower and lower, and at some point he'll go in for the finisher as well.
Yeah, Thana's already down to half-life just from those combos like you're just saying. The mana though running decently low on Reapered, so he only has so much ability to actually harass until he can actually get in melee range of Arthana. But I mean, Arthana's still farming under tower. He's still getting his health back from those Qs, from those Vorpal Blades, so in the end, he's able to regen on top of that with that Doran shield. It's going to help him out, but the thing is, he's going to need some help from his jungler. They need to see Xin Zhao come in. However, he's at that bottom lane, and he actually will be counter-ganked here as Horo in perfect position to turn this around if they do go.
Yeah, they're getting ready to go in. One thing that you've got to keep in mind, though, is that Shen. He is level 6, and he will be involved in that fight if something ends up going down. Lee Sin has now backed away. We do have Xin Zhao still in this bush, though, where you can see SK Telecom playing very pensively, and if they come out here, this Xin Zhao is surely going to be able to catch one of them down. Here we go, Zenith Blade will actually go out there, doesn't quite get the stun down to Corki, but there is a turnaround. Crescendo comes in, Shen ulti going to come down, and they are diving here on towards Corki, and there is the ultimate coming out of Ezreal, and that will level the kills up at 1 apiece.
Great job by MOUSESPORTS there. However, Reaper in the top lane, as you hear it, Joe, your most satisfying sound in all League of Legends.
It's the best sound in the world, actually, if you're a Jax player or that Jax is on your team.
I'm surprised your ringtone or like text message sound isn't that yet. But yeah, I mean, he's punishing Shen. He did ulti down that bot lane. Now he's pushing his turret as much as possible. Going to done a lot of CS, a lot of experience towards Shen. As we do have StarLast getting dove on.
Yeah. Jwaow actually just diving straight underneath the turret. Didn't expect him to do that at this stage. I mean, he was tanking all the damage from that turret, but he's come up with it nicely, and that will actually put Ezreal 2-0 now in the lead and kills. Prothana here may get caught out. Lee Sin is actually coming around the side. There is the Ignite Down flash going to be used. Q dodged by Prothana, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough to get him away from this. No, it won't. Reapered will pick up that one. That is now a 2-for-0 Jax. So we've got 4 kills. both of them from either side coming onto the one player. So 2 for Jax, 2 for Ezreal. Who's going to benefit the team more in the long run?
Reapered on Jax.
Yeah.
I mean, because they have such a heavy assassin team. If he gets that GA right after that Trinity Force, it's going to create so many problems for MOUSESPORTS. And just look at him. I mean, he's just non-stop pushing his top lane right now. 100 CS, going to be back in with about 1,600 gold. So he should be able to get that Sheen if he does want to go for that item as his next pick, which honestly he should be. And Horo, I mean, he's doing a good amount of counter jungling. He will be caught here, though.
Yeah, Horo could be in trouble from MoMa coming in. There is the Ignite actually going down, and a flash away. Ooh. Dashes off as well with a W, safe onto his minions. And that's the problem with Lee Sin. He is a very slippy character. He's so hard to pin down.
I can hear Deman right now in the analysis room saying, oh, I hate that Lee Sin. Yeah, that's like his least favorite champion, as you heard quite earlier. But Jwaow on the bot lane, going to be going up against this Corki and Sona. We do have Pheilox finally coming back down there. But I don't really think, you know, SK Telecom can dive this with how much CC that Luna puts out, with how much damage Jwaow puts out.
Yeah, that's the problem. When they turn it around, it could be very dangerous in this bottom side. However, we do now have Dedrayon on his way around as well with that Xin shout. And Corki needs to be a little bit worried about this one, but Jax is coming down as well. Where's the damage going to come down? On towards Pheilox. Corki forced to Valkyrie away, and Jax actually going fairly low from this. Will leap strike off towards his teammate, and MOUSESPORTS decide it's probably not worth chasing on after that one. But if you look at the health, that fight actually was in MOUSESPORTS' favor.
And we are seeing Reaper do, like, we talked about this the other day, Joe, how if you take your turret, like even in solo queue, you take that turret down, what do you do after that? Most people just try to push lane as much as possible, but we see Reaper, he's visiting the bot lane, he's trying to help his AD carry out, which was currently, still is currently behind in CS and in overall gold, as Ezreal has those 2 kills, and might eventually make it towards his mid lane, but he still is sticking around here. You see him in that tri-bush, trying to go for a kill here, as he will pop that counter-strike, and the crescendo coming out.
Oh, the ultimate will actually come down as well from Sona. Can they finish off? Dedrayon only needing 1 more rocket from Corki there to finish him off. But again, SK Telecom, they're happy with forcing the bite, but Diana. Look at this. Diana is coming around. Pheilox actually already behind his turret. What is Diana going to go for? Actually goes in towards Ezreal, and this could be a good amount of kills coming down. Shen ultimate did come in, but it was too late, and that is 2 kills, 3 kills, double kill for Diana, and that will put them in a massive advantage position. That's what we're talking about, this trade in this bottom lane. It went back and forth as Diana actually going to walk in. MoMa's silence was on the wrong direction, actually, and ended up missing that one. The rupture not landing either. Diana gonna be safe. But that's what I was talking about. They stuck around in this bottom lane. MOUSESPORTS just went that 1 step too far. Crescendo came in, Counter-Strike was down, and just that, those 2 stuns alone, that bit of CS there is enough to secure them the kills. And then, you know, you have the assassin there to clean up.
It seemed like a little bit of a misplay out of Pheilox as he ran right up to Diana, hit him with the Q just to stun him, but he got hit with the Q out of Diana, and because of that, she was able to get in really quickly, pull in Ezreal, and if you look at the other way, Ezreal could have dodged it with Arcade Shift. He has flash up, could have dodged it that way, and it probably would have been a completely different fight if that didn't happen, but still, they're getting punished now. I mean, Ezreal finally did die, 2-1. Reaper now 3-0-1, has 2/3 of his Triforce done, building into those Merc Treads as he has another 500 gold on him. And Diana, 1,400 gold in the mid lane right now, has Abyssal done. And we're wondering if we're going to see the Haunting Guys or maybe a little bit of tankiness.
Oh, I was down at the bottom, actually. Corki getting very low from this one. Ezreal ultimate coming in there as well. And MoMa, you know, we talked about sticking around, and MoMa was there for quite a while on that one. They may have done enough to get themselves a turret here, MOUSESPORTS, if they wanted to actually go for it. Yet MoMa will cancel his recall, and they aren't going to get themselves in there. This turret not going to last very long with those 3 hammering away on it, and that will bring us back to 1-1 in turrets. But looking at the gold, it's a 1,600 gold lead currently for SK Telecom. The CS is actually pretty even across the board, as we do see Dedrayon starting off Dragon all on his own. He's going to have Shen coming in for backup the bottom lane, plus MoMa will be there. So 5-man MOUSESPORTS team currently hanging around by this Dragon, which is down to half HP. We'll see if Horo can actually get in there. He's got the Q on Prothana, so he can get over if he wants to. Smite will get him, and Horo is going to die. Actually came in there trying to steal it, but we talked about this before. Losing the Dragon, is it really worth losing your death just from that? Not sure.
No, I mean, we talked last night. I remember talking with Araneae and Deman. I mean, trading a mid tower for a Dragon. We obviously didn't see it happen this time, but complete in favor of taking that tower. But Horo, I mean, that's the CC we were talking about earlier. The late game composition of MOUSESPORTS. He got in, didn't move anywhere after that. But Arthana going to get caught here. Should be able to escape though, and with the help of Jwaow, they might even be able to secure a kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're going to chase it, though. They were, I think, wondering a little bit more about where the rest of the team were. Reapered here is actually going to get caught out. We do have Xinqiao now coming in. He's below half HP, got that red buff on. And actually, they decide not to go in there. And that was the ward that he placed coming into that one. Will actually end up saving his life. He stays safe. But the kill's now 5-4. And still a really close game, which MOUSESPORTS, you know, they're hanging on, considering that they, the comp that SK Telecom have gone for in this one is all about getting in there, getting those kills en masse. They're doing a really good job.
They definitely need to kill Reapered right now, get that little bit of gold that he gives you, and not to mention just stop him from farming. Sitting at 1100 gold again, getting ever so closer to that Triforce, and when that happens, I mean, SK Telecom should start grouping and start pushing because they have a Diana who's pretty fed as well, 2-0-2. Corki 0-2, but he's still keeping up in CS and actually ahead of Ezreal at the moment. Has that phase done, has an about 1,000 gold on him as well. But I mean, MOUSESPORTS taking that bottom turret, it's kind of a little bit of a ballsy move because if you do that, then you're forced into pushing mid lane and pushing these towers down as a team. And the thing is that SK Telecom has the advantage in that situation right now.
You can see Pheilox just helping Jwaow secure all that CS there in the bottom.
I'm helping.
I am helping. And they're stood right on top of a ward here. Lee Sin is actually coming down through that bottom lane, so we'll see if he decides to get in on the action. They knew that Sona was there as well from their ward in that tri-bush. And now I have to point out, Jax, he's farming. He's just farming this top lane again, which is, if he's not already that too far ahead, in my opinion, at 3-0-1. A good 20 CS lead as well. The last thing that they need to do is allow Reaper to keep going here, as actually Prothana does come in. Sunfire Cape now finished on him, so that's going to help out a bit, but I still think Reaper will, well, destroy him 1 versus 1. There's no question about that.
We're going to need to see like a Randuin's or a Frozen Heart. Obviously, Frozen Heart not the right choice unless Cho'Gath picks it up. And Reaper getting caught here. Gonna land that Counter-Strike onto Dedrayon, though.
He's gonna 2v1 him. This is how ridiculous Jax is. He goes in there, actually not quite getting the kill. Prothana's ultimate gonna be forced to be used. Reaper just hammering away at him as he's teleporting out of that one. So still, you know, no kills coming in, but there you see the strength of Jax. He'd quite happily take this 2v1 fight. As Pheilox coming around there as well to try and force them away from this blue buff. Horo is gonna go away, and Reaper getting pinged here, but they're just scared of him right now.
Yeah, I mean, they expected that fight to go in a completely different way, but with just how far ahead he is, like you're saying, he completely 1v2 them easily right now. But the bot turret going down, so SK Telecom picking up the second turret, leaving the scoreline at 2-1 in favor of them for that. And the gold lead, I mean, 18 minutes in, 4-5, it's still not that huge.
Yeah, it's not huge at all. I mean, it's less than 2,000 currently, so less than 10% gold. Probably not that much of a difference to really be talking about, but the problem is, yeah, that's the problem. The kills with Diana and with Jax, yeah, it'd be great if Corki had managed to get himself in on the action, but we see here Reapered again going in onto Prothana, who's actually got almost twice the health of him right now, but he knows that he just can't fight against these Jax at all.
Even has Dedrayon waiting in the bush right there to try to bait him in, but he's playing smart, backing out instead. And his gold, he's getting ever so close. He's sitting at 1,000 again. I'm just waiting for him to get that Triforce, because when that happens, this game can completely, well, easily turn around. And Joey mentioned the kill spread. Obviously, Corki would like a kill or two, but you know, having their assassin kind of composition with this Jax, with this Diana and this Lee Sin, it definitely doesn't suck trying to get those actually fed so they can get tanky enough to survive the damage and the CC that MOUSESPORTS can put out. But Blue being started here, it looks like it will be contested out of SK Telecom. I'm not sure if they can actually defend it.
Prothana's position was actually given away there. The Rupture is going to miss. Will SK Telecom turn this one around? The blue buff is going to get reset.
It's a crucial fight.
All 5 from MOUSESPORTS are there. This is going to be a big one as Diana comes in. Present Strike not actually landing. There goes the Rupture coming in. Ezreal ultimate will actually miss everyone, but they're going to go in on towards Reapered. There is the ultimate out of Sona. It might hold them down long enough. Reapered will die. Wow. They're in onto Jwaow. MoMa is going to use his knob. And actually, UandME is now in a lot of trouble as well. He's going to flash over the wall. Here comes Prothana over the top as well. And that was a 2-for-0. Jax and Diana, we were talking about those two. The 2 with the kills. 3 for Jax, 2 for Diana. They both died in that fight. That was a massive win for Mouse. And that's going to bring the gold right back level as well.
That was a beautiful fight at MOUSESPORTS. They knew.
Oh. There's Lee Sin for you. Ezreal inside of his own jungle. Lee Sin comes around. That's just how fast he is. I couldn't even get there quick enough myself to look at it. And MOUSESPORTS now pushing up this top tower, and I'm not sure that SK Telecom will be able to really stop this happening unless Mouse really just back away from it, which I don't see. They've got a good wave of minions in there as well. And this will actually end up putting them into the lead in the gold as well. Or probably not quite.
That was such a beautiful fight out of MOUSESPORTS right there. They knew Reapered was down to half-life or less, and with that, they engaged on it. We saw a nice crescendo come out of StarLast, but it wasn't enough. All really locked down, I believe, was that Cho'Gath and was Pheilox, and we saw MighTiLy overextend, trying to go for Ezreal, and they just blew him up before he could do anything. We saw Cho'Gath doing that feast on top of him, and it just obliterated him, and that's the problem. If you overextend as an assassin, not in a group, you know, with Jax coming in, with Lee Sin coming in, you're gonna die, because Ezreal, 3-2-3, he has the ability to take on MighTiLy at the moment.
Yeah, and the fact that he survived that fight, okay, afterwards it didn't quite work out in his favor just because Lee Sin and happened.
And that's why the pickup for the Bloodthirster on Ezreal is so crucial for him, because he knows he's going to be taking a lot of damage. And getting that before that 24 is going to help him heal a little bit more. They don't need to poke so much because that's not the kind of composition SK Telecom has. They want to get in your face, get on top of you right away. And you don't really have a chance to poke them here. But second Dragon is going to be going over to MOUSESPORTS now, and that is keeping them in the game quite easily, as they will take the gold lead. So be it by 500, but a lead is a lead.
Yeah, a lead that they're definitely going to be happy with at this stage of things as well. Those kills after that last fight kind of been spread across the board. Always a bit of a tricky situation for Mouse earlier on when, you know, all your kills are on your AD carry, making him the sore thumb, you know, sticking out like a sore thumb in those fights of where you go for the target. As we are going to see the rupture landing down to Diana.
Top lane.
Yeah, going 1 versus 1 against Dedrayon here. Actually, Shen's going to come in. Leona's there as well. Reapered not going to escape from this one. We've got Ezreal in there as well, and there comes a kill for Xin Zhao, but they are pushing this middle lane. MoMa doing his best to hold them back. There goes the Ezreal ultimate across. There's the nom onto UandME as well. Rupture not quite connecting for him. But still, Mouse, you know, they've killed Jax again. That's a bonus for them. And they go ahead 30,800 to 29,800. So 1,000 gold lead now. They've got the kill lead. They're leveling turrets. They may even take this middle turret with that brute force of 5 men just moving in onto it. And it's nothing that SK Telecom can really stop.
Yeah, that was so many ultimates used out of MOUSESPORTS, but they knew if we can kill Reapered, then the enemy team can't really defend against us, as we do hear him in the background right now. He's doing a lot of calls, trying to get this tower, and they do go in.
Yeah, fight going to kick off here. We saw the crescendo coming out, but look at Mouse. They're losing health all over the place here. Prothana going fairly low. MoMa actually trying to stop them here as Lee Sin going to go flying in there. Big bomb out of Corki. Can he finish off? No, they're not quite able to get him for that damage, but Lee Sin is chasing down still. Well, Mouse should be able to walk away from this one with their lives intact. However, turret intact, I'm not sure that they will get away with. Only needs a couple more hits here, and that will go down. Jack's just tanking it up, and there is the middle turret taken. But again, it's 1 for 1 though to middle turret, so MOUSESPORTS are probably still happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, they got a kill or two, right? Or they got a kill on Reapered. They got a turret off of it. They didn't get the second one, but they didn't lose anyone, which is the key thing. If they start losing members here, easily SK Telecom can turn this around. And items, Joe, I mean, we've seen a lot of core items being built. Jax finally has his Triforce. We see Corki with his as well. The Abyssal's been done for a while on Diana, but has that new Solar Droid on top of it. We see Horo on Lee Sin with his Rekkles, Heart of Gold, so he has the ability to, you know, take objectives a lot easier than anything MOUSESPORTS has, though. If it's a Baron or if it's a Dragon, MoMa, easily with that feast, going to be doing that 1,000 true damage. It's going to be really hard to take it away from him. But Wit's End and the Sunfire Cape dump for Shen, we need to see some sort of attack speed reduction, like a Randuin's or Frozen Heart, like I was saying earlier, to really stop this Jax, stop this Lee Sin, and even Diana, who does decent damage with auto attacks with their passive, which, you know, scales with APs. So kind of you see that item come out. We see an Aegis done, currently for Xin Zhao. Pheilox, sorry, actually has an Oracle, which I believe is the first one of the game, if I'm not mistaken, and is clearing out the Baron. So it looks like MOUSESPORTS kind of wants to force SK to group up and defend against this Baron, because if they lose it, this game could be over.
Yeah, Lee Sin going in now, and actually Diana in a lot of trouble. Pheilox gonna go down. It's Corki that gets the kill, and they're not finished now. Moving in on towards MoMa. Leap Strike was used. The Q from Lee Sin will get him in there as well. Dedrayon gonna try and force them away, and that was enough. Just his presence there with that knock-up. He used his ultimate earlier on, actually, while they were in the jungle. Meanwhile, though, Shen is being, well, Shen, split pushing this bottom lane. Saw him not really getting that much damage down onto it, but he's forced that minion wave up, which is going to make SK Telecom come back and deal with that one. And it is Reapered who's going to be taking more and more CS. He's a good 42 CS actually in the lead over Shen right now, which is not to be sniffed at. That's a lot.
Yeah, and he's actually building towards that GA now. We do have the zone is completed for Diana. And that GA going to be very crucial for Reapered, because if they dive in so far, I wouldn't be too surprised to see MighTiLy pick one up as well, just so because of how far he's overextending. We've seen it happen already. He died the first time. The second time, he almost dropped immediately. But with that zone, he's going to help out with that extra armor. Though, I mean, how can you stop the Jax with the Trinity Force? I mean, yeah, he's been caught a couple of times, which is why he's died, and actually forced the team to lose a couple of turrets. But if they start grouping up and start, initiating the fights they want to, I don't really see Mouse winning the fight at the moment unless we see the game last about, another 5 to 10 minutes and see a couple more core items finished.
Well, Mouse have just pushed this middle lane out. As you said earlier on, there was an Oracle, which was lost by Pheilox as he got caught. Again, it's like, he's got an Oracle. He's going to be the easy target for that next fight, especially if we can catch him out. MOUSESPORTS just getting the wards in onto that top side of the jungle, so trying to keep vision high here across the entire map. Are they going to be able to steal away this blue buff? Prothana already started it off.
Sorry, Reapered actually overstayed a little bit there. We do have Horo land that Q on the MoMa, but it won't be enough as they will take it away. And we do see StarLast pick up an Oracle for himself. They know that they need to clear out all these wards in the jungle because they're being forced to stay away from it. They're not allowed to get their own jungle and keep their CS high, keep their money income coming. But we do have, looks like a 5-man push on this bottom lane coming. And I'm not sure if they can really get this turret out from under them.
Well, let's see. Mouse have got a decent wave coming in there with them.
This is a really crucial point here. If Mouse loses this fight, they're most likely going to lose the game.
There's a rupture actually missing, and SK Telecom might take that as a sign to push out. Actually, they decide not to, but now Corki's joined the fight, and we are going to see Counter-Strike gets over across 4 of them. There's the Ezreal ultimate to try and force them back, but how's this going to go? Good crescendo. Leona ultimate use as well. We see Shen going, Xin Zhao going very low, will be finished off here by Jax, and they're right in the middle of them. Corki doing great amounts of damage. Flash away from Jwaow. He's going to turn around, gets the kill onto Reapered, and now MOUSESPORTS, they're still losing men, and now Diana comes in. That's the cleanup crew for SK Telecom. Pheilox is going to die, and that is an ace coming out for SK Telecom.
That fight, Mouse lost any sort of advantage they had. There was such a good fight out of SK Telecom. Reapered, he sacrificed himself, but he got the nice counter-strike to set up the entire fight. Nice crescendo coming out of StarLast. Now they're going to push this bottom lane. They should be able to get this tower quite easily. Might even be able to take the inhibitor turret because they still have, another 10 seconds on MoMa, another 17 on Jwaow, which is all their damage at, right now. Since they're so tanky, they're lacking heavily on damage. They don't have an insane amount of AP since Shogath is limited by cooldowns, but he does have that death cap done. Now still Xanthenes and Holy Grail. Looks like they are going to back out and go for their first dragon of the game for SK Telecom.
Yeah, Horo, the one that's doing that, as you said earlier, and got the Rekkles, so should make easy work of that one. Also finish the Aegis. Diana with that Zhonya's Hourglass is now finished, as we saw in that last fight being popped. In terms of the AD carries, Ezreal actually got 3 parts of that Trinity Force, just needs to go home and finish it the next time around, and actually may just do that after this next wave does come down, and then he's going to be that whole lot stronger there. But you saw, 5 for 1 was that last fight, which just made it very, very bad news for MOUSESPORTS. And not to mention now, we have a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, he picked it up right after that fight. I mean, he sacrificed himself. Now he's able to do it and still get back up and survive it. But, I mean, MOUSESPORTS, they completely lost their advantage, like I was saying before, and now they're going to have to turtle so hard to defend against this team. They're just getting so strong. Corki, Last Whisper now, isn't a lot of armor on the other team, but Shen is trying to stick in his face, though. It's Cho'Gath who's the one that's really all up in his face, trying to keep him out of the fight. But still, with that Last Whisper, going to make him very deadly. Has a red pot as well, and we do see StarLast working towards his Aegis on top of that.
Baron obviously not being attempted just yet.
Where's the Shuralias, Joe? I mean, we really need to see one out of MOUSESPORTS because they need to be able to disengage. We saw right there, if they had one, Reapered wouldn't have been able to jump in, and they wouldn't have been able to win that fight.
Yeah, and the thing that they're relying on there as well is that Xin Zhao ultimate quite a lot to disperse them in the middle of that fight and then be picking on the targets that they want. But we can see actually Mouse headed up towards Baron. They're going to clear out that first ward that's in there.
Reapered spotted at the bottom.
Yeah, they saw him in there. However, they're not going to be starting off Baron just yet. They're actually going to be setting up a bit of a trap here for SK Telecom. Who are doing the wise thing, going in from that backside. Phosphorus Bomb was just used by Corki there to give them as much vision as they can. Obviously, Sona does have an Oracle as well, so they'll clear out that ward that was put down earlier on by Pheilox, and they come back into that middle lane. For SK Telecom, do they really need a Baron now? Obviously, it would be really nice for them, but I think they don't want to risk going in there in case MOUSESPORTS come in. And let's face it, with a Cho'Gath on the team, that's a nice little champion to have in there for stealing Baron.
Yeah, there's no point in blow the advantage they have right now. They know they can win these fights head on. They're way strong with all their sasses. The GA finish, like we were talking about earlier, the Zhonya's on MighTiLy, which saved his life completely right there. We saw the Feast go down on him, but because the Zhonya's popped right after, they weren't able to follow up. We do see Australia's finally done, though, coming out of Dedrayon, which is going to be so needed out of their side. We do have, actually, SK Telecom looks like they are trying to clear wards on Baron and really force Mouse to make a wrong move and really try to check it themselves and put a ward down and get caught and most likely lose the fight.
There's the blue buff coming up as well. MoMa going to get his hands on that Baron. Baron is going to be kicked off. So let's see what MouseSports do about this one. As SK Telecom actually backing away from it. MouseSports see that they've stopped doing Baron and move away. There's a Q from Lee Sin, not quite connecting. But 4 of them are there. Are they going to go for this one? Reapered, who's been so very, very aggressive so far in this game, actually popped his ultimate there to get in on things, and Ghost, but wasn't able to get in. But Baron, nonetheless, is going to be started off once again. We can see already down to below half HP, 3,000 HP remaining. MouseSports going to come in here, but it is taken, and there's a great crescendo. This is bad news for MouseSports. Ultimate coming out of Zhaow, but it's not really enough. There's the first kill, actually comes in for MoMa. Reapered going fairly low as well, but he's got that Guardian Angel on. Corki going to force them away from the other side, and now Reapered is back in on the action. There's no way that Dedrayon's escaping that one. Will Leona and MoMa, Leona and Cho'Gath get away from that one? Yes, they will, but that's a Baron. That is 3 kills to 1. And SK Telecom will say, thank you very much. That's another fight for us.
Yeah, that was such amazing crescendo coming out of StarLast right there. Caught, I think it was 3 or 4 members of MouseSports, and because of that, easily won that fight. Take out 3 members, just like I said. Now they're going to push this mid lane, get this turret, and there's nothing MouseSports can do about this inhibitor turret. I mean, Cho'Gath definitely going to have a lot of CC, but not a lot of damage between them when that feast will be down eventually. And with the damage they have, they can easily take it. And then, Joe, you're going to hear your favorite sound in the game again.
There he is. Good old Jax hammering away. Inhibitor turret goes down.
Look how much gold that we currently see SK Telecom sitting on, though.
Yeah,
that's a lot of gold.
It's going to be a nice shopping spree. Let's say that when they go back. MouseSports actually trying to stop them from recalling here. But in the end, they will be able to get home. And we can see those items being finished off.
Frozen Heart finally being built.
As soon as they go back, yeah.
That's key. That's really going to limit the damage that Reaper can put out. And not to mention Horo, MighTiLy, and UandME, like I was saying before. It's going to hurt them. Oh, trying to catch someone there. Horo. Q's going to land. We'll actually dodge that Rupture. Dragon not going to be up until a little bit longer, but still, what can MouseSports do right now? They can push out the lane, but that's just about it. They can't get caught in their own jungle again. They actually did lose the Oracle, luckily, for Pheilox. He was able to keep that, so he's able to make it so they can at least farm their own jungle and see when the enemy will be coming in to push. But still, I mean, with that buying spree, Joe, we still see Jax, Reaper, 2,600 gold, hasn't bought yet. We see Horo, 2,000 gold, hasn't bought yet. Obviously, we'll have that GA very shortly if he decides to go for it. And then MighTiLy, 1,400 right now.
Yeah, and Reaper is just farming away. He's going to be approaching that 100 CS difference, I think, here by the time he's finished with his next couple of creep waves that are coming in. 260 to 183 is the creep score in Reaper's favor. And, well, let's have a look at his gold again. 3,000 gold now. So it's going to be a very strong Reaper coming into the next fight if he wasn't already strong enough with that Guardian Angel plus Trinity Force already finished. He's going to get himself home. Guardian Angel was finished off by Horo on Lee Sin. Let's see what Jax is going to be going for in the end. As he does go home.
Gunblade, most likely, I would assume. Gives the extra life steal, extra spell vamp. Oh, goes for Renans instead. Actually, that's a good item as well. It will slow everyone down from MouseSports, so they're able to catch up with them even easier. And because of that ghost, like you mentioned before during that last fight, they saw Zhaow out in the middle. He ghosted and even popped his ultimate just to catch them. And with his random, it's going to make it that much easier to do. He's so tanky right now. 240 armor, 3,000 health. There really is no answer to him right now. MouseSports doesn't have the damage they need to compete with this. They're not tanky enough yet, and they can't just deal with the damage, the front-up damage and the mobility that SK Telecom has.
Yep. See that Jax is actually pushing out this middle lane as well, so pressure going to be coming down. Obviously, we've got super minions now running into this base, and I think SK Telecom quite happy to keep them on this inner turret in the top lane. Whilst those super minions do start to stream their way in, actually Lee Sin is coming in from this backside. Where is this dive going to come from? Who are they going for? It's Jwaow that will be the target. Shen ulti is actually going to come out here, but Pheilox is going to be the first man to die. UandME has been stuck to here by Shen. That's nice play, but Jwaow is forced to flash away. Does actually die in the end, and well, they did take down Corki, so a 2-for-1 exchange. The bottom lane taken down. Here comes that turret, and well, Cho'Gath didn't really stand a chance on that. that one with the pretty much entire team right on top of him. Inner turret will go down for SK Telecom. That will put them 7-3 in the lead in turrets. And you can see that Mouse have been forced to deal with these super minions, been forced to deal with the push lane on the bottom side as well. And that's going to mean this inhibitor go in SK Telecom's favor. And they may even look down to take a Nexus turret with this.
Yeah, I mean, you saw during that last fight, that was so great out of SK Telecom, but you saw the lack of damage that MouseSports has. They could not kill anyone. They ended up getting Corky there, but that was mostly just because of Cho'Gath and Shen just staying in his face, taunting him, and actually feasting him down, but they have no damage, and that is a major problem now. They're going to lose potentially their third inhibitor here as Jwaow still 5 seconds left on his respawn, MoMa at 15. And, I mean, they're going to back out with another huge chunk of gold. Jax, 1,000. We see Diana at 1,600, Corky at 1,900, and even Sona at 1,300. So there's nothing else can really do unless they really catch the enemy team off guard, maybe pick up a Baron and are able to push down an inhibitor or two, because now 2 inhibitors currently gone. They're going to have super minions just flooding into their base the entire time.
There is Reapered. That's going to be taking away this blue buff. Very quickly. Yeah, didn't really stand much of a chance, did
And look at the kill spread we currently have now for SK Telecom. It was originally really stacked for Jax and Diana, but it's pretty much evened out across the board for them. That's exactly what you want to see when you're playing.
What they're going to go in for here next is a 3 GAs now. Largest rod and a GA just picked up there for Diana.
And all of them have it up currently.
Huh?
So all of them have it up currently, so it's a 5 on 8.
5 on 8.
Yeah, and then you have the Zonians on top of that with Diana.
So. Yeah, this is not going to be good news for Mouse. I mean, they can turtle as much as they want here, but SK have got a perfect dive team coming straight out of it. So is, you know, number 1, let Jax farm. Number 2, give Jax first blood.
Yeah, not to mention Diana as well on top of that, who's such a good assassin. Was roaming around a little bit right there. We do see a play actually happening on the blue buff here. They should be able to take this away quite easily. Great game awareness out of them, noticing we did see Horo on the top end, but
wow, he's going very low there, Dedrayon. I'm not sure if he can escape this one. Actually, bottom lane coming up there. We did see the Ignite taking him very, very low. They weren't quite able to finish off the kill. StarLast just watching over the top there, and they may try and close in from them. We can see that Lee Sin is coming around that side. MoMa actually is going to walk into 2 of them here. Lee Sin is ready and waiting. Diana in that top side brush as they do. It does put the rupture down. Well, Diana not going to go for that one. Not wanting to overextend, which actually interesting considering that the bottom lane had gone back into lane and they were visible from that one. But still, no more kills coming out aside from that first blood in the top lane. And that leaves Jax now with a Phage Doran's Blade and also a good 20 CS lead almost.
Yeah, we do see actually the gold difference in the top lane, 1,800 currently for Prothana, and compared to Reaper, who's 2,500, so he's fallen behind. I mean, yes, he did die in CS, he's a little bit behind as well, but once Jax gets that Trinity Force, Joe, as we always talk about, that core item for him, you can't stop him with any top lane champion. Shen won't be able to do anything to him, and that's kind of a problem. Will Shen be able to split push late game? That's typically what he does and what he needs to do. I mean, he's level 6, he has that global presence. If you do want to see a dive on this bottom lane, which could very well be coming shortly, so do have Pheilox going to be very close to level 6 right now. Jwaow already level 6, has some mana, but needs to save up just a little bit more. And MoMa taking his own blue there. And by the way, that was a great rupture out of him at his red buff catching Horo. Didn't really expect that to come out, but it actually saved his life.
Yeah, and we can see in this top lane, it's such a difficult lane now for Prothana, if it wasn't already hard enough before. He's got Doran's shield in there, obviously bought that a little bit earlier on before he actually died. It wasn't enough to keep him alive from that 3-man gank though. T1 boots plus the null magic mantle, so probably headed straight in towards those Merc Treads and taking tenacity from them. So the interesting thing now is that Reapered doing what Jax does best, which is 2 hits on the minions, 3rd hit with a leap strike over on towards Shen, and he's just going to keep doing that until he gets lower and lower and lower, and at some point he'll go in for the finisher as well.
Yeah, Thana's already down to half-life just from those combos like you're just saying. The mana though running decently low on Reapered, so he only has so much ability to actually harass until he can actually get in melee range of Arthana. But I mean, Arthana's still farming under tower. He's still getting his health back from those Qs, from those Vorpal Blades, so in the end, he's able to regen on top of that with that Doran shield. It's going to help him out, but the thing is, he's going to need some help from his jungler. They need to see Xin Zhao come in. However, he's at that bottom lane, and he actually will be counter-ganked here as Horo in perfect position to turn this around if they do go.
Yeah, they're getting ready to go in. One thing that you've got to keep in mind, though, is that Shen. He is level 6, and he will be involved in that fight if something ends up going down. Lee Sin has now backed away. We do have Xin Zhao still in this bush, though, where you can see SK Telecom playing very pensively, and if they come out here, this Jwaow is surely going to be able to catch one of them down. Here we go, Zenith Blade will actually go out there, doesn't quite get the stun down to Corki, but there is a turnaround. Crescendo comes in, Shen ulti going to come down, and they are diving here on towards Corki, and there is the ultimate coming out of Ezreal, and that will level the kills up at 1 apiece.
Great job by MouseSports there. However, Reaper in the top lane, as you hear it, Joe, your most satisfying sound in all League of Legends.
It's the best sound in the world, actually, if you're a Jax player or that Jax is on your team.
I'm surprised your ringtone or like text message sound isn't that yet. But yeah, I mean, he's punishing Shen. He did ulti down that bot lane. Now he's pushing his turret as much as possible. Going to done a lot of CS, a lot of experience towards Shen, as we do have StarLast getting dove on.
Yeah. Jwaow actually just diving straight underneath the turret. Didn't expect him to do that at this stage. I mean, he was tanking all the damage from that turret, but he's come up with it nicely, and that will actually put Ezreal 2-0 now in the lead and kills. Prothana here may get caught out. Lee Sin is actually coming around the side. There is the Ignite down flash going to be used. Q dodged by Prothana, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough to get him away from this. No, it won't. Reapered will pick up that one. That is now a 2-for-0 Jax. So we've got 4 kills. Both of them from either side coming onto the one player, so 2 for Jax, 2 for Ezreal. Who's going to benefit the team more in the long run?
Reapered on Jax.
Yeah.
I mean, because they have such a heavy assassin team. If he gets that GA right after that Trinity Force, it's going to create so many problems for MouseSports. And just look at him. I mean, he's just non-stop pushing his top lane right now. 100 CS, going to be back in with about 1,600 gold. So he should be able to get that Sheen if he does want to go for that item as his next pick, which honestly he should be. And Horo, I mean, he's doing a good amount of counter jungling. He will be caught here though.
Yeah, Horo could be in trouble from MoMa coming in. There is the Ignite actually going down, and a flash away. Ooh. Dashes off as well with a W, safe onto his minions. And that's the problem with Lee Sin. He is a very slippy character. He's so hard to pin down.
I can hear Deman right now in the analysis room saying, oh, I hate that Lee Sin. Yeah, that's like his least favorite champion, as you heard quite earlier. But Jwaow on the bot lane, going to be going up against this Corki and Sona. We do have Pheilox finally coming back down there. But I don't really think, you know, SK Telecom can dive this with how much CC that Luna puts out, with how much damage Jwaow puts out.
Yeah, that's the problem. When they turn it around, it could be very dangerous in this bottom side. However, we do now have Dedrayon on his way around as well with that Xin Shout. And Corki needs to be a little bit worried about this one, but Jax is coming down as well. Where's the damage going to come down? On towards Pheilox. Corki forced to Valkyrie away, and Jax actually going fairly low from this. Will leap strike off towards his teammate, and MouseSports decide it's probably not worth chasing on after that one. But if you look at the health, that fight actually was in MouseSports' favor.
And we are seeing Reaper do, like, we talked about this the other day, Joe, how if you take your turret, like even in solo queue, you take that turret down, what do you do after that? Most people just try to push lane as much as possible, but we see Reaper, he's visiting the bot lane, he's trying to help his AD carry out, which was still is currently behind in CS and in overall gold, as Ezreal has those 2 kills, and might eventually make it towards his mid lane, but he still is sticking around here. You see him in that tri-bush, trying to go for a kill here, as he will pop that counter-strike, and the Crescendo coming out.
Oh, the ultimate will actually come down as well from Sona. Can they finish off? Dedrayon only needing 1 more rocket from Corki there to finish him off. But again, SK Telecom, they're happy with forcing them back. But look at this. Diana is coming around. Pheilox actually already behind his turret. What is Diana going to go for? Actually goes in towards Ezreal, and this could be a good amount of kills coming down. Shen ultimate did come in, but it was too late, and that is 2 kills, 3 kills, double kill for Diana, and that will put them in a massive advantage position. That's what we're talking about. This trade in this bottom lane, it went back and forth as Diana actually going to walk in. MoMa's silence was on the wrong direction, actually, and ended up missing that one. The rupture not landing either. Diana gonna be safe. But that's what I was talking about. They stuck around in this bottom lane. MouseSports just went that 1 step too far. Crescendo came in, Counter-Strike was down, and just that, those 2 stuns alone, that bit of CS there is enough to secure them the kills. And then, you know, you have the assassin there to clean up.
It seemed like a little bit of a misplay out of Pheilox as he ran right up to Diana, hit him with the Q just to stun him, but he got hit with the Q out of Diana, and because of that, she was able to get in really quickly, pull in Ezreal, and if you look at the other way, Ezreal could have dodged it with Arcade Shift. He has flash up, could have dodged it that way, and it probably would have been a completely different fight if that didn't happen, but still, they're getting punished now. I mean, Ezreal finally did die, 2-1. Reaper now 3-0-1, has 2/3 of his Triforce done, building into those Merc Treads as he has another 500 gold on him. And Diana, 1,400 gold in the mid lane right now, has Abyssal done. And we're wondering if we're going to see the Haunting Guys or maybe a little bit of tankiness.
Oh, I was down at the bottom, actually. Corki getting very low from this one. Ezreal ultimate coming in there as well. And MoMa, you know, we talked about sticking around, and MoMa was there for quite a while on that one. They may have done enough to get themselves a turret here, MouseSports, if they wanted to actually go for it. Yet MoMa will cancel his recall, and they aren't going to get themselves in there. This turret not going to last very long with those three hammering away on it, and that will bring us back to 1-1 in turrets. But looking at the gold, it's a 1,600 gold lead currently for SK Telecom. The CS is actually pretty even across the board, as we do see Dedrayon starting off Dragon all on his own. He's going to have Shen coming in for backup the bottom lane, plus MoMa will be there. So 5-man MouseSports team currently hanging around by this Dragon, which is down to half HP. We'll see if Horo can actually get in there. He's got the Q on Prothana, so he can get over if he wants to. Smite will get him, and Horo is going to die. Actually came in there trying to steal it, but we talked about this before. Losing the Dragon, is it really worth losing your death just from that? Not sure.
No, I mean, we talked last night. I remember talking with Araneae and Deman. I mean, trading a mid tower for a Dragon. We obviously didn't see it happen this time, but completely in favor of taking that tower. But Horo, I mean, that's the CC we were talking about earlier. The late game composition of MouseSports. He got in, didn't move anywhere after that. But Arthur going to get caught here. Should be able to escape though. And with the help of Jwaow, they might even be able to secure a kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're going to chase it, though. They were, I think, wondering a little bit more about where the rest of the team were. Reapered here is actually going to get caught out. We do have Xinchao now coming in. He's below half HP, got that red buff on. And actually, they decide not to go in there. And that was the ward that he placed coming into that one. Will actually end up saving his life. He stays safe. But the kill's now 5-4. And still a really close game, which MouseSports, you know, they're hanging on, considering that they, the comp that SK Telecom have gone for in this one is all about getting in there, getting those kills on mass. They're doing a really good job.
They definitely need to kill Reapered right now, get that little bit of gold that he gives you, and not to mention just stop him from farming. Sitting at 1,100 gold again, getting ever so closer to that Triforce, and when that happens, I mean, SK Telecom should start grouping and start pushing, because they have a Diana who's pretty fed as well, 2-0-2. Corki 0-2, but he's still keeping up in CS and actually ahead of Ezreal at the moment, has that phase done, has an about 1,000 gold on him as well. But I mean, MouseSports taking that bottom turret, it's kind of a little bit of a ballsy move, because if you do that, then you're forced into pushing mid lane and pushing these towers down as a team. And the thing is that SK Telecom has the advantage in that situation right now.
You can see Pheilox just there helping Jwaow secure all that CS there in the bottom.
I'm helping.
I am helping. And they're stood right on top of a ward here. Lee Sin is actually coming down through that bottom lane, so we'll see if he decides to get in on the action. They knew that Sona was there as well from their ward in that tri-bush. And now I have to point out, Jax, he's farming. He's just farming this top lane again, which is, if he's not already that too far ahead, in my opinion, at 3-0-1. A good 20 CS lead as well. The last thing that they need to do is allow Reaper to keep going here, as actually Prothana does come in. Sunfire Cape now finished on him, so that's going to help out a bit, but I still think Reaper will, well, destroy him 1 versus 1. There's no question about that.
We're going to need to see like a Randuin's or a Frozen Heart. Obviously, Frozen Heart not the right choice unless Cho'Gath picks it up. And Reaper getting caught here. Gonna land that counter-strike onto Dedrayon, though.
He's gonna 2v1 him. This is how ridiculous Jax is. He goes in there, actually not quite getting the kill. Prothana's ultimate gonna be forced to be used. Reaper just hammering away at him as he's teleporting out of that one. So still, you know, no kills coming in, but there you see the strength of Jax. He'd quite happily take this 2v1 fight. As Pheilox coming around there as well to try and force them away from this blue buff. Horo is gonna go away, and Reaper getting pinged here, but they're just scared of him right now.
Yeah, I mean, they expected that fight to go in a completely different way, but with just how far ahead he is, like you're saying, he completely 1v2 them easily right now. But the bot turret going down, so SK Telecom picking up the second turret, leaving the scoreline at 2-1 in favor of them for that. And the gold lead, I mean, 18 minutes in, 4-5, it's still not that huge.
Yeah, it's not huge at all. I mean, it's less than 2,000 currently, so less than 10% gold. Probably not that much of a difference to really be talking about, but the problem is, yeah, that's the problem. The kills with Diana and with Jax, yeah, it'd be great if Corki had managed to get himself in on the action, but we see here Reapered again going in onto Prothana, who's actually got almost twice the health of him right now, but he knows that he just can't fight against these Jax at all.
Even has Dedrayon waiting in the bush right there to try to bait him in, but he's playing smart, backing out instead. And his gold, he's getting ever so close. He's sitting at 1,000 again. I'm just waiting for him to get that Triforce, because when that happens, this game can completely, will easily turn around. And Joey mentioned the kill spread. Obviously, Corki would like a kill or two, but you know, having their assassin kind of composition with this Jax, with this Diana and this Lee Sin, it definitely doesn't suck trying to get those actually fed so they can get tanky enough to survive the damage and the CC that MouseSports can put out. But Blue being started here, it looks like it will be contested out of SK Telecom. I'm not sure if they can actually defend it.
Prothana's position was actually given away there. The Rupture is going to miss. Will SK Telecom turn this one around? The blue buff is going to get reset.
It's a crucial fight.
All 5 from MOUSESPORTS are there. This is going to be a big one as Diana comes in. Present Strike not actually landing. There goes the Rupture coming in. Ezreal ultimate will actually miss everyone, but they're going to go in on towards Reapered. There is the ultimate out of Sona. It might hold them down long enough. Reapered will die. Wow. They're in onto Jwaow. MoMa is going to use his knob. And actually, UandME is now in a lot of trouble as well. He's going to flash over the wall. Here comes Prothana over the top as well. And that was a 2 for 0. Jax and Diana, we were talking about those two. The 2 with the kills. 3 for Jax, 2 for Diana. They both died in that fight. That was a massive win for Mouse. And that's going to bring the gold right back level as well.
That was a beautiful fight at MOUSESPORTS. They knew. Oh.
There's Lee Sin for you. Ezreal inside of his own jungle. Lee Sin comes around. That's just how fast he is. I couldn't even get there quick enough myself to look at it. And MOUSESPORTS now pushing up this top tower, and I'm not sure that SK Telecom will be able to really stop this happening unless Mouse really just back away from it, which I don't see. They've got a good wave of minions in there as well. And this will actually end up putting them into the lead in the gold as well. Or probably not quite.
That was such a beautiful fight out of MOUSESPORTS right there. They knew Reapered was down to half-life or less, and with it, they engaged on it. We saw a nice crescendo come out of StarLast, but it wasn't enough. All really locked down, I believe, was that Cho'Gath and was Pheilox, and we saw MighTiLy overextend, trying to go for Ezreal, and they just blew him up before he could do anything. We saw Cho'Gath doing that feast on top of him, and it just obliterated him, and that's the problem. If you overextend as an assassin, not in a group, you know, with Jax coming in, with Lee Sin coming in, you're gonna die. Because Ezreal, 3-2-3, he has the ability to take on MighTiLy at the moment.
Yeah, and the fact that he survived that fight, okay, afterwards it didn't quite work out in his favor just because Lee Sin happened.
And that's why the pickup for the Bloodthirster on Ezreal is so crucial for him, because he knows he's going to be taking a lot of damage. And getting that before that 24 is going to help him heal a little bit more. They don't need to poke so much because that's not the kind of composition SK Telecom has. They want to get in your face, get on top of you right away. And you don't really have a chance to poke them here. But Second Dragon is going to be going over to MOUSESPORTS now, and that is keeping them in the game quite easily, as they will take the gold lead. So be it by 500, but a lead is a lead.
Yeah, a lead that they're definitely going to be happy with at this stage of things as well. Those kills after that last fight kind of been spread across the board. Always a bit of a tricky situation for Mouse earlier on when, you know, all your kills are on your AD carry, making him the sore thumb, you know, sticking out like a sore thumb in those fights of where you go for the target. As we are going to see the Rupture landing down to Diana.
Top lane.
Oh, yeah, going 1 versus 1 against Dedrayon here. Actually, Shen's going to come in. Leona's there as well. Reaper not going to escape from this one. We've got Ezreal in there as well, and there comes a kill for Xin-Zhao, but they are pushing this middle lane. MoMa doing his best to hold them back. There goes the Ezreal ultimate across. There's the nom onto UandME as well. Rupture not quite connecting for him. But still, Mouse, you know, they've killed Jax again. That's a bonus for them. And they go ahead 30,800 to 29,800. So 1,000 gold lead now. They've got the kill lead. They're leveling turrets. They may even take this middle turret with that brute force of 5 men just moving in onto it. And it's nothing that SK Telecom can really stop.
Yeah, that was so many ultimates used out of MOUSESPORTS, but they knew if we can kill Reapered, then the enemy team can't really defend against us, as we do hear him in the background right now. He's doing a lot of calls, trying to get this tower, and they do go in.
Yeah, fight going to kick off here. We saw the crescendo coming out, but look at Mouse. They're losing health all over the place here. Prothana going fairly low. MoMa actually trying to stop them here as Lee Sin going to go flying in there. Big bomb out of Corki. Can he finish off? No, they're not quite able to get him for that damage, but Lee Sin is chasing down still. Well, Mouse should be able to walk away from this one with their lives intact. However, turret intact, I'm not sure that they will get away with. Only needs a couple more hits here, and that will go down. Jack's just tanking it up, and there is the middle turret taken. But again, it's 1 for 1 though to middle turret, so MOUSESPORTS are probably still happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, they got a kill or two, right? Or they got a kill on Reapered. They got a turret off of it. They didn't get the second one, but they didn't lose anyone, which is the key thing. If they start losing members here, easily SK Telecom can turn this around. And items, Joe, I mean, we've seen a lot of core items being built. Jax finally has his Triforce. We see Corki with his as well. The Abyssal's been done for a while on Diana, but has that new Solar Droid on top of it. We see Horo on Lee Sin with his Rekkles, Heart of Gold, so he has the ability to, you know, take objectives a lot easier than anything MOUSESPORTS has, though. If it's a Baron or if it's a Dragon, MoMa, easily with that feast, can be doing that 1,000 true damage. It's going to be really hard to take it away from him. But Wit's End and the Sunfire Cape dump for Shen, we need to see some sort of attack speed reduction, like a Randuin's or Frozen Heart, like I was saying earlier, to really stop this Jax, stop this Lee Sin, and even Diana, who does decent damage with auto attacks with their passive, which, you know, scales with APs. So kind of you see that item come out. We see an Aegis done, currently for Xin Zhao. Pheilox, sorry, actually has an Oracle, which I believe is the first one of the game, if I'm not mistaken, and is clearing out the Baron. So it looks like MouseSports kind of wants to force SK to group up and defend against this Baron, because if they lose it, this game could be over.
Yeah, Lee Sin going in now, and actually Diana in a lot of trouble. Pheilox gonna go down. It's Corki that gets the kill, and they're not finished now. Moving in on towards MoMa. Leap Strike was used. The Q from Lee Sin will get him in there as well. Dedrayon gonna try and force them away, and that was enough. Just his presence there with that knock-up. He used his ultimate earlier on, actually, while they were in the jungle. Meanwhile, though, Shen is being, well, Shen, split pushing this bottom lane. Saw him not really getting that much damage down onto it, but he's forced that minion wave up, which is going to make SK Telecom come back and deal with that one. And it is Reapered who's going to be taking more and more CS. He's a good 42 CS, actually, in the lead over Shen right now, which is not to be sniffed at. That's a lot.
Yeah, and he's actually building towards that GA now. We do have the zone is completed for Diana. And that GA going to be very crucial for Reapered, because if they dive in so far, I wouldn't be too surprised to see MighTiLy pick one up as well, just so because of how far he's overextending. We've seen it happen already. He died the first time. The second time, he almost dropped immediately. But with that zone, he's going to help out with that extra armor. Though, I mean, how can you stop a Jax with the Trinity Force? I mean, yeah, he's been caught a couple of times, which is why he's died, and actually forced the team to lose a couple of turrets. But if they start grouping up and start, you know, initiating the fights they want to, I don't really see Mouse winning the fight at the moment, unless we see the game last about, you know, another 5 to 10 minutes and see a couple more core items finished.
Well, Mouse have just pushed this middle lane out. As you said earlier on, there was an Oracle, which was lost by Pheilox as he got caught. Again, it's like, he's got an Oracle. He's going to be the easy target for that next fight, especially if we can catch him out. MouseSports just getting the wards in onto that top side of the jungle, so trying to keep vision high here across the entire map. Are they going to be able to steal away this blue buff? Prothana already started it off.
Sorry, Reaper actually overstayed a little bit there. We do have Horo land that Q on the MoMa, but it won't be enough as they will take it away. And we do see StarLast pick up an Oracle for himself. They know that they need to clear out all these wards in the jungle, because they're being forced to stay away from it. They're not allowed to get their own jungle and you know, keep their CS high, keep their money income coming. But we do have, looks like a 5-man push on this bottom lane coming. And I'm not sure if they can really get this turret out from under them.
Well, let's see. Mouse have got a decent wave coming in there with them.
This is a really crucial point here. If Mouse loses this fight, they're most likely going to lose the game.
There's a rupture actually missing, and SK Telecom might take that as a sign to push out. Actually, they decide not to, but now Corki's joined the fight, and we are going to see Counter-Strike gets over across 4 of them. There's the Ezreal ultimate to try and force them back, but how's this going to go? Good crescendo. Leona ultimate used as well. We see Shen going, Xin Zhao going very low, will be finished off here by Jax, and they're right in the middle of them. Corki doing great amounts of damage. Flash away from Jwaow. He's going to turn around, gets the kill onto Reapered, and now MouseSports, they're still losing men, and now Diana comes in. That's the cleanup crew for SK Telecom. Pheilox is going to die, and that is an ace coming out for SK Telecom.
That fight, Mouse lost any sort of advantage they had. There was such a good fight out of SK Telecom. Reapered, you know, he sacrificed himself, but he got the nice Counter-Strike to set up the entire fight. Nice crescendo coming out of StarLast. Now they're going to push this bottom lane. They should be able to get this tower quite easily. Might even be able to take the inhibitor turret, because they still have, you know, another 10 seconds on MoMa, another 17 on Jwaow, which is all their damage at, you know, right now. Since they're so tanky, they're lacking heavily on damage. They don't have an insane amount of AP, since Shogat is limited by cooldowns, but he does have that death cap done. Now still Xanthenes and Holy Grail. Looks like they are going to back out and go for their first dragon of the game for SK Telecom.
Yeah, Horo, the one that's doing that, as you said earlier, and got the Rekkles, so should make easy work of that one. Also finished the Aegis. Diana with that Zhonya's Hourglass is now finished, as we saw in that last fight being popped. In terms of the AD carries, Ezreal actually got 3 parts of that Trinity Force, just needs to go home and finish it the next time around, and actually may just do that after this next wave does come down, and then he's going to be that whole lot stronger there. But you saw, you know, 5 for 1 was that last fight, which just made it very, very bad news for MouseSports. And not to mention now we have a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, he picked it up right after that fight. I mean, he sacrificed himself. Now he's able to do it and still get back up and survive it. But, I mean, MouseSports, they completely lost their advantage, like I was saying before, and now they're going to have to turtle so hard to defend against this team. They're just getting so strong. Corki, Last Whisper now, isn't a lot of armor on the other team, but Shen is trying to stick in his face, though. It's Cho'Gath who's the one that's really all up in his face, trying to keep him out of the fight. But still, with that Last Whisper, going to make him very deadly. Has a red pot as well, and we do see StarLast working towards his Aegis on top of that.
Baron obviously not being attempted just yet.
Where's the Shuralias, Joe? I mean, we really need to see one out of MOUSESPORTS because they need to be able to disengage. You saw right there, if they had one, Reapered wouldn't have been able to jump in, and they wouldn't have been able to win that fight.
Yeah, and the thing that they're relying on there as well is that Jwaow ultimate quite a lot to disperse them in the middle of that fight and then be picking on the targets that they want. But we can see actually Mouse headed up towards Baron. They're going to clear out that first ward that's in there.
Reapered spotted at the bottom.
Yeah, they saw him in there. However, they're not going to be starting off Baron just yet. They're actually going to be setting up a bit of a trap here for SK Telecom, who are doing the wise thing, going in from that backside. Phosphorus bomb was just used by Corki there to give them as much vision as they can. Obviously, Sona does have an Oracle as well, so they'll clear out that ward that was put down earlier on by Pheilox, and they come back into that middle lane. For SK Telecom, do they really need a Baron now? Obviously, it would be really nice for them, but I think they don't want to risk going in there in case MOUSESPORTS come in. And let's face it, with a Cho'Gath on the team, that's a nice little champion to have in there for stealing Baron.
Yeah, there's no point in blow the advantage they have right now. They know they can win these fights head on. They're way strong with all their sasses. The GA finish, like we were talking about earlier, the Zonia's on MighTiLy, which saved his life completely right there. We saw the Feast go down on him, but because the Zonia's popped right after, they weren't able to follow up. We do see Australia's finally done, though, coming out of Dedrayon, which is going to be so needed out of their side. We do have, actually, SK Telecom looks like they are trying to clear wards on Baron and really force Mouse to make a wrong move and really try to check it themselves and put a ward down and get caught and most likely lose the fight.
There's the blue buff coming up as well. MoMa going to get his hands on that
Baron.
Baron is going to be kicked off. So let's see what MOUSESPORTS do about this one. As SK Telecom actually backing away from it. MOUSESPORTS see that they've stopped doing Baron and move away. There's a Q from Lee Sin, not quite connecting. But 4 of them are there. Are they going to go for this one? Reapered, who's been so very, very aggressive so far in this game, actually popped his ultimate there to get in on things, and Ghost, but wasn't able to get in. But Baron, nonetheless, is going to be started off once again. We can see already down to below half HP, 3,000 HP remaining. MOUSESPORTS going to come in here, but it is taken, and there's a great crescendo. This is bad news for MOUSESPORTS. Ultimate coming out of Jwaow, but it's not really enough. There's the first kill actually comes in for MoMa. Reapered going fairly low as well, but he's got that Guardian Angel on. Corki going to force them away from the other side, and now Reapered is back in on the action. There's no way that Dedrayon's escaping that one. Will Leona and MoMa, Leona and Cho'Gath get away from that one? Yes, they will, but that's a Baron. That is 3 kills to 1. And SK Telecom will say, thank you very much. That's another fight for us.
Yeah, that was such amazing crescendo coming out of StarLast right there. Caught, I think it was 3 or 4 members of MOUSESPORTS, and because of that, easily won that fight. Take out 3 members, just like I said. Now they're going to push this mid lane, get this turret, and there's nothing MOUSESPORTS can do about this inhibitor turret. I mean, Cho'Gath definitely going to have a lot of CC, but not a lot of damage between them when that Feast will be down eventually. And with the damage they have, they can easily take it. And then, Joe, you're going to hear your favorite sound in the game again.
There he is. Good old Jax hammering away. Inhibitor turret goes down.
Look how much gold that we currently see SK Telecom sitting on, though.
Yeah,
that's a lot of gold.
It's going to be a nice shopping spree. Let's say that when they go back. MOUSESPORTS actually trying to stop them from recalling here. But in the end, they will be able to get home. And we can see those items being finished off.
Frozen Heart finally being built.
As soon as they go back, yeah.
That's key. That's really going to limit the damage that Reaper can put out. And not to mention Horo, MighTiLy, and UandME, like I was saying before. It's going to hurt them. Oh, trying to catch someone there. Horo. Q's going to land. We'll actually dodge that Rupture. Dragon not going to be up until a little bit longer, but still, what can MOUSESPORTS do right now? They can push out the lane, but that's just about it. They can't get caught in their own jungle again. They actually did lose the Oracle, luckily, for Pheilox. He was able to keep that, so he's able to make it so they can at least farm their own jungle and see when the enemy will be coming in to push. But still, I mean, with that buying spree, Joe, we still see Jax, Reaper, 2,600 gold, hasn't bought yet. We see Horo, 2,000 gold, hasn't bought yet. Obviously, we'll have that GA very shortly if he decides to go for it. And then MighTiLy, 1,400 right now.
Yeah, and Reaper is just farming away. He's going to be approaching that 100 CS difference, I think, here by the time he's finished with his next couple of creep waves that are coming in. 260 to 183 is the creep score in Reaper's favor. And, well, let's have a look at his gold again. 3,000 gold now. So it's going to be a very strong Reaper coming into the next fight if he wasn't already strong enough with that Guardian Angel plus Trinity Force already finished. He's going to get himself home. Guardian Angel was finished off by Horo on Lee Sin. Let's see what Jax is going to be going for in the end. As he does go home.
Gunblade, most likely, I would assume. Gives the extra life steal, extra spell vamp. Oh, goes for Remnants instead. Actually, that's a good item as well. It will slow everyone down from MOUSESPORTS, so they're able to catch up with them even easier. And because of that ghost, like you mentioned before during that last fight, they saw Zinzao out in the middle. He ghosted and even popped his ultimate just to catch them. And with his random, it's going to make it that much easier to do. He's so tanky right now. 240 armor, 3,000 health. There really is no answer to him right now. MOUSESPORTS doesn't have the damage they need to compete with this. They're not tanky enough yet, and they can't just deal with the damage, the front-up damage and the mobility that SK Telecom has.
See that Jax is actually pushing out this middle lane as well, so pressure going to be coming down. Obviously, we've got super minions now running into this base, and I think SK Telecom quite happy to keep them on this inner turret in the top lane. Whilst those super minions do start to stream their way in, actually Lee Sin is coming in from this backside. Where is this dive going to come from? Who are they going for? It's Jwaow that will be the target. Shen ulti is actually going to come out here, but Pheilox is going to be the first man to die. UandME has been stuck to here by Shen. That's nice play, but Jwaow is forced to flash away. Does actually die in the end, and well, they did take down Corki, so a 2-for-1 exchange. The bottom lane taken down. Here comes that turret, and well, Cho'Gath didn't really stand a chance on that one with the pretty much entire team right on top of him. Inner turret will go down for SK Telecom. That will put them 7-3 in the lead in turrets, and you can see that Mouse have been forced to deal with these super minions, been forced to deal with the push lane on the bottom side as well, and that's going to mean this inhibitor go in SK Telecom's favor, and they may even look down to take a Nexus turret with this.
Yeah, I mean, you saw during that last fight, that was so great out of SK Telecom, but you saw the lack of damage that MOUSESPORTS has. They could not kill anyone. They ended up getting Corki there, but that was mostly just because of Cho'Gath and Shen just staying in his face, taunting him, and actually feasting him down, but they have no damage, and that is a major problem now. They're going to lose potentially their third inhibitor here, as Jwaow still 5 seconds left on his respawn, MoMa at 15, and I mean, they're going to back out with another huge chunk of gold. Jax, 1,000. We see Diana in at 1,600, Corki at 1,900, and even Sona at 1,300, so there's nothing else can really do unless they really catch the enemy team off guard, maybe pick up a Baron and are able to push down an inhibitor or two, because now 2 inhibitors currently gone. They're going to have super minions just flooding into their base the entire time.
There is Reapered. That's going to be taking away this blue buff.
Very quickly.
Yeah, didn't really stand much of a chance, did
And look at the kill spread we currently have now for SK Telecom. It was originally really stacked for Jax and Diana, but it's pretty much evened out across the board for them. That's exactly what you want to see when you're playing.
What they're going to go in for here next is a
3 GAs now.
Largest rod and a GA just picked up there for Diana.
And all of them have it up currently.
Huh?
So all of them have it up currently, so it's a 5-on-8.
5-on-8.
Yeah, and then you have the Zonians on top of that with Diana.
So. Yeah, this is not going to be good news for Mouse. I mean, they can turtle as much as they want here, but SK have got a perfect dive team coming straight out of it. So as soon as they land a Lee Sin Q, or they go in for that flash crescendo, flash is actually not up at the moment. There is Lee Sin right at the front of him. Guardian Angel is up, Jax's is up, Diana just finished off hers. So MOUSESPORTS really treading a thin line with this one. Horo actually landing his Q onto Shen, which is probably not the target that he was looking for out of that one. Inhibitor respawns, and SK Telecom saying, well, we're here now, we might as well go for it. Oh, Diana actually getting silenced up there. Reapered taking a good chunk of damage, but look at him, he doesn't actually really take any damage. If I'm just telling a lie from that one, the fight all going to kick off. There goes the crescendo down. Corki actually forced to get away. Jwaow going to go very low. Can they finish him before Shen comes in? Yeah, pretty much they can. And now Dedrayon is very low. There's another kill coming down. Pheilox is going to die. It's now 2 men underneath the turret, and they are falling. MoMa going to get dove on as well, and Jax may just have his GA pop. No, of course he's not going to, because he's just got so much health. There are the Nexus turrets. The Nexus itself is going to go down, and SK Telecom, after a 40-minute game here, going to take down MOUSESPORTS for game number 1 in Group A of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
And look at them, they look very happy right now. We saw some clapping and stuff, but MOUSESPORTS lineup, it just wasn't really set for this. If they had a Vayne or a Kog'Maw who can really put out the damage, one of those hyper AD carries, it would have been a completely different game. But Ezreal just doesn't have the upfront damage he needs. As you see right there, he was working towards his last Whisper in the end. That was the problem. They were so tanky, but they lacked the damage they needed.
Yeah, and Reapered got off to the perfect start as well, getting in there for that first blood. Massive CS advantage that he had throughout the entire game. Got up to 280 when he compared that to the 220 from Shen. You know, it was pretty much that kind of gap all the way through the mid in towards the late game. But that's enough of our analysis. We're going to throw it over to the real analysis desk now, and they're going to break down that first game.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, turned out kind of how as we expected, but Mouse put up a good fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They almost looked like they were a little bit ahead, or at least keeping in there for a very long time. And what would you say, generally, can you summarize for us what was the turning point for SK?
I think they were like, MOUSESPORTS were leading for 1K, almost 1K, and then it was a team fight in the right side, in the bottom side. We can see it on the screen.
Sure. We might as well go straight to the replay. Why not? If you want the action, let's get straight to it.
This is the point that MOUSESPORTS were leading almost for 1K. They were pushing, and at that moment, there is a wild Jax trying to engage. I think if they try to focus Jax down with Cho'Gath Feast, Cho'Gath Silence, with Ethereal Ultimate and with Leona CC, they can pretty much like shut Jax down in 1 second, but they didn't. And it was like the perfect teamfight for SK that they tried to focus Diana and she had Stonias for stop that. And it was just amazing teamfight by SK, mainly because I will say Diana is really strong champion more with Stonias. They did perfect teamfight.
And then of course the cleanup and the Ace.
Yeah, you can't escape them. I mean, we mentioned it at the start. They're a team that dive in, and once they sort of catch you, get the resets, carry on diving through, you're not going to be able to escape them. So, Mouse nearly got themselves back into it. They had a couple of occasions. They had the fight over blue where they actually came out, I think, 3 for 1. Then they pushed the bottom lane, but then they got caught by Diana. So it seems to be every time they tried to create something, the Koreans were ready for them. SK Telecom would seem to be ready. So looking at that, though, it was a pretty close game.
Yeah, it was.
How are we faring, the two teams now in the groups?
I don't know. I think like SK Telecom, I expect them to be like stronger, let's say. Anyhow. So I feel like MILLENIUM can shut down SK Telecom right now.
What would you say, just a question to you as a pro gamer, what you saw from SK Telecom coordination-wise? Because I think that they're mechanically strong players, that's not a question.
Yep.
They're Koreans, but they're also high elo Koreans, so they are obviously going to be mechanically strong. Just from your perspective as a pro gamer, did you like the coordination that we saw out of SK Telecom here?
In the last team fights, yes. Like in the team fight they did on the bottom, in that team fight we saw, it was like perfect. Diana played perfect, Jax played perfect. They did amazing, but in the previous team fights, they didn't impress me that much, at least. I don't know. It was like in blue they get MOUSESPORTS, they get the 3-4-1 that Deman said, and it was just off of MOUSESPORTS. Like MOUSESPORTS did perfect, and SK just did nothing. Just fall behind, fall in that team fight that Mouse wanted. Mouse wanted to do CC. Cho'Gath ultimate, Cho'Gath did everything, and they did it. It was perfect for them. So I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. So let's see how they do come back from this one. Obviously, FNATIC and MILLENIUM, the other teams within that group, they're going to be looking at that match. What would you take from it? What would you analyze and say, okay, we can do this better, or we can pick this, or maybe any champions potentially banned?
I will say Diana. I will say
yeah,
Diana.
I mean, and Lee Sin?
I don't know. It's not that problem. I mean, Lee Sin did one good move with the flash and the kick on Leona. That's beautiful. But still, yeah, it was really beautiful.
I'm on a one-man campaign to get Lee Sin banned from every game.
And Jason, we heard
throughout Riot Games.
But still, for me, Diana is completely broken, and I feel he's gonna get banned on next matches. Let's see how it goes. I will love to see xPeke or even Tabzz playing Diana, because both players play extremely good Diana.
So from MOUSESPORTS' perspective, how are they going to come into this one? So their next match will be, they'll have a bit of a break. They've got another 2 matches ahead of them, but they're going to be placing MILLENIUM next. So obviously they're going to be watching the next game pretty intently, but how are they going to take anything from that?
I guess they have to stop Tabzz playing the assassin, so I don't know. They need to come back somehow. They need to try to win MILLENIUM somehow, and then let's see if they have attention to go to the group stage.
Daniel, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and agree with Ara here, but I honestly actually do. Yeah, I think that's maybe we saw a little bit of nerves in the beginning of the game for the Koreans, because that seems to be the pattern that Aaron is pointing out here. They were not good at first, and they showed perfect coordination later on. So maybe what happened there is that they just needed a little bit of time to warm up to European soil here. I don't know if they've played in Europe before, but potentially, I think that we can still see absolutely great things coming out of it.
Yeah, I mean, and let's not forget, this is their first tournament as a team. This is their first ever tournament, their first ever showing. They've got a massive sponsoring behind them in SK Telecom. If you're not aware of these guys, they are enormous in the StarCraft world. You know, they are the broadcasting main people in Korea. So these are big teams that come into this. Obviously, CJ Enter's being the other one that's here. These are huge teams that are starting to come into League of Legends. And from League of Legends perspective, that's fantastic. But the pressure that's got to put on you guys as a players. I mean, how much sort of pressure, when you were going into a tournament, say Season 2, prime example, how much pressure were you guys on, you know, getting up in the morning? I've got to win these games.
Hey, you just wake up like early morning, and you are like, early morning. I was going to say
Spanish.
Late night. I was going to say late night because I actually woke up like at 3 or 4, like with the pressure of the finals, and you're like you have to win this. You have so many people in your back, so many people. It's so many things in your back. You need to win that.
So
it's a lot of pressure.
Anyway, without further ado, we do have an interview with one of the players. So let's pass over to Zoe. See what it is.
All right, we're on apparently. So I'm sitting here with Jason, and also I'm saying that on purpose, and of course the team leader from the team SK Telecom T1, which is Reapered, who showed us a very good game there. You guys won, and yeah, let's just talk a little bit about the games beforehand. We're still currently waiting for a translator for Reapered, so at first it's just going to be us talking about it. You've been casting it, and I think you weren't the only person who was a bit surprised at about the early game and also mid-game, as it didn't look as convincing as some people would have thought it would be.
Kind of confused if I should answer that or kind of give my opinion, because Reaper could probably do a better job than I can. But I mean, early game we did see their top and mid lane win. We saw the bot lane fortunately lose a little bit, but because of this man here, he kind of turned it around by visiting the lane quite a bit. And they ended up pretty much turning the game around because of that. Corki was down, I believe 0-2. Ezreal was 3-0 at that point, and came out the victory.
It did. Who would you have picked as the favorite? I mean, I know a lot of people have been worried about MOUSESPORTS maybe not doing too great, mostly against such a big team. Although the team is kind of new as it is, or joined SK Telecom T1 just recently, within the last few days, I think even. Was that sure for you guys casting it that one of them is going to be a favorite, or did you think it's even?
Well, I mean, what can I say? It's Reaper. He's from Mizubu Blaze.
Fair enough.
He has a lot more experience than probably Joe, myself, Deman, Zenon, Araneae put together. They were actually the favorites, as Joe and I were mentioning. MOUSESPORTS, though, they played a great game. I was really surprised they actually had it so even early on. But because of their lack of damage, like I was saying during the cast, they just couldn't, pull the game out.
Right, so we're still waiting for the translator. Well, would you be fine doing it in English or trying it?
No, I need it. I need him.
You need him?
Yeah.
We need him. Well, okay, let's make it quick and very easy then.
Yeah.
Did you run a certain strategy, or whilst the pick and bans were going on, did you have your lineup set up before, or did you actually go for counter picks?
Counter picks?
Counter picks?
I don't care.
You don't? All right, he just doesn't care.
That's too strong.
Yeah, you were playing Jax, and I have to say, you really did a great job at that. Is that something you wanted to do anyway, or was Jax a counter pick?
Counter pick? Jax? For Jax?
Yeah.
Vladimir.
No.
Did you choose Jax to counter Shen, or did you play him just because Jax is overpowered?
Yeah. I did counter him.
Okay, it was a counter pick. Well, then, as the translator just decided to not be involved in this conversation, that was still good to know, so thanks a lot for joining us. So we'll let you get back to the game. So give it up for Team SK Telecom T1, who just won the first one. We're gonna get into the second game anytime soon, but before we're gonna throw it into a commercial break.
pictures that are related to monitors. We actually have a pretty good entry right here.
Yeah, I think we should take a look at the PC right now and show you one of those pictures. So you have an example of what we want you to do for the little raffle we have from BenQ, where you can actually win a monitor. So let's do a full screen here, and then we can check that one out. What you guys had to do was sending us a picture to show us the reason why you think you have to win that monitor. It's going to be one of the BenQ monitors from the RL series. Yeah, it was RL series. It's the 2450 HT. So it's one of the new gaming monitors from BenQ. A very, very nice one. And yeah, we want to see your reasons why you have to have that lovely monitor. And for that, all you have to do is send us a picture with the reason, involve the hashtag IEM and also hashtag SantaBenQ. Was that right?
Indeed.
Indeed. So you have to involve both those hashtags and send us a picture. So now let's take a look at that picture of who did send that? Ivan Smay? Oh God, I'm terrible with names. However, this is one of the examples where he sent us a fairly old one, to say the least.
Yeah, with a sad smiley face.
A sad smiley face. I can understand how you're probably not going to enjoy the full gaming experience of League of Legends on one of the rather old monitors.
Indeed.
But I don't know. I mean, they were fast. You have to give them a point for that. They had like even less than 2 ms gray to gray, I think it was. However, the BenQ monitors are pretty much like the fastest you can get from an LCD monitor, as they're 2 ms gray to gray. And I don't think, like, except from the old ones, I don't think any other LCD monitor can keep up with that. So definitely a thing you have to win, and you have to show us the reason why you have to win that thing. Also, of course, if you feel like, I don't need a new monitor, but you still want to actually participate and like get involved in that tournament throughout this weekend, you can do that. We made, or rather you made, a Reddit thread.
I am making. I'm going to be making it in like 15 minutes probably.
All right.
And basically we're giving you the chance to ask certain personalities, players, etc. Questions, and we're going to answer them, and then we're going to choose the best questions and answers and actually read them on stream.
Yeah, so it's basically going to be like an AMA. So I think everyone on Reddit should be familiar to that. Just go to reddit.com/r/League of Legends. There you should be finding that thread anytime soon. We're going to start the AMA stuff at around 7 o'clock, if I got that right. Yeah, it should be around 7-ish. So just keep your eyes open. And if you have any questions towards any of the players who is here at the venue, just look up the lineup again at esl.tv/IEM. You can see who we have here at the venue. So if you have any questions regarding the games or the person itself, feel free to ask them in the thread, which will be opened anytime soon. And for that, we give you time now. Just think about some stuff, take pictures of your reasons to win a BenQ monitor. And for now, we're going to throw it over to our analysts, which is Deman, Zenon, and of course, Araneae.
Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cool Kids desk. So, we are back. Sorry, we're having fun now. Well, so we brought you the community updates, of course, at IEM. So, it is going to be MILLENIUM versus FNATIC. That is up next.
Oh, yeah.
I believe you have something you want to show us.
No, I don't have nothing.
No?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, okay.
I actually don't know what you're talking about.
That's okay then. You keep that hidden.
Yeah, after the game I probably saw it. After the game, let's see.
So, MILLENIUM versus FNATIC. Big game, I guess, in this group. You know, FNATIC, very much versed. We know what they've done. They've come into this tournament, the second IPL 5, which was an absolute incredible tournament to get second place into because that field was so strong. They won in DreamHack. They won at the Thor. They're coming into this one full of confidence. Rekkles, last tournament for FNATIC, so they're going to be going out with a flourish. How can MILLENIUM stop them?
I think MILLENIUM is a group of guys, really high elo, really individual skill, amazing players, and I really like them. I think he's one of the upcoming European teams, one of the strongest upcoming teams. So I really have a lot of trust on this match. Going to be epic for us. Like, I think it's one of the most beautiful matches you can see right now in Europe.
And we always talk about the matches of the teams, but let's not forget that you can win a game by just winning all the lanes really, really hard. And we have Angush in the top lane. We have Tabzz in the mid lane. I mean, are they going to leave
strong
his
players
open? Yeah, exactly. Fizz or Katarina. He's very, very strong.
Well, let's take a look at the teams. I believe we've got the graphics up for them. So, I mean, FNATIC to begin with, coming into this one, they've just got so much confidence in them. Is that can that be a bad thing? I mean, overconfidence can be a bad thing, but coming to this tournament, they're oozing with it.
I think they have confidence, but still, if you talk with them, you realize that they are not confident at all. They are like, we can lose against anyone, we can win against anyone. So they are like.
But that keeps them grounded. That's a really good thing to have. And actually, you know, I was talking about this with nRated. I've been playing with nRated a bit lately with the Season 3, and there is the screen. I mean, sOAZ, xPeke, Rekkles, Cyanide, nRated. These are fantastic players. sOAZ, honestly, I would probably put him as the top laner right now. Honestly, in the world. Xiaomei, yes, very good. Can be a passive farmer. Shy, Zubu Frost, absolutely amazing. But honestly, sOAZ and Stanley, I'd probably put them two on the top.
I think coming like for individual skill, individual players, like for example, Reapered, his Jax is amazing.
Yeah.
There are top laners that just play one champion like in amazing level. But then you came to sOAZ, and he plays like how many champions?
I know,
10,
that's
20?
it. He's got such
everything.
a huge pool of champions he can play.
I'm really expecting to see like Karma top, like Soraka top. Let's see what he's going to
Karma top. That would definitely get people talking about this tournament. But of course, you know, Rekkles coming into this one, we know, everybody knows now, he can't play in Season 3. He's too young. It's a fact. It's a sad fact, but that is the rules of the rules. He is only 16, and he's only just turned 16 as well, coming into this tournament. Coming into, I think it was just before DreamHack, wasn't it? He turned 16. But the guy is so grounded. This is a 16-year-old kid that has just gone beat CLG EU 2-1. Went and won the Thor Open. Got second, stomped Taipei Assassins. Season 1 champions versus Season 2 champions. And the guy is so grounded. He could be such a cocky kid, but he really isn't.
There was a little bit of talk about a Facebook status he posted where he was celebrating a victory. But let's remember that he is 16. And other than that, he's been absolutely quiet. And yeah, you're saying it. I mean, I've been talking to him a little bit, and he is really, really calm. And that can be a huge asset in the game as well.
It can be. So there's MILLENIUM on your screens. You can see the big grin of Angush right in front of you. That's Haydal next to him, isn't it, I believe?
No, it's MILLENIUM.
Oh, it's MILLENIUM. Of course it is. MILLENIUM, MVP of Tales of the Lane. Yeah, and there it is. MILLENIUM, Tabzz, Haydal, Angush, and Creaton. Creaton, we've talked about. Possibly, we think, the best AD in Europe at the moment. I wouldn't say the world, because Jwaow is just light years ahead of anyone in my eyes. But in Europe, we definitely think he's up there. We're talking, obviously, Genja in there, possibly Yellowstar. You played with him personally. You know, so there's some top ADs in Europe, but you put them up there.
I will say, like, mechanically, I think he's the best. Then, if you talk in terms of move the team or in terms of positioning, probably he's not the best, because I see, like, Yellowstar, Genja, like, positioning and moving the team, like, perfectly, like, completely correct and doing the perfect thing in every single second. But then, like in laning, Creaton, he does no mistake, like 0 mistakes. He harassed the enemy, he farmed, and you don't realize how much he does. Like, I don't know, I saw him with his ex-support, Super Ace, and it was like Creaton doing like a lot of stuff, like harassing, like last-hitting, like pushing the lane, like freezing. It was, for me,
just controlling the lane completely. And how do you compare the two junglers? Obviously, ImSoFresh and Cyanide. How do you see these guys? Obviously, you see these guys daily in solo queue.
I think ImSoFresh is like probably really aggressive jungler. He likes to like invade early levels, level 1. He loves to invade level 1. And Cyanide is more focus on a team comp, on a late game comp, and probably he's the most famous smiter or stealer of all the world. I think every tournament he
pulls off some clutch steal for 1v5, dives into the Baron pit, and gets that steal. Cyanide is so famous for that. Do we think we're going to see Jarvan, Jungle Jarvan, is Cyanide's main sort of thing he pulls out now and again? Even he pulls it in season 2.
I don't know in season 2 how it's going to work. I think Season 3 is better. Jarvan, not Season 2. He's not that strong.
So, okay, in terms of picks and bans, we're going to be coming up to them in a moment. What are we expecting to see from these two teams?
I will say FNATIC is going to ban, like, 99% sure Jax is probably the strongest Angush pick in top lane. So it's going to be like 99% ban. Then we could probably see, depending on who is the first pick, I think MILLENIUM is first pick. So we probably see FNATIC banning Diana as well. And then probably they're going to ban something like Zen or Fizz. From part of MILLENIUM, they could probably ban Zyra. We know nRated play amazing Zyra. As well as Blitzcrank.
Yep.
So let's see how it's going to go.
So we are going to get into the picks and bans. There on your screen is
not quite
MILLENIUM. I nearly called them Eclipse here. They, you know, a bit forgiven for thinking it. They did just move from them recently. Obviously, they were second place at Tails of Lane. Well, three members of the team, I guess you could say. It's 3 members of Eclipse here, 2 members of Curse EU merged into form MILLENIUM, the new team. This is their very first tournament. You can see a headset being adjusted there by Angush on your screens.
I think it's just 2 members from Curse EU. It's just
it's 2. It's just Angush and Creaton, and 3 members from Eclipse. And
they did pick up Fat Mama from Black as their support/sub/coach. That's how he described himself to me earlier today. And Creaton apparently is having some problem. He quit out of Champions Select there.
Okay, well, I mean, you can see them on the screen. They're just adjusting things, so that's no problem. So what are we expecting? Picks and bans. Okay, so we think Jax is going to get taken out. Diana's going to get taken out. Anything particular that they want to pick here? What sort of team comp do you think they're going to aim at?
I don't know. I would love to see a comp of MILLENIUM. They were practicing lately with some kind of a strange junglers. I don't want to say the names, but let's see if they play it.
That's what you're here to do, man. You know, don't just keep those facts hidden away. The people at home want to know.
I hope to see Kale jungle.
Kale jungle?
Yes.
I hope
we saw ImSoFresh run it on the season.
But is that more of a season 3 thing than a season 2, though?
Exactly.
It works in season 2.
It works in season 2?
I know there is one guy in solo queue.
Play it yourself, or you ever tried it much?
I tried. It's fine. It's like ridiculous amount of damage and early game.
Because you've got a great range slow, you've got the invulnerability.
In level 2, if you gank a top lane, when you get level 2, if you do like instantly red buff and then gank top, it's like almost a free kill. Because enemy is level 1, you only have flash, and if you slow him, the flash is not enough. You have like perma slow with the red buff, and it's so much damage. So probably I would love to see Kale, and then we have to think about a FNATIC 80 carry, Rekkles. He played on IPL.
Yeah, I have a question about it before we go into this, because that's the one thing I've been wondering about Rekkles the whole time. People are saying he can only play as Will and Vayne. What are you saying about this? Is this a weakness for FNATIC?
That's a lie. I mean, I saw him playing Caitlyn, amazing. I saw him playing Ass. There was a time he was like 24/7 playing Ass.
Okay.
Only playing Ass. Like you play
I wish you'd put a H stronger on the end of that, because that just sounds funny to me.
I don't know.
I mean, he's only a 16-year-old kid, but I wouldn't like to see him playing Ass.
I would love
Ash,
it, to be honest.
I believe is the word you're it's okay. Ocelot doesn't like Jays. It's New York, man.
Yes, yeah.
I had to throw it in there. Much love, Carlos. Much love. So the picks and bans underway. Zyra, Rengar being banned out. Jax and Evelynn also being taken out by FNATIC. So we do see Diana still in there. We were expecting FNATIC to be banning that one, though. So final pick ban for MILLENIUM.
Let's see the 80.
Are they scared of the Vayne?
Real? I don't know. I think Creaton is so comfortable in bottom lane. They're not gonna ban anything. Like probably that's a problem because you feel so confident.
Kaplan maybe if they don't want to run it. Oh, Blitzcrank,
as I said.
I was just wondering if you
said Zyra, Blitzcrank are the strongest support from nRated, and they
2 support bans then. That's pretty nice. I guess Picker can run Zyra mid too, but mostly Zyra these days you think of her as
does this mean they're going to try and first pick Leona maybe? Because they've left Leona's main champion open, which is Leona.
I think lately it's more like Zyra Blitzcrank. He was playing on IPL and...
Trust me, it's Leona. I've been playing with him for 3 days. He absolutely adores and loves Leona and anything that ever is associated with it.
Season 3 though, where there's no heart of
No, in season 2 as well.
Really?
I mean, he's the most famous Leona player that I can think of. And the fact that they're banning it, I spoke to him at IPL and he was basically saying, you know, it's great that they're targeting me because everybody else is getting free picks and bans, and there is Diana insta-picked.
Love it.
What do you run against the Diana in mid lane?
Nothing. Because right now, actually I'm trolling. No, they
Season 3 patch is what you need.
Yeah.
That's what you run against.
Black cleavers, it's fine.
Choke off
Everything
again,
works. No, I think it's Saga jungle, and Ezreal, the famous Ezreal of Rekkles.
Yep.
I guess they're gonna pick like Corki for bottom lane for Millennium, and then probably they pick Sen for top lane for Angush.
And what do you make of Haydal being the support now? Obviously, he used to be AD carry of Eclipsia.
He was really good AD, I have to say, and I don't know right now as support, but I guess like everyone who understands how to play AD knows pretty much how to play support.
How to play support, yeah, knows what the player is.
Exactly.
And I know they've been playing with each other for a good few weeks anyway, like be it ARAMs or normal games, they've been playing together, so it didn't come as that much of a shock to me that they've suddenly all merged together as one. What did become as a shock to me is the fact that Extinct and Maluna were not involved, because they're both amazing players.
Yes. I guess they didn't have space in those roles.
There's only so many spaces.
Also, let's remember that Eclipsia was the team that qualified for the spot here at IEM Cologne.
So there's three places.
They needed to have 3 players from Eclipsia to be able to play as Millennium.
So it's going to be another Xinzhao again in the jungle. Didn't work out 100% for Mouse, but
it's still one of the strongest champion in jungle, Xinzhao.
Why are they waiting so long to pick their AD right now?
I guess Creaton feels confident, so he tries to counter pick depending on the enemy support. If enemy support go like Leona, you cannot go Bane. But if enemy support go like, I don't know, Soraka, Janna, or Sona, you can run Bane and pretty much like try to carry the game. Because Creaton mentality is like, I have to carry this game.
It's a very, very nice talk. That's why we've got you here.
This is exactly why we've got you here. So
I will say you have me here to troll me from Deman, from my ash.
We have you here for your ash. That's right, man.
Here we go. Here we have Leona. That's not a really.
So you can't go Vayne now.
You can, of course you can, but it's going to be harder.
Yeah.
Corki's easier now. Corki can just Valkyrie out and he's fine. Even Graves is fine.
So yeah, Leona being picked in, kind of expected, and I think honestly, FNATIC right now are very, very happy with their picks. And what are Millennium going to do? The last 2 picks to go.
The only thing I don't like at all is the Lulu pick. I think they pick it really fast because I still think they're gonna think of Bane and probably Sen.
Vayne into a Leona. So that means that Jason and Joe should spend a lot of time watching that bot lane to see how she reacts to being engaged on by Leona. So that's going to be happening quite a bit. I think Peke is going to be very happy with the Ahri mid. It's something that he plays very comfortably. He can keep his distance from Diana and should be generally fine there.
And I should point out, more importantly, the fact that Fizz was open. They did go for Diana. Diana is just that strong right now.
It's really strong. Fizz is harder to pick. You cannot pick Fizz against everything.
So Aurelia getting locked in, as is Vayne. So they've got a strong team if they can start getting the kill snowball in. What are we expecting? Last top laner against an Aurelia.
I would love to see Jace. I would love to see the solo Jace. But who knows?
He broke it out in the regionals, didn't he? The regionals, that's where he pulled that Jace out. Of course, Shen does work as well. But honestly, this is sOAZ we're talking about. There's not really many champions I don't think he can play.
Yeah, he can play everything.
He could go Annie.
He could go Annie. Annie top versus Aurelia. That's something I think I'd pay to see. But there are the teams being locked in. What are we expecting here? What are you seeing? Anything strong that's sticking out to you that makes a team stronger than the other?
Well, I want to say that Millennium are either going to win this with snowballing the Vayne. Otherwise, I prefer the FNATIC lineup.
But I don't think you can snowball with Vayne against Leona, against Ezreal, and against Sen. Because you have Sen, and you have also Cho'Gath. Because Cho'Gath, he runs like almost always mobility boots.
Right.
And Xinzhao doesn't go mobility boots. So you will have more presence of your jungler, you will have Sen ultimate, and you will have a strongest bottom lane, like is Ezreal Leona. So I think in bottom lane is going to be a lot of action.
So if you were Millennium right now, what would be your strategy? What would you like to do in this fight?
Fed Diana.
Fit Diana, all right.
Diana completely.
Okay. Well, let's see if that happens.
Let's see if they do, ladies and gentlemen. So the game is going to get underway. It is here at IEM Cologne. $50,000 up for grabs between these two teams. We've already seen SKT Telecom in Group 1 take a game against MouseSports. There's FNATIC on your screens right there. They are on the main stage. They're in vision, and they are ready and waiting to go. And honestly, the confidence they have coming into this tournament probably exceeds them right now, and they're probably just oozing off the stage. I mean, I was about to say, coming in from a tournament that you've won, but...
Okay, second point for Deman.
That was not what I meant to go, but it came out that way. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, the game is underway. You can see it right there on your screens. Let's get over to Joe and Jason for all the action.
So we are in game in FNATIC versus MILLENIUM. First game for both of these teams in Group A of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the pause from the start of this one. For MILLENIUM then, we have Haydal on Lulu, ImSoFresh in the jungle on Jwaow, Angush on Irelia, Tabzz in the middle on Diana, and Creaton on Vayne. And for FNATIC, we have Cyanide, the master of stealing, which is all that much easier with a Cho'Gath.
Yep.
In the jungle, of course. PK with Ari, sOAZ on Shen, Rekkles on his favorite Ezreal, and nRated also, as Deman rightly pointed out there, on that Leona. I think he was the first that really started playing this Leona, along with Yellow starting against Authority. That was back at Intel Extreme Masters World Championships 2012 at CBIT.
So Joe, which team do you have winning this game? We're talking a little bit about it while the analysis test was going, but...
It's really hard to call, in my opinion. I mean, FNATIC, as Deman rightly pointed out, they're confident, but they're a very grounded team, you know. They're not... ego explosions after doing so well in the past tournament. So that's something that works definitely in FNATIC's favor. MILLENIUM, on the other hand, they're obviously a new lineup. Technically, three from Eclipsia, 2 coming out of Curse, which can work in both ways, in my opinion. You can have this whole we've got nothing to lose mentality, which can often push you in. But either way, we are going to see this invade happening here as Angush forced to flash there. The charm will actually land, and this is going to be first blood, and it's gone to Rekkles right from the start. What a start for FNATIC. Rekkles' last tournament, because he's just a wee lad at 16 years old, and obviously is not old enough to be playing in Season 3 then. But my God, is he good.
It makes me ask myself, what did I accomplish when I was 16, Joe? But looks like they still are sticking around here, trying to take this blue buff. Might be able to catch MILLENIUM.
ImSoFresh going to get taunted on. There's another charm landing, and it's the second kill going over to Cyanide. After they've invaded, got a kill at blue buff. Why would you ever face check that bush? I'm sorry, but...
They really wanted that blue buff.
Well, I mean, he didn't technically face check the bush, but he might as well have.
That FNATIC
he might as well have.
Well, for me, FNATIC, I mean, you can't give Rekkles Ezreal. Period. I mean, you saw him at IPL 5, how deadly he was with it, and that, in my book, makes it so FNATIC's actually going to win this game quite easily. But we do see boots, actually 5 boots currently for FNATIC on your purple side or red side if you're, well, if we're running on this way. And on the other team, we have 4 boots. We have those 3 wards, 3 health pots, and 1 mana pot in the bottom lane for Lulu. And it looks like ImSoFresh is going to be starting out his own red buff here. And we will see Sonic go straight for his blue here.
Yeah, and we are seeing that lane switch coming into effect as well. Ezreal and Leona in this top lane up against Irelia. Down in the bottom, it's going to be Shen against Vayne and Lulu. So we'll see who gets the best of that one. Obviously, the extra range that Shen's going to have with that Vorpal Blade probably could help him out. As Haydal actually getting engaged on here by sOAZ, who may just have enough to finish him off. There is the Ignite actually coming down. The slow, not really doing that much, but here comes ImSoFresh. Flash over from sOAZ. There is Vayne getting in on the action. And that is a kill for Creaton on Vayne. And we talked about how important these AD carries are going to be. Creaton, possibly the best in Europe right now, which I think one man who'd have a lot to say about that is Rekkles, to be honest with you. So the fact that these kills going early on to the AD carries is going to make for a very, very interesting game.
And not to mention, it's a Vayne. I mean, yeah, she gets strong just throughout the rest of the game because of her now how hyper carry she is. But you feed her kills early on, Shen bot lane English or StarLast, sorry, gonna have a really hard time going up against this in this little bit of a lane switch. But top lane, we do see CS right now. Rekkles sit at 19 or well 20 to the 15 of Vayne, but in the top lane, Irelia at 0.
Looks like one of my games after 20 minutes.
Oh, gosh.
But obviously they're going to have a hard time. I mean, Shen's just died, so he was out of lane anyway. But he did actually pick up the 2 assists, obviously, from earlier on. We can see that FNATIC already forcing the pressure down on towards this top turret. But in the middle, we are seeing ImSoFresh going very, very low. Couple more hits and he's dead. It's Cyanide that picks up that kill. He will say thank you very much for that red buff as well, which has obviously been reset. And, well, this top lane, it's just going to be pressure, pressure, pressure. 9-7 now is the CS, obviously, as they were forced back on towards that turret, giving Aurelia that easier time to be picking. Now, meanwhile, Vayne did go back. They're going to come back in with a single Doran's Blade on top of the boots. But Cyanide in the jungle, 2-0-1, is going to be looking to make a big impact on this game with Cho'Gath.
Yeah, we talked about the kill spread, and like you're just saying, 2 kills for him at the moment. He has his ability to get his GP10 a little bit earlier if he wants, or he can go for boots mobility, gank around as much as possible with all those flashes being blown in the beginning. Angush still doesn't have his up just yet. Creaton currently does not have it. ImSoFresh as well. So he could actually make a lot of ganks happen and force the, well, pretty much all of MILLENIUM to play really passive and set them really far behind, which if you can do that to a Vayne or an Aurelia, you take that any day. But we do see Cyanide going to be going for his red buff here, and we'll pick it up. He almost is level 5 at the moment. And when he gets level 6, his ganks are just going to be disgusting because of that nom. You really don't expect that.
Oh, look at this down at the bottom. Haydal going very low. We've actually seen Leona and Ezreal coming in from the side. sOAZ actually says, well, I'm done with this one. I don't need to get involved in it. But not quite in there. Haydal flashed after it actually missed. That was like delayed reaction somehow, which, you know, kept him alive in the end. And Jason, I am 2 seconds behind,
yeah,
so, which annoys Jason. You know, he has these little phases.
Sorry. In the meantime, though, Cyanide holding that top lane, as we do see sOAZ currently heading back up there. And what do you think is going to happen in this top lane now? Because we have sOAZ 1 death, 2 assists, to Angush, who has 1 death. And then there's an 11 CS difference.
Well, the interesting thing is that FNATIC realized, I think, that sOAZ wasn't getting enough CS in this bottom lane there.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, let's just change it around. He's actually almost double the CS behind Aurelia in that top lane. So they're going to have to get in there, shut this Aurelia down as quickly as they possibly can. Cho'Gath was around the top, has gone back, picking up those boots of mobility, plus the Heart of Gold, and a pink ward coming in. So that tells me he's ready to start ganking this top lane with that pink ward to get rid of a ward that might come out of Aurelia. She's actually got none down at the moment, and none in her inventory either to be putting in position, but that's certainly an option for Cyanide on Cho'Gath, as we are seeing down in this bottom lane there. Rekkles doing good damage again to that turret. Vayne just trying to force them both away, but Rekkles playing this one really nicely.
And so I just want to go back to Cyanide real quick, because he talked about his pink ward, but I think that's actually going to be for Dragon. If he can clear that out, he can help his top lane quite a bit with that extra gold income, a little bit of extra experience, and he's moving so fast with his 476 move speed. Pink ward does go down on Dragon, and he just needs to get a little bit more experience just so he can finally go for it. But Tabzz in that mid lane, I mean, this is very scary if Cyanide comes in, because he will ding level 6 off, I think, 1 or 2 minion kills to do have Ahri backing away. So he will get level 6 just off the minion wave pushing, and that could spell a potential Dragon. I mean, we have Shen in the top lane, sOAZ going to be level 6 very shortly as well, so when he has that ultimate up, he can easily get down to Dragon if he needs to.
And then just going back and forth here, sOAZ and Angush. We can see down in the bottom there by Dragon, that pink ward down has spotted ImSoFresh's position, and rightly so. FNATIC backing right off underneath their turret from this one. Interested to see how sOAZ versus Angush ends up going in this top lane. Actually, Angush does have the experience advantage over him right now. You can see just trying to bully him as much as he can out of this top lane, stop him from catching up with that CS, which sOAZ has done a great job. I mean, if anyone's going to do it in that top lane, it probably would end up being sOAZ, and he's actually now 5 CS in the lead. And down in the bottom, Ahri's actually just waiting up here on the side, is level 6, so does have that ultimate available just to dash in, and there are no wards in position, so this could actually get really, really nasty. I think that MILLENIUM have kind of sniffed that something's not right here, the way that FNATIC are playing this one, just freezing that lane out as much as they possibly can, and PK is pretty much losing time in his middle lane there.
He's committing a lot of time to that lane, but still, it's letting Cyanide farm in the middle. It's actually forcing the other team to play a little bit passive and back off. We do see Creaton going for his double golems, which you typically do as an AD carry when your lane's pushed out. I'm going to go back and take care of that. And I'm really surprised to not see that Dragon coming out, since we do still have the pink ward sitting there. We just Cyanide level 7 at the moment. His feast up going to be in 10. They have such an easy Dragon taking team, and yet they're not going for it.
Yeah, I think they're still a little bit worried about where that Jwaow is. They don't really have much vision around anywhere in his jungle, to be honest. I mean, Shen's got this ward right up in the top side. There's that pink ward by Dragon. But that is it for now on FNATIC's side. And Ahri is now headed finally back in towards this middle lane. Does have that blue buff available. That's going to be plenty of spamming out there on that front. I wonder if Diana's actually going to go down there. She was stood on the bottom side of that middle lane, but I think deciding, no, I'm going to stick around here for the farm. 59-51, currently a lead there for Diana in this middle lane. Top lane is still nicely in favor of Aurelia, who's just come down. picked up that big Wraith as well, so really trying to steal away. Oh, actually, the Wraith's still alive. I just tell a complete lie with that one. But that's at least going to be stealing some stuff away from Cyanide and even from PK in the middle. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, we are going to see the ultimate coming out. Creaton falling fairly low, but they didn't really focus that one as well as they possibly could. And that was all because we saw the flash coming out of Haydal to get him away from that Leona ultimate. Otherwise, the Ezreal ulti may have been just enough to secure the kill again for Rekkles.
Oh, there it is. We do see Tabzz being pinged out. He's trying to run away here. Does actually have his flash up and his ignite.
Wow, Diana is ridiculous. Actually did get stunned there. Rupture will come in as well, and they may lose Creaton from this one. Has actually used his ulti now. It's PK who's in a spot of bother. ImSoFresh in there as well. We did see Vayne die there to the ignite of Ahri, and ImSoFresh is going to get the kill on towards Ahri, but will he escape from it? He's got plenty of mana. Cyanide not got the Rupture off cooldown there, and couldn't quite get in to finish things off. And in the meantime, we are seeing Diana hunting down Leona as well in the top side of that bottom river. So kills all across the board here. How have they fell to the team? So we see Diana 1-0-0, 1-1-0 on Vayne from earlier on, and also a kill for ImSoFresh on Xinxiao. Meanwhile, on the other side, PK picking one up, and there was that one earlier on for Rekkles, and the two also earlier for Cyanide. So that leaves us at 4-3, 1,200 gold lead right now for FNATIC.
Yeah, FNATIC looking, I mean, they're looking really strong, even though that, where's that at the bottom?
Yeah.
And that is a dead Lulu.
Not Leona. Yeah, dead. And that's the danger that you've got against Rekkles, because he will positionally destroy you. I think we can pretty much call it with that one. I think I just made up a new term that really didn't make much sense, but in my head, I liked it. Sounded perfect. So in that middle lane, we just saw Diana was forced out of lane. Shen's actually coming in as well, so they may go for this one. And Tabzz is not paying attention. Actually, he came through the bush, so of course he's not seen it. But Tabzz is going to die, and the kill comes down for Cyanide. Taking a couple of turret hits in the process there from either side, but not really making too much of a difference to the health, and that will clear up Dragon for them at this point. There is a ward there, so there is vision down for MILLENIUM. The question is, can they actually do anything about this Dragon? I don't think that they're really in a position to say anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, we have Angush in the top lane right now. We have sOAZ backing out, it looks like himself, just to defend there. But yeah, I mean, with Cyanide, who's, in my opinion, one of the best stealers of Barons or Dragons with a smite. If you give him a Cho'Gath, like you're saying earlier, Joe, it's just, there's no way to steal anything from him. So they will get the first Dragon, and we'll lengthen this goal lead here as they do have xPeke and nRated being zoned away from their tower. But we have, surprisingly, Creaton in the mid lane now trying to apply some pressure, while Rekkles still in the bottom, pushing it out as much as possible. Has a BF sword, has Ninja Tabbies on top of that, which is pretty much a perfect item to go against Vayne since she auto-attacks so much. And the kills, I mean, it went over to Cyanide, which isn't the ideal person you want it to go over to. Obviously, you're not going to, let a kill go just because it's not the right target, but that is a lot of stacking towards Cho'Gath. He's going to be very tanky because of it, but still, I mean, Ahri could probably use it. Rekkles in the bot lane, 2-0-1, looking very good for the rest of this game. And FNATIC just overall, just looking very solid.
Yeah, and Rekkles has got a good lead in terms of CS, over 20 for him now, so that's a dangerous position. Don't want him to get too fed on that one. Certainly we saw the likes of IPL, DreamHack, just how good this guy is, especially with Ezreal. Which we've seen time and time again him perform flawlessly. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Angush going head-to-head here with sOAZ. And I say head-to-head, but sOAZ is actually pretty much just running away from that one. Angush just chasing in there. sOAZ, though, he is pretty damn tanky with that Chain Vest in there, plus the Giant Spell, and they're trying to bait Angush out here. The Rupture is going to fall. Where's the Nomad from Cyanide? It's going to be coming in here. No, not quite. Did he have it on cooldown?
Yeah,
yes, he did. Cooldown. 34 seconds still on the cooldown, so couldn't get in there to finish off that kill, but may just force Angush to back away a little bit out of the lane.
That's a great ward, actually, by Angush. We see in the top lane, he put it in that tri-bush because you typically see junglers come back around. He did was forced to blow that flash to get out, but great play by him. Still going to be able to survive here under tower. Going to be farming quite a bit at 97 to 83 CS in the top lane. And bottom, I mean, just look at MILLENIUM. They're being zoned off their own creeps.
Yeah.
Because they can't go head-to-head against this. There's so much CC coming out of nRated. Rekkles, amazing damage. I mean, considering how far ahead he is, but he's also a great Ezreal player, like we've been saying.
Oh, Ignite up in the top lane there from Angush. He's actually using the umlaut above his U, so technically he's Angush today. Just a nice little fact for you, Jason, on your quest to finally learn some German.
I've learned a couple of words.
Yeah, they're not really repeatable
on
air, that's the problem. But meanwhile, down in this bottom lane, nRated just went through the bush. He's like, wow, I should probably escape from this one. He is going to go down, though, and look at the amount of damage coming out there from MILLENIUM, and that's the danger of Diana. She's got she's got so much. Like, her kit is so awesome that you know, it's hard to ignore in terms of the bans and certainly the picks if she's open, which we've already seen coming out a couple of times today. Meanwhile, they are chasing up towards this blue buff. It was started off by FNATIC. PK just trying to do a bit of damage as he goes, but along with Cyanide, I'm not sure they can go in 2 versus 4. Cyanide is obviously pretty strong as Shen is coming in there. The Ezreal ultimate as well. Creaton going low. 2 of them die already. There is the 3rd. Number 4 comes around, and what an absolute brilliant turnaround from FNATIC. That's what you talk about. I said it myself. I'm not sure that 2-on-4 is really worth it, but you forget then that there's Shen in the fold. He ultimate straight in there, saves 1, manages to help with the kills as well. He's now 2-1-6. Then you've got Rekkles, who just ultis across the entire team, then joins into the party as well. And that will leave FNATIC 10-4 in the lead. 21, let's call it 22,000 gold to 17,500. They are starting to forge themselves a nice lead.
That fight just shows how good FNATIC is as a team. They've had so much time to practice together. You know, they saw blue buff being contested. They were outnumbered, but they called it. They made they moved on their instinct, and they came out ahead, you know, taking 4 kills for no deaths. So, and look across the scoreboard, Shen 2-1-6. I mean, yeah, he's been having a hard time on that top lane, but those 6 assists and those 2 kills completely evening that out, as he's about 900 gold ahead of Araneae. And then the jungle, 3-0-6. You could have asked for a better, you know, scoreline for him, as he does have the Aegis done, still has those boots of mobility. I mean, Ari 2-1-6 has the needs large rod, and actually building towards, it looks like, her chalice with that Meki's pendant. And then Ezreal, Rekkles. Infinity's Edge, Joe.
Yeah, Infinity Edge. Which we actually saw him coming out with IPL rather than going for that more popular Trinity Force build there. He's just going straight in towards damage from auto attacks. As Angush and sOAZ here going to be meeting up. sOAZ has got a double buff on, which obviously he doesn't want to lose, but maybe that's enough power for him to actually be hunting a kill here onto Angush. Slow coming down, but sOAZ going to be chasing in, and all he needs is that 1 auto attack to you know, get the slow off from that red buff, which in the end doesn't chase for. sOAZ quite happily here just going to go into his farming. He is almost caught up now to that total that Irelia built up earlier on over the top of him.
And actually, it looks like English is actually going for, a Wit's End. He has that recurve bow, which isn't a bad item for him. I mean, they have a lot of magic damage on the enemy team. You know, you have Ari, you have Ezreal, even have Leona, so it's going to help prevent that, but what do they need to see out of Angush? They need to see some damage. He has to obviously get a little bit tanky just to deal with how fed the enemy team is, but I mean, with his current farm, with no kills, no assists, it's going to be extremely hard for him to get the items he really needs. We've seen the bot lane, though, they actually engage.
Yeah, in towards Haydal, who's going to take a lot of damage. Here comes the Ezreal ulti. He's dead. ImSoFresh is not going to escape either. The Nom comes out of Cyanide. Can they get in onto Creaton? It's all going to be about the Rupture, which he flashes away from. The Zenith played out of range because of that as well. But here comes Tabzz. Here comes Diana. But Shoga, he's so tanky, it's pretty ridiculous. Aegis built up, Heart of Gold, he's got that chain vest in there. Vayne basically does hardly any damage to him, and they've managed to take that first turret of the game, and they may even look to push through for the inner.
I mean, just look at the level difference we have right now between Cyanide and ImSoFresh. 3 levels in his favor. And 4-0-7 Shogat now with that chain vest, like you're saying. You're going to push the second turret down, aren't going to be contested in any way, and this gold lead is just really getting extremely one-sided right now, Joe.
Yeah, 17.5 minutes in. FNATIC going to be taken away from the jungle. Or at least the big golem, going to leave the small one for ImSoFresh to figure out later. And there is Rekkles actually going in towards the Baron Pit. They are going to be kicking that one off. Ari there just stealing away that big Wraith. And is going to back away. We'll see if MILLENIUM can say anything about this dragon. Not really. Not with Cyanide in there, who's got Smite plus the Nom at the end to really finish things off. It's really hard to get in and do anything. And in the top lane, yeah, they're going head-to-head again. Ignite is actually down. There's the flash, and it's going to be enough from the minions, actually, to finish off that kill. And sOAZ just showing how strong he is now in this top lane. He's still a little bit behind with the CS, but he is 3-1-6 compared to the 0-2-0 of Irelia, who's now gone in for that Sheen. So kind of half building a little bit here.
Yeah, and you heard Deman saying during the announcements that sOAZ is probably the best top laner in the world at the moment, or at least at Europe and North America, because North America doesn't seem to be doing much lately out of anything. But ImSoFresh in the top lane, just pushing it out, trying to get a little bit more farm. And I mean, look at this, just the total gold accumulated per champion right now. I mean, we see Aurelia 4,600 to the 6,600 of Shen. I mean, that 2,000 gold difference is so much. As an Aurelia as well, I mean, you're going to need the items. Obviously, you want to farm up towards this late game where you have Creaton who, on that Vayne, going to be very deadly. Tabzz on Diana as well, but are they going to make it to that far? And Joe, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing that the front line that they've got with Cyanide, he is so ridiculously tanky. I mean, look at him. He's just giant and very strong.
And he's building the perfect item he needs right now. That Frozen Heart to completely counter out Rayleigh, completely counter out Zin's out. And the big thing, Vayne.
Look at this. Look at this red buff. That is pretty damn amazing. You don't see that very often. I mean, done by Cyanide, left a little bit there, ultimate coming in from Rekkles across the map to take the red buff. Like, that's how good FNATIC are as a team right now. And I'm not sure that MILLENIUM have really got that kind of teamwork embedded in them up until now. Meanwhile, Creaton may have a bit of trouble in this top lane. Cho'Gath and Ezreal are coming in. That red buff is on Ezreal. All he needs is that one auto attack. There's the ultimate coming out of Leona. Creaton actually uses a cleanse, but it means absolutely nothing against that combo. Heavy on the CC, heavy on the damage. 14-4. FNATIC looking very good. PK actually might get caught out in the middle. He's going to use his ultimate to charge away. ImSoFresh underneath the tower actually will get knocked away there by the ultimate, and Shen's coming in. They're going to turn this one around. I'm not sure that they really wanted to go for a fight there with PK being so low, but they've done the job. He's escaped from that one, and in the whole time that was going on, FNATIC have pushed down turret number 3 on the top lane.
Yeah, you mentioned MILLENIUM and just how they kind of don't seem to have the synergy at the moment, but we have to keep in mind they're generally a new team. Yeah, they have 3 members currently from Eclipse. They have 2 members from Curse, but I mean, switching 2 or 3 members for your team is huge. You need time to learn how they play. You need time to just actually communicate well correctly, or communicate well as a team. And it just seems like they don't have that necessarily down yet, because they are down 10,000 gold, Joe.
Yeah, 10,000 gold, 20 minutes in. It's a big total to be trying to come back from. The sOAZ here is going to go again head-to-head with Angush. Angush actually winning this one out there with that Ignite and the ultimate burning as well. What is it about baiting this Aurelian? Ari is actually just up there doing that blue buff. Decides not to come down from that one. Meanwhile, Rekkles and nRated switch that middle lane, so they're really doing their job across the entire map here, just pushing wherever they can, trying to get those turrets down, working as a unit of 2. And we talked about that kind of godlike bottom lane that we saw earlier in nRated's career with Yellow Star, the likes of Against All Authority, and for a while in FNATIC as well. But this Rekkles nRated lane is turning out to be a devastating combo.
Yeah, I mean, and what they're doing is, like you're saying, just roaming around from lane to lane. How can you stop a 4-0 and 6 Ezreal who has Infinity's Edge and a Phantom Dancer done? Yeah. And then you have, you know, Cyanide sticking around as well, trying to help them out if they need it. There's just nothing you can do about it. They can just shove these lanes into them, and, you know, MILLENIUM just really has no answer. And it's unfortunate because they can't have an answer right now. Down, you know, 4-14, over 10,000 gold, 22 minutes in. Really extremely far behind in terms of items. Even Diana, I mean, Abyss Scepter, that's it, compared to a death cap on Ari right now. And then Vayne, I mean, yeah, that's your core build is Vayne. You want to go for that Phantom Dancer as, you know, a typically first item, but it's not going to be enough.
Here we go, going to push in. There's the ultimate coming from Leona. Here comes xPeke from the side, though. ImSoFresh going low. Will they finish him off? They're actually chasing Creaton as well. Let's skip over to that. A little bit of action as the silence comes down. Diana trying to get involved. Rupture will actually miss both of them. And Cyanide was being chased here by Diana, and he is going to manage to pick up that kill. But now, can they find Diana, who's inside of the jungle? They're going to have vision on it. And, well, she's going to have to try her best. He's going to get tagged up there by Rekkles, which means that he's going to be following in for that one. Tabzz going to try and do the damage here to Rekkles inside of the bush, and almost doing it as well. But they do pick up the kill. That's another one for Rekkles. He is now 5-0-7, and FNATIC doing it perfectly. Are going to push straight in on towards this middle outer turret, and that will be turret number 4 of the game. In the meantime, they were stealing away the rates. Everything, every little advantage that they could squeeze from that series of kills there, they've managed to do.
Yeah, and you're seeing it in the gold, you're seeing it in the items, you're seeing it in the turrets right now, as they are, I mean, trying to push down the second turret. They get some good damage to it, as you see Haydal getting very low.
Oh, they're going to go in on towards Rekkles. Actually, he's going to go down here, but Angush going to pay the price of his life. ImSoFresh is in there against Leona. Ari, how is he going to handle this one? He's actually taking a lot more damage than he was probably waiting for with that. There is a Zenith played in, and a double kill for PK, and now Shenny's coming in. PK going to rush in there with the ulti charges. Where's the charm? Flashed away from by Creaton. Nicely done to keep himself alive, but nonetheless. Yeah, that should be another turret here with 4 of FNATIC pushing straight down. Diana is there. May get a shutdown onto Pekka here, but no. Turret goes down, and they decide it's not going to be worth it. With the CC of, you know, Cho'Gath, Shen, Leona, finally Diana does go in there, but, well,
not going to move much more after that.
Not going to get anything other than that kill, but probably worth it for the gold to pick up, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in that last little bit of skirmish, not the one that just happened, but when Tabzz was running away from Rekkles, and I believe it was sOAZ, he almost killed him. If he had Ignite, it would have worked.
That was such an obvious bait. See a mile away. nRated, though, actually Zenith playing right into the middle of them there. That could be bad news. Cyanide just going to leave his teammate to die. I knew that was going to happen. Are they going to try and chase off to Cyanide, though? No, they're not. Shen had just gone back as well with the recall. And that will leave us at 21-8. Lots of action, but FNATIC doing pretty much everything right here. I mean, you can't really call it a perfect game from them right now, but it's not that far off, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, we do see items developing even a little bit further. Rekkles getting towards that last for still those Ninja Tabbies. We see the Unthenes and Holy Grail done for xPeke. We have a Shurelius, which, Joe, I know you love seeing. You love seeing the double, though. But still, anytime you see a Shurelius, it's going to be great for your team, especially when they can chase them down so easily with the Rupture. You know, with the taunt, with the xPeke going in, landing a charm, which he's been spot on today with his charms.
Yeah, his charms have been really impressive. And then you've got Leona getting into there. You've got Shen, who's going to taunt you back in. Like, there's a lot of CS to keep you locked down from the FNATIC side of things. Luckily for Creaton, he actually went for the cleanse.
Oh,
which
no, he's right into a bush.
Oh. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about with the cleanse. Luckily for him, he had a cleanse up as the silence does come down. And meanwhile, at the top, which we completely miss due to my awesome camera work, we see Rekkles actually getting caught out there by 3 from MILLENIUM. And they're going to try and use this to get something back in this game. They're going to be starting off the Baron. There's a ward inside of that. But can FNATIC actually react to this one fast enough? Baron already down to half HP. Here come FNATIC, though, and it's going to force MILLENIUM to back away from this one. They decide to turn around, getting on towards nRated. sOAZ off to the side. Here comes PK as well. ImSoFresh going to go down first. We will lose out on Leona, but they may get more for this one. Angush going low. There is a triple kill actually coming out in the end from PK. He wants the quadra from this one. Charm actually missing here. Diana going back in there. Going to get silenced up, and this is another kill going down. It's a quadra kill on paper, as at least, if nothing else, for Ari, and that brings him up to 9-8 on PK. And just a fantastic play from FNATIC again. They realized, obviously, with that ward in the back of the Baron pit that it was being done. Now they turn it around and say, well, let's do it ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, MILLENIUM, they went for the ballsy play. They wanted to get that Baron done.
They had to.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, you have Cyanide with boots mobility. He has a feast. There's a ward in the pit. There's nothing you can really do against that. FNATIC will easily be able to get there in time. And as you just saw, picking up 4 kills, picking up Baron, their gold lead, 15,000. Just insane right now. I mean, you do have a lot of gold currently on all members of FNATIC, minus Pheilox. Or sorry, not Pheilox, nRated. I'm used to seeing him earlier playing Leona, but still, like, if you saw nRated that last fight, I love that kind of play on a supports where he knew he was going to die. I mean, he got condemned into the wall, but he went in anyways just to lock down as many members as possible and just to allow his team to get in there and really get the kills. So great play out of him. He's actually, in my opinion, probably one of the top supports, at least in Europe.
If we look down the CS as well, it tells kind of the story of this game as well as it's gone. Only Aurelia is actually ahead out of the entire map, and he's actually going to go in on towards sOAZ here. He's actually built that Ionic Spark. God rest its soul. Obviously no longer in the game for Season 3.
Oh, Angush might get caught here.
Trying to get away here from sOAZ, but we are going to see Cho'Gath coming in for him. And getting minion blocked there, which is never the ideal thing. But guess what? Leona's coming from the bottom side. What are you going to do now, Angush? Well, die is pretty much the answer to this one. There is the feast coming down. Meanwhile, Dragon had been done by Rekkles, but they may lose a tower from this. There's the ulti going across, and they're going to get involved. PK actually going to have the Shen ulti coming down. ImSoFresh going to have the Lulu ulti on him, but Rekkles is there from the backside. That's 2 kills coming down for Rekkles. Tabzz not quite being knocked up there, but Cyanide is pretty quick as he gets the silence in there. Let's have a look, waiting for his rupture. There it is, and Tabzz flashes away from it. Meanwhile, Vayne is being pressured down by Rekkles. You cannot 1v1 an Ezreal with double buff on and a Baron buff on and, well, an 8-8.
And he's Rekkles.
And he's Rekkles, yeah. So it's never going to be a good thing. This is going to be the first inhibitor of the game going down. I mean, there's not a single turret being picked up from MILLENIUM in this one. That really tells a big story.
Yeah, with Creaton down right now for 20 seconds, they easily could close this game out. Angush can do nothing against his Tabzz, can't do anything. You saw right there. And GGs are called out. We will see FNATIC win their first game in the group stage.
And they look very, very strong here. And we are actually going to see one more fight just to add a bit more action to this one. And Rated actually going fairly low here. But we can see this is pretty much mopping up of everything else. And they do eventually finish off the Nexus. And that will be FNATIC in a 28-minute game here, managing to take down MILLENIUM. As you see, Crepo looks very tired. Crepo, half asleep on his chair, actually. So yeah, a strong performance from FNATIC. You can see there, not really any smiles. His first game, job done, I guess we can say from their point of view. They're going to be happy with how that one's gone. But that leaves MILLENIUM on a dangerous route now. They've lost their first game. They can't afford to be losing anymore if they want to progress to the group stage.
And same with MouseSports. I mean, they're in the same boat right now.
Yep.
And FNATIC, obviously, not going to celebrate too much. Yeah, they won. It was pretty much a one-sided game, but you're not out of group stage yet. You're not into semifinals. There's no point in celebrating, getting your hopes up. And still, they look so solid as you do see them there. I mean, analyzing the game just a little bit, looking at, looks like YouTube, playing some music just to keep you in the zone. But yeah, great job out of FNATIC.
Yeah, and just to run down the scores there at the end, I mean, sOAZ 4-1-18, PK 9-2-13, Cyanide 8-1-15, Rekkles 10-9, and Leona died 4 times, which is actually almost as much as the entirety of the other team. So that's it from us. We're going to throw it over to the cool kids desk, who hopefully aren't pointing in a weird way again.
Thank you very much, Joe.
That worked better before.
So, pretty much a stomp there, one-sided affair. Proven correctly there with your vein pick, I think.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I think they try something, MILLENIUM. I even think FNATIC thought that MILLENIUM was going to do a lane swap. That's why Ezreal and
that's why they got caught out in that level 1 fight in their positions.
Yeah, the level 1 was horrible. I don't know what happened there. I think they were just nervous or something, because it was like Zen Pheilox in as well, and really like they crossed each other and nothing happened like for 1 second. Then Zen turned her, then everything, all the CC came up. But it was like horrible level 1. It was like the worst level 1 you can do. And then Jwaow trying like to check if blue web was clear. And
like guess what? Well. They're still there.
And we did have a replay to show you, kind of a point where they were trying to force the issue, if you will. So if you want to get it going, Daniel.
So they tried to come back to the game at minute like 14. They tried to steal blue buff from xPeke, but this is what happened.
Well, it was pretty even still, but then we see this.
It's only 2Ks, not really huge difference, but then in this team fight, it was fine. Leona was back, Ezreal was bought on. It was pretty much a 4v3 at that moment, but they had 10. At 10 is global percent is amazing. And you have here xPeke jumping, flashing, even flashing in the middle of them for letting Zen taunt everyone. And we see an amazing Rekkles team fight, doing the team fight to 2 of them and doing so much damage. It was just perfectly played by FNATIC and let's say somehow poorly played by MILLENIUM.
I mean, xPeke just knew what he was doing, baited them all towards him, and then just ulted out of the danger, and then taunt across. They couldn't do anything.
Everything. It was perfectly played.
So, I mean, they knew exactly what to do. So that really got the ball rolling. That's why the game snowballed so hard. What do you think MILLENIUM are going to do? I mean, MouseSports going to be playing MILLENIUM in 2 games' time. They're going to see that and thinking, okay, we can take advantages from this one. FNATIC, on the other hand, very confident, going to be going up against SKT Telecom.
I don't know. I will still
Telecom T.
Telecom T. I will still cheering for MILLENIUM. I think they are a great team. They just need to like forget this game. You have to forget it. In this point, in an event like this, like IEM, you have to forget what you did. Bad game, okay, forget it, and let's just play like you know how to play, because they are much better than this game. They are really good players. They're a really good team. They can show highest level in this. So they have just to forget this game and play against its MouseSport.
They got to play MouseSports next year.
Completely different, with a different mentality. And they can beat MouseSport, they can beat SK Telecom, so I will be cheering for them.
So far we've predicted the results pretty correctly. It's I think a fairly easy to call so far, but FNATIC can come up against SK Telecom next. That could be a tricky one for them.
I have to say it now, right?
Oh God, no.
Do you want or not?
Go for it. Go for it. You know, I did it at IPL 5, so why not?
You know why you're here.
I'm a really fan of this guy and this team, and yeah, I'm cheering for FNATIC. From xPeke, especially from Enrique xPeke.
It's not me this time. That's all I'm gonna say.
So Spanish camaraderie holding high at this event. So they traded shirts, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he's got the FNATIC shirt. He's not. Don't get the Reddit posts or the Twitter feeds or the league, everything going out. He's not joining FNATIC. He's not replacing Rekkles in the bottom lane. He's not the new AD.
Maybe.
Who knows? No, I actually tell you no. I'm not playing AD. Sorry. But yeah, I'm a really big fan of xPeke, and I'm a really big fan of FNATIC, and I just support them.
Yeah, and you know, we just saw some fantastic plays there by him. So What do you take from this one? So if you're going to come on, you're coming away, so we're seeing a strong win from FNATIC. The rest of the teams were there watching. We've seen some pictures that Shox has been interviewing the players, and CLG are in the background trolling her, so they're there watching. You know, what are they going to be looking at this? What are you, as another team, say a Group B team, looking at this, potentially, obviously, the top 2 go through? What are you thinking? What are you taking away from this? How are we seeing an improved FNATIC here, or is this just the same carrying on?
I think they didn't do anything special. Like, if not, they just play their own style. It's not like nothing special they did. You can see, like, there are teams that come with any special strat, but at this case, he just played like mostly standard. Like their own piece, their own SKT is nothing special.
And they got really all their champions. It was a strange picks and bans, and they were quite happy to allow them to have Diana in the middle. We knew that we were up against.
Yeah, I know. It's like they just played their own style. I think FNATIC is actually superior than any other European team.
It seems to be that way. Well, better than Moscow 5 as well. I mean, proven at IPL 5.
I hope CLG proves me wrong, or at least makes some challenge. I would really love that.
We will see.
Or maybe the Koreans.
Maybe the Koreans, but it's Europe we're talking about here, not Korea.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have an interview, though, with the player. So, without further ado, let's get over to Zoe.
Or if you're...
Thank you very much, guys. I now have the pleasure of being joined by one guy of the winning team. Of course, I'm talking about xPeke. And once more, but, I love you. I know why you chose that name. However, let's talk a little bit about the game, which looked fairly one-sided at some point. So, what was your mindset going into that game? Did you figure it was because like they just recently like got the team together as like 3 players from Eclipsia? We have like I think 2 from Curse. Do you think that was like making you more confident going into it, thinking they might not have practiced as much with each other?
Well, that was the first game of the day for us, so it's always scary. You don't know what you're gonna face, and it's a new team, so we don't know what to expect. But I was still confident, like, if we play good, I knew we will win anyways, so it was mostly up to us to play good. And we did really good, so that showed up.
Well, walk us through the picks and bans, because counter-picking and taking our own picks, we saw Rekkles on his Ezreal, which I said during the cast you never want to see happen. You know, kind of walk us through and give us FNATIC's mindset behind that.
Well, we ban Jax against Angush most of the time. That's his strongest hero, so we have to ban it. Then we ban Evelynn because there are a lot of assassins, and Tabzz plays all of them. And Evelynn is like the one that is harder to counter, not for me, but for the team. She's just gonna start moving around the map, and it's annoying for everyone, so we just take her out, and I can deal with anything else. So that was the main idea of the bans.
Okay, well, during the beginning of the game, we did see the top lane. We saw your AD support up there against Aurelia, and then they switched it, like midway through. They didn't get the tower just yet, but they switched it to allow Shen to go to the top lane. Can you kind of tell us why that was done?
Well, I'm not really sure because I was like on my mind at the point they were talking, but I heard something like they wanted to gank the bottom lane as 3. They tried, it didn't work out, but still they just swap and it was fine for them.
What about that level 1 team fight? I mean, it wasn't even a team fight. It was more of a, hey, we killed 2 members.
Catching people that we didn't expect them to be so splitted. Like, they didn't see it come. We thought they knew we were coming, and then they were like chicken running around. They didn't know where it was coming from. Just charm 1, Town, then he was dead, then Town another, charm, and he was dead.
Has there been any time in the whole game where you guys thought like actually the opponents could turn the tide now and take that?
Yeah, I guess when we tried to kill Diana on the river, she was a Drake, and we tried to catch her, and then she almost killed Ezreal, and we lost 2 for 1. I thought that fight was gonna be even worse, but it was just 1 for 2, so we were still kind of fine, but that was the worst moment of the game for us.
But it still worked out great in the end. And we don't want to keep you for much longer, as you guys are about to go up against SKT T1. How are you guys feeling about that match, as they just won over MOUSESPORTS?
Well, we played some of their members when they were in StarLast a long time ago. Another Korean team, we beat them, so let's hope we can do the same here.
Well, we wish you guys good luck with that. So thanks a lot for joining me for the interview. Of course, you as well, but I love you. And we're going to throw it over to some commercials and then be right back with some community. We are back here together with Nasroth and our first pro gamer who will be here for some questions. You can ask him at the AMA on Reddit, so make sure to go over there. Reddit.com/r/League of Legends is where you can ask the questions. Anything you want to know from Mokate, from the team Meet Your Makers, feel free to drop it there. We will go over it. We will reply to everything. You guys, of course, are excited for that. So, yeah, for sure they are. So without any further ado, we're going to handle it over to the analysts, and you make sure to write some questions down on Reddit.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And next up is the huge match. It is SK Telecom versus FNATIC. This is what we think will be topping the group. This is the big one.
Actually, it's the two winners of the last matches. So yeah, it's gonna be the first part of the group A. It's gonna be in this match.
You mentioned this earlier. The FNATIC guys have played against some of these people in solo queue in Korea. I don't know. Is that any help at all?
I think it wasn't solo queue. I think it was in the OGN.
Well, if you remember, they took part in OGN, didn't they? In the OGN Spring.
Yeah, but that team obviously wasn't around then.
I think they were playing on another team. I'm not quite sure. But I think Peke told me they play against some of them already.
Well, Reapered D was in Azubu, of course.
Of course, he was a Zubu Blaze who went on to win the OGN Spring when they were there. He would have played against them. I know Horo's pretty well known as well. So, I mean, there's a couple of players in there that I'm sure they're going to recognize. You know, they spent a long time over there as well in Korea. They went to Taiwan. So, you know, that sort of region, them region servers. I think it was before the Korean server was even opened, wasn't it? Was OGN Spring when the Korean server opened?
No, the Korean server opened in November last year.
November last year, wow. So it's already over a year old, just had its 1 year.
We released the special Shaco skin with the traditional Korean dancing mask.
Just imagine how scary they're going to be in 2-3 years' time.
I don't want to.
It's a scary, scary prospect. So what are we expecting here then? We've just seen FNATIC have a great victory. We saw SK Telecom have a shaky victory over MOUSESPORTS to start with, but once they settled in, they were very strong. What are we thinking, picks and bans?
I will say they will try to again ban nRated and probably something of Rekkles, because again, like Rekkles, Edreal, he played amazing. You cannot try to ban Peke, because Peke can play like everything on mid lane. You can't try to ban sOAZ, because sOAZ can play everything.
Is there a bit of love going on here?
It's not about love.
Bit of Peke love.
Is this about Peke and sOAZ are playing like all the champion pool. They can play like all the APs, all the top laners. They play almost everything. They are probably two of the few European players that play almost everything.
And honestly, that's what we used to say about Moscow 5. There used to be a stage where you couldn't ban out certain... You had to aim certain champions, but you were going to allow others through. And that seems to be really what the best teams can do. They have that ability to be able to play a multitude of champions.
I think on M5 was different, because M5 had like... Alex and Darian has like 5-6 picks, where they were probably one of the best in the world with that picks.
Yeah.
In this case, Peke has like probably 10-15 picks. He's not the best in the world, of course not, but he's amazing with all of them. That's something that no other player I see in Europe doing that. Also with sOAZ, it's the same. Like, he's not the best. Probably with Lee Sin, he's one of the best, okay? Top Lee Sin. But with the rest, with Malphite, he's not the best Malphite. He's not the best Zen. But he played everything amazing.
We are actually in the picks and bans already, and we saw very, very fast the first two bans were Blitzcrank and Jax, and then they took a while to think about the Rengar.
I don't know why actually they banned Rengar. They had first pick. That surprised me.
Maybe Reaper D doesn't play Rengar?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
He's no McNoon.
That video, man.
If you've not seen McNoon, ladies and gentlemen, the OG Winter, you need to watch it.
Now they ban Lee Sin, and they probably will try to first pick or Diana or Syra as well. We have Syra open, or even Edreal. Edreal was probably the best pick from Rekkles. Let's see what they do now.
And Vayne, then, again, it depends on what they pick for the enemy support. The decision of Rekkles if he can pick Vayne or not. I see.
Exactly.
And they banned out Lee Sin, actually. Lee Sin actually played... sOAZ played Lee Sin against the Zubu Blaze, against Flame, and he absolutely destroyed him, So maybe that's a bit of
Diana.
A bit of work, and as you expected, the Diana ban. Cho'Gath possibly going to come in as the first pick here.
Cyanide's been playing a lot of Cho'Gath recently.
Yeah, but I think Cyanide also play really... There we go. That's the two picks I said he's gonna.
You did mention that you wanted that.
Well done.
Yeah. I said he's gonna do. It's the first time I pronounced something good right.
It's like, I said SK
Well, you
is
predicted
gonna pick...
Vayne wasn't going to work in the last game, to be fair.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah.
But I said SK is gonna pick either Ethereal or Zyra. They pick Toga, so it's perfect for Fnatic. They go Zyra, Ethereal. It's probably their best combo in bottom lane.
Yeah. nRated, I know he loves playing Zyra.
Even if you said nRated is like the most famous Leon, I think nRated lately was playing a lot of Zyra and was destroying everyone with Zyra.
Ooh, the Vayne against the Zyra lane.
Vayne Sona combo is not that bad. I mean, it's better than against Leona. You cannot play Vayne against Leona, I think.
Well,
I'm not a bottom.
You can lose Vayne against Leona.
You will lose.
Yeah.
It's not like you can lose. You will lose.
Yeah.
I'm not like a really good bottom lane player, but still, like everyone can know that Leona you shut down Vayne.
How is it gonna go with Vayne against Zyra though? If Zyra ever gets the root on her, is that a big deal or is it not a big deal?
If Zyra get the root on Vayne, is only because Vayne failed.
I see.
I mean, Vayne has the Q.
Yes.
Vayne has a tumble to use dodge every time you want it. It's fine. That combo is fine. You can play Vayne Son against Zyra Ethereal. I think it's pretty fine. And that combo, I like it.
Well, here's something that Jason's going to be saying a lot of. Katarina being locked. And we saw it in Singapore. So strong with a MoMa to go with him. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Great big A. Along with the Zyra ultimate as well. That's a great combo straight away for Fnatic. What would you do to respond against it? They've got the crescendo, they've got the rupture, but they need some sort of AP hero here.
First of all, you need something to stop Katarina, like some kind of silence or anything. I will even say, like, in jungle will be a good pick Maokai, and Season 2 Maokai was really strong.
Ooh.
And you go with Kaplan.
Interesting.
I'd be delighted. I think.
You're on a bit of a Kazakh spin, John.
I've been playing a lot of Kazakhs lately. I absolutely love that champion right now. Twisted Fate. So that the Kazakhs top lane, Twisted Fate mid. Twisted Fate against Katarina mid.
It's pretty even. I mean, in one-on-one, is of course Katarina gonna win. But as Twisted Fate, you don't get like completely outlaned by Katarina. There are some champions.
And there it is, locked in. Yes.
Malphite?
I'm excited.
Malphite is open.
It's probably gonna be a pick. I was gonna say like they need some AoEs. Malphite is a good option, but also Zen is open, and Zen is a completely counter to TF.
Of course, they can just move along. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. That's
so let's see what they're gonna do. I actually think that sOAZ could go TP, but no, it's going Katarina TP.
What? Xin
Zhao top, yeah.
Really? Okay. All right.
Zhao top, oh yes, he is on top,
teleport, with teleport, like
yeah. No, without teleport. It's Peke with teleport.
Yeah, okay.
Katarina.
Yeah. Okay, so that's.
And now you realize the champion pool of sOAZ.
Yeah.
Is it even like he will stop playing all the champions, or he will just surprise all of us playing another champion in the tournament?
I'm blown away. I'm going to see Kazakhs versus Jwaow top lane. sOAZ versus Reapered. Reapered has been playing Kazakhs non-stop. That's why I've started playing it, because sOAZ played, and sOAZ, remember, played it at IPL 5.
Right.
So he's going to know exactly what he's up against, and he obviously clearly seems to think Jwaow's going to counter it well. I mean, he's picked it into it.
Yeah, that's true. How does that work? How do you see that working? Like, what abilities of Xin Zhao work against Kazakhs?
It's not like Xin Zhao gonna work against Kazakhs. It's more like Xin Zhao works against Vayne. Because you just jump on Vayne, just ultimate instantly, and just push everyone away from Vayne. So you can try to kill Vayne in 1 second. The thing is, I really like the SK combo, the SK Telecom. Let's say SK Telecom so people don't get me wrong.
People have been getting confused by SKT. They're like, why is there a T on the end of SK?
Yeah, it's SK Telecom. So I really like it because Vayne is probably not really good on laning. It's like Ethereal is better on laning, we know that. But they have TF. They have TF to help Vayne to go out of lane. So I really like SK Telecom combo over Fnatic combo.
It's a full-on aggression comp, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how it plays out. Joe and Jason, take it away.
So here we go then, top of the table clash, SK Telecom versus Fnatic. Both teams look great in their first game. I still think Fnatic look the strongest that we've seen so far here though, Jason, in Group A. What's your thoughts on how this one's going to go?
All I know is SK Telecom, Horo's playing Shogat, and that's one of his best junglers. There's another one, not going to mention what it is on stream, but we might see a little bit later. But, I mean, Kazakh's top. How many times do you see him play top, and how well does sOAZ know how to counter that.
Yeah, Demon's official I am a sOAZ fanboy came out there when we saw that Kha'Zix, and he said, I started playing that because of sOAZ. That looked like fun. Will we see Demon now always go into Xin when we play with him? That's something that we're going to learn here. And exactly how this Xin does in this top lane against Kha'Zix. Right now, FNATIC set up in the bottom side of the river. Ezreal actually in that middle lane. I'm interested to see, giving Ezreal Zyra over to Rekkles and nRated, who, probably playing with their favorite champions right now, so that can always give you a nice mental start to the game. I'm excited to see Twisted Fate as well on MighTiLy, one of his most played and most successful champion picks as well. So it's certainly a lot to be watching in this game from the start. We can see that sOAZ actually going back, so he's going to get himself as early as he can in towards this top lane. Doesn't like we'll see any level 1 action, unlike the last game, which is where it all went crazy at level 1. We can see the Wraith start for Horo here on the bottom side of his jungle, but FNATIC are going to come in with 4 men down towards this red buff, and we'll see what SKT T1 can really do to stop this from happening. There's a ward put down, so they're going to have vision inside of this bush, but that's nicely done from FNATIC, leashing it right around that backside so that they are not in that ward area, and there is smited down by Cyanide. Nice first buff steal from FNATIC.
And what's really scary about both these teams is they're all playing champions they're very comfortable with. I know StarLast is a really good Sona player. xPeke as well. I mean, on his Katarina, he's pretty well known for it as well. Not as well known as some other players, but still, he's very good at.
Level 1 fight. Look at sOAZ going in here onto Reapered. Can't quite finish it off though. Reapered going very, very low there, right at the very start, and that just shows you what sOAZ has planned here, to go super aggressive, deny Reapered as much as he can, and try and pick up these kills from that. But high action start, that red buff being taken away. sOAZ already using his Ignite down in this bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the middle, we can see that xPeke actually putting good pressure onto Twisted Fate, and a lot of teams say the best way to beat the Korean way of playing is to play even more aggressive than them, and it looks like FNATIC going to be trying for something like that here.
And that's the one thing that kind of throws teams off, is that are you really comfortable playing really aggressive? You do see the goal coming out, but xPeke, once he notices that, he kind of goes in, does some good harass. As you saw, MighTiLy currently, or was at half health, having to pop another health pot just to stay in the lane. And there he goes, jumps right on top of him, gets him back down to half health, just walks away right after that.
Yeah, constant harassment going to be coming out of PK in his top lane, in the middle lane, sorry. In the top lane, though, Reapered now got himself up to a nice, healthy position as he tries to farm his way to victory underneath this tower, doing a good job of that so far as well. And Amumu actually there in the river, they did ping his position. Not sure exactly how they 100% spotted that one, but Twisted Fate is going to know that Cyanide is headed in there, but he's a bit out of position, to be honest with you, as Katarina jumps in. This could be bad. Bandage toss. Wow, nice flash away from MighTiLy. He waited for that bandage toss to come his way, flashed away from it, keeping himself alive. Still no first blood in the early stages of this one.
Yeah, Cyanide's not one to really miss those bandage tosses, so great play out of him, stays alive. However, now down with that flash, going to give xPeke a little bit of an advantage in that lane. And bot lane, I'm really surprised that Vayne's been keeping his lane push so far, because she's one of the slowest champions, or AD champions, that actually push the lane back at you. And so you see the top lane, Reaper still getting very low right now. sOAZ looking pretty healthy in lane.
Oh, the bandage toss has landed in the middle. I can't quite believe that was at max range. Can they get into finish? Yes, they can. Katarina, first blood, Jason. I've got a feeling we might be saying that a little bit more here today.
Katarina. Wasn't there even a drinking game that was made after that when we were casting in Singapore?
And everyone was absolutely sloshed by the end.
Oh,
I'm sure as Horo is going to get hit with the bandage toss. Rupture may just be enough to keep him safe. Yeah, PK not super healthy. Certainly didn't want to get anywhere near that turret with the Cho'Gath on him as well. But a good start again coming out for FNATIC. And yeah, as Deman said, we're probably going to say Katarina a lot during this one. Some of the other games that we've had with Katarinas in recently at IEM Singapore, plus qualifiers as well, where Katarina's just been amazing. It almost got boring saying a name after a while because we saw that much of her. And I'm just wondering if that's going to end up being the same here. FNATIC almost at 1,000 gold lead right in the early stages, 5 minutes gone.
I know I always fancy Katarina, even if it's completely one-sided. But one thing to point out, xPeke running teleport. And Joe, we always talk about, oh, a nice extra grass moves landing right there. And a little bit of harass of those plants, but we talk about teleport. And if you don't make use out of it, it's basically a wasted summoner spell.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have got Cho'Gath coming in. We'll get back to that one in a second. The silence does go down. There's a knock-up onto nRated as well. Actually, the Condemn pretty much getting him away there, but he will get taken down from StarLast. In the end, they turn it around. Horo is actually burning here from that Ignite, but that will be okay for him. And that will bring us back to 1-1. Gold bang even now as well as we go in. And that's the danger of Zyra. She is very, very squishy.
Yeah, she is, but her range on all of her abilities are insane. The damage she can do is insane as well. Touching on the top one a little bit real quick, Joe, Reapered. I mean, he was really behind early on because of the level 1 fight, but look at him right now. Pretty much tied in CS, has the Ninja Tabzz. As you see, sOAZ has that Doran's blade, just a little bit more damage, give him a little bit more lifesteal in lane, but he's also playing a lot more passive now.
Oh, as they go head-to-head once again, sOAZ is just going to knock him up. And he's going in. It looks like he's going to go pretty much full in on this sOAZ. Is he going to dash over? No, he's not. Reapered will just do enough there to stop him chasing down. Will Reapered go back? They've spotted MoMa there in this top side via that ward in the tri-bush, so Reapered knows that he's not in any danger right now of being ganked by MoMa. And they stay safe there. The CS actually pretty even. A slight advantage for sOAZ in his top lane. Meanwhile, in the middle, PK putting down pressure. He did go fairly low from that one as Twisted Fate did go back. So really a lot of back and forth action so far.
Just want to make sure to mention this. Reapered actually did evolve his W first, which you see out of any cast. You do see a gank coming, but doesn't actually get the knock up on him. But he levels up that W, so he hops in a bush, pops it on you, does a great amount of AoE damage. It heals him if he's close to minions, and it slows you. And that makes Kaz just so strong in that lane as you see him pushed up again. And he even has the leap to get away if need be. And Joe, one thing we have to mention, MighTiLy isn't even level 6 yet. Like with that early gank as he just hits level 6. But yeah, so he isn't able to apply the pressure around the map as we do see them still engaging. Twisted Fate popping that ultimate and coming into the top lane.
Yeah, he is coming in. They are going to get that stun down onto sOAZ, but Reapered is tanking the turret. He's going to go down. sOAZ will die, or will he in his top lane? No, he won't. Jason, Katarina.
Yeah, and that is what we're saying with the teleport. If you don't make use out of it, and as we saw, xPeke clearly made great use out of it. Picking up a double kill right there. A 3-0 Katarina, has Sork Boots already, has Amp Tomb. And Joe sitting on another 800 gold. We could see that Haunting Guys coming out fairly shortly. And as we do see sOAZ in the top lane going for his Brutalize here. Obviously not going to see a Black Cleaver since the item is a little bit different in this patch. But still, we will see that Yomi's coming out eventually. And it's going to give him that good advantage in the top lane because of the armor that Kha'Zix is building. It'll make him just do that much more damage and really apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and after that kill coming in as well, I mean, it was pretty insane.
Revolver instead, sorry.
Huh?
Oh, you actually went for Revolver instead of a Haunting Guys.
Okay. Yeah, and after that double kill in top, I honestly didn't think that sOAZ was going to survive that one.
But
that's the beauty of Katarina coming in there, managed to keep him alive and secure a double kill nonetheless. It was a bit poorly executed, I'd say, though, from SK Telecom. You know, the whole fact that Reapered, who was already low, ended up tanking the turret somehow going in there was definitely not an ideal situation to be in, as we see sOAZ instantly diving straight in on top of Reapered to do as much damage as he can, put as much pressure onto him as he can. In the bottom lane, CS bang even currently.
Oh, xPeke, he's making a trip down to the bottom lane right now, put up some more since he has a couple on him, and this is going to be really bad for SK Telecom.
You can see doing as much damage as he can underneath this turret. There is a Zyra ultimate coming down. UandME gets knocked in the air. Exhaust coming down onto Katarina, who dives in there, gets the kill. Crescendo underneath the turret, actually, but PK is going to walk away from this one for now. We do have Twisted Fate coming around the side of MoMa. Bandage toss actually missed onto, but they're not really in any danger of going down from that one. And that is Katarina again. I told you we're going to be bored of saying it, Jason, by the end of this one. 4-0-1, and that snowball effect is in full flow.
Yes, it is. That is terrible to go up against. You see the Ruby Crystal, so that Haunting Guys will be coming out shortly. I mean, the total gold he's accumulated, 3,700. Highest but compared to his opponent in the mid lane, 2,200 almost. And Twisted Fate, he's one of those champions. If you don't snowball early on by getting some great ganks off in the top and bot lane, then he's going to be not useless late game, but obviously nowhere near as powerful as he could be.
Yeah, and this is what we're really waiting for. I think this game, FNATIC versus SK Telecom, was going to tell us a lot about how this group is all going to end up finishing off, as Horo just going in here on towards PK, but, well, quite frankly, not really doing that much damage to him. He's got Heart of Gold, nothing really else there to write home about. MoMa got that Philosopher's Stone in there already. PK, Sorcerer's Shoes, plus that Vamp Scepter. That would be a revolver, obviously. Getting mixed up myself. So, you know, just a very hard lane now for MighTiLy on his Twisted Fate, which, let's not forget here, MighTiLy is a fantastic Twisted Fate player. He's played it a lot and to great success as well, as he just goes up there, and that's one thing you've always got to keep in mind, as we do see Peke jumping in, even with that stun card down on him already coming in. He's not scared of going aggressive here on towards MighTiLy.
Yeah, look at the CS difference right now. It's 23 at the moment in that mid lane. And it's really going to be hard for TF to come back from that. He does have boots mobility, though. I don't know if we touched on that, as I do see Cho'Gath as well. So he's going to have that ability to run around. And he's getting pretty low here, but xPeke, I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's do see the top lane again coming in, and he knocks him away. Actually, he leaped away. Sorry about that. But one thing that... Actually, I'm going to let you do this team fight.
Yeah, we've got UandME coming down here, and Twisted Fate getting involved, and he comes right on top of the Zyra plant. That wasn't intended. Knockup going to come down onto Rekkles, and there is a double kill coming out. It's Vayne that picked up the second one. Rekkles went down to Cho'Gath, and, well, even though the Twisted Fate kind of was in the wrong place at the wrong time, came down, Zyra did a great thing of just sticking that plant right where he was coming in, got that kill.
Yeah, it was a great time to knock him up right as he got there. And one thing that's given xPeke that huge advantage in the mid lane and those 4 kills is that Cyanide kind of camped it early on. We saw him go in for that bandage toss onto MighTiLy, missed it because he flashed away, but came back around, got another kill, and they're just starting to snowball. And the thing is with Katarina, it doesn't matter if she has all the kills because she's Katarina.
Yeah.
Just waits for someone to get low, hops in, and just uses that snowball, actually sorry, the reset over and over, and I'm waiting for you to just say, gets the first reset, gets a second. But hopefully we'll see that in a little bit. We do see Dragonstar for SK Telecom though, and they should be taking that pretty easily. And the gold lead, not as big as I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's pretty even. I mean, considering what's happening right now. We have just seen Dragon actually being taken down, which is certainly going to help SK Telecom out to stay in this one in terms of the gold. We can see boots and mobility all over the place. Twisted Fate with them, Cho'Gath with them, MoMa with them. So plenty of mobility all across the board from this Brutalizer. It's now finished off for Jwaow in this top lane. He's done his job of taking down this turret, got a CS lead from the lane, and obviously that double kill that he helped set up earlier on for Katarina really helping things out. We'll see now what his next task will be. I mean, this middle turret is down. Bottom turret will surely be a target coming in this near future, but it's a nice little lead for Rekkles in the CS as well. I mean, it's going to come even with these waves coming in for Vayne, so that's not really too much to worry about for SK Telecom. Looks like he's going to head straight up towards that Phantom Dancer. Zeal is already complete for UandME on Vayne. Whereas Ezreal, pickaxe going into that build, which he's done so often, which is, you know, not the traditional Trinity Force Ezreal, but more into that Infinity Edge plus the Phantom Dancer afterwards.
Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it. As he's shown time and time again, it's completely not broken. We do see Horo, he picks up an Oracle on his Cho'Gath there. We don't see one currently out of FNATIC, so that's going to cause a little bit of a map advantage for SK Telecom. But the thing is, and Joe, you always talk about this, that mid turret down, and that is a huge thing for FNATIC.
We actually had a discussion with Araneae last night about it as well, like my pet peeve about losing mid-turrets and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, he obviously agreed that that outer turret in the middle is probably the most important objective at this stage of the game.
It's
getting that down, you lose the vision on the control, obviously, then with it as well. We can see that xPeke just pushing in this middle lane, not scared to go past that turret that he'd taken down earlier to keep harassing as much as he can. And FNATIC are pressuring this bottom lane as well as they go.
I'm wrong yet again on xPeke. Looks like he's going for the actual gunblade. We do see another snare happening in the bot lane. Not really got too much damage, but I mean, that's just Zyra. You see the plants nRated so good on Zyra, as we saw time and time again. I believe at IPL 5. And it's just, it applies a lot of harass to Vayne, though. They have that sustain lane on the top lane.
sOAZ actually going very, very low here. He tried to run away. I imagine probably would have been better off staying there to do that damage onto Reapered, but obviously knew that it was going to go down either way and decides to just walk away and die with a stab in the back. So that leaves us at 6-4. Root actually landing there again onto Vayne, but this turret slowly but surely is going down. Less than half HP. Yeah, and Cyanide may get involved now. He's got an Oracle, so he knows he's not been spotted in the tri-bush, and with this next wave he might get under the turret. They know Katarina's there. If Katarina actually comes down, that might be a bit of a obvious thing to happen. Is actually we are going to see Twisted Fate ultimate pop there just to give that vision, and then they'll say, oh wow, Amumu's there, Katarina's around as well, as they've come back to stop this red buff being stolen away. Will work out, goes over to Vayne, but therefore losing this bottom turret.
It looks like Reaper, though, will be able to get the turret on the top lane just to even it out just a little bit. Obviously, they are down one turret right after this dies. And, I mean, they still have that mid turret available for FNATIC, which, like you were saying before, gives you that great control, gives you that great vision. We do have Dragon coming up fairly shortly, and like you said, Cyanide with that Oracle, going to be able to clear any wards that are there. And FNATIC, I mean, they're mostly grouped up. I mean, we do have sOAZ in the top lane, still just trying to keep it pressured since all those turrets are down. Well, the 2 turrets are down for both teams, but still the CS, I mean, dead even in the top lane, even after that double kill that we saw go over to Katarina.
Vayne might get caught out here. It's all going to be about the root. She is going to be going home. There is the root going down. The ultimate as well from Zyra. StarLast actually putting down his ultimate, but Katarina dives in there. Vayne going to condemn him against the wall. There's the Ezreal ultimate. Actually, he walked pretty much into that one as Cho'Gath comes across the side as well. And PK going to be waiting here for those cooldowns to all come off. Needs another one to get the full reset on that ultimate. Pretty much, but SK Telecom look like they may want to push this one back as a flash comes over. Silence onto PK, actually gets away from the rupture, pops his W for that extra movement speed, then will shun Poe away, but here comes MighTiLy, gets the stun card down, wild cards as well, flash, and there is Kha'Zix, who's now going to jump over onto Rekkles. Here comes Cyanide though, where is that ultimate out of him? I think that might be all she wrote for this one. Cyanide backs away, and a nice little engagement. They've taken down PK for the first time in the game.
Yeah, and get a nice little killing spree going over to Reapered, which he's going to definitely need in this lane. He does have that Hex Drinker, which is going to help out for all the AP damage that Katarina's able to put out. The thing is, they have so many ways to stop her if they really need to. They have the Crescendo, they Condemn, they have a stun card, they have a knock-up, a silence, and it's just all about how he can play at the end of the game. But items, I mean, we should probably go into that just a little bit. We do have the Fan Dancer done for Vayne. We do have the Gunblade done for Katarina. We do have Ezreal working towards Infinity's Edge as he typically does. And the Bruisers having the Brutalizers apiece. So overall, the items aren't really stacked in one's favor.
Yeah, pretty even stuff on that
at the moment, obviously.
Yeah, with that Gunblade, it's going to be hurted, I think is the right word for it. We'll see how they get into these next fights. Like you said, they've got a good amount of CC to really control that one, but it's all about timing and not being caught out like we saw in that bottom lane there. Let's see how we go forward with that, as there's another stack for Cho'Gath, just feasting down on that minion. Meanwhile, in this top lane, Reapered actually going to walk in towards Cyanide. Bandage Toss comes in. Actually, a little bit slow of a reaction there from sOAZ, but Reapered will just jump away, keep himself safe, and now PK in this bottom lane might be in trouble as well. Here comes Sona. Where's the Crescendo? It's not off cooldown just yet. They can't really lock PK down. He will walk away scot-free from that situation.
And as you see on your screen, we do have Dragon coming up at 1802, so we'll be up very shortly. We do have sOAZ in the top lane, though, and Reapered actually heading over in that direction. Oh, a little bit off as you do see Dragon pop up, but still, SK Telecom, they got the first Dragon, and if they can pick up this next one, it's going to keep them in the game even a little bit more. And, well, sOAZ actually backing right now. I was expecting a team fight to break out since both teams did have timers on it. And they are starting to work toward Horo. Still has an Oracle, gets a nice Rupture on nRated. I'm not really going to go in on that. And this could be really bad. Oh, we do have actually xPeke in the top lane pushing it. He has that teleport available if he needs to. And this could really decide where the game's going to go if we could have a major engagement here, Joe.
Yeah, and with PK in that top lane, they may decide to just go in for this one, but they've delayed it long enough that Xin Zhao is going to be coming down towards that Dragon area as well. As you said, Katarina can afford to just push, and then use that teleport when needed. And here is Dragon down to half HP. It's actually going to be taken there by SK Telecom, but the ultimates are flying. Horo going to go down, and Rated is low. Reaper should finish him off there with that one, and then jump away. Well, look at PK. He's in on this one. He's going to pick himself up. That one kill actually ends up dying in the end. But now UandME is in a lot of trouble, because he's going to try and escape from this one, headed in towards the brushes. Which way is he going to go? He's going to go top side, and Rekkles going to Arcane Shift in there and should be able to finish this one off. Yes, he does. UandME trying to micro it up as much as he possibly could there to escape, but didn't quite work out. That leaves us at 11-7 for FNATIC. They may lose this outer turret in the middle lane, though, with Reapered so heavily focused on it.
It was a 4-for-2 trade in favor of FNATIC, but they did lose that Dragon, as you saw Horo just nom it down as it was low enough, but I mean, SK Telecom, they're not that far behind, as you saw. I mean, they did lose the fight, obviously, because xPeke got so many resets, but the Cyanide ultimate wasn't, perfect. We didn't see a lot of actual good ultimates land, but still, they are in the game. They're not out in any way or form. And as you do see, they go 28.3 thousand to the 30,000, and the 3 turrets to 2. So I really can't say that SK's out in any way, as I repeat myself.
SK Telecom.
SK Telecom.
Don't forget. So, you see Cyanide, been watching him last few seconds going about his route, just getting a ward down in the back of that Baron pit. Does have an Oracle running. Just wanted to check over with SK Telecom. Actually, no Oracle at this stage. Not on Cho'Gath, not on Sona. So that Vision Warp will be going in FNATIC's favour. But we're 20 minutes into this one, and it's still not at that point where you can call a winner from this. They need to be controlling PK. I mean, the kills are now decently spread. Rekkles 3-1-4, Katarina 5-2-5, and MoMa 2-0-2. Just picked up a Giant's Belt to give him that extra health. I guess him moving up towards that Sunfire cape from that one. There's a Rupture just shumpoed away from by xPeke. So a bit of a lull in the action from this one as both teams trying to figure out what that next move is going to be and what the wise thing to do with would be in this situation after 21 minutes.
Yeah, let's look at the kills death real quick. And MighTiLy 0-4, and like you were saying before, this is one of his most played champions. He's really successful at it, but he's being shut down so well this game. And the point where his ultimate is really useful is past in that laning phase where he can gank. Yeah. It's going to be good to give him vision when they obviously try to go for, or try to stop a Baron, as Cyanide still has his Oracle, but you see Horo lose it in that last team fight, but he's just not seeming to get in that groove that he needs to really carry this game. And he's down 50 CS practically at the moment.
Yeah. We just saw Reapered there in the top lane waiting for sOAZ to push that a little bit too far and then jump all over his face, which he decided not to do in the end. And we'll just farm up. That's 160 to 177 between the top laners. Jungle pretty much bang even. Katarina got a big lead for the two mid laners, and the AD carries almost bang even. 172 to 174. Vayne Phantom down to finish. BF Sword already in there. On the other side, Infinity Edge is already done for Ezreal, so both going into their first major items. Vayne, though, as we know, just gets stronger and stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Yeah, FNATIC's racing against time right now, because if Vayne gets that fed, if they can protect him well enough, he can single-handedly win these team fights, which we saw in game number 1 between MOUSESPORTS and SK Telecom, is that, you know, MOUSESPORTS, they ran in Ezreal. They didn't really have so much strong damage. They had a really tanky lineup and had really good protection, but without the, you know, the Vayne of the Kog'Maw, which we're seeing SKT have, they just couldn't finish it off. But SK Telecom, like I was just saying with Vayne, Fenodents are done, BF Sword going to that Bloodthirster next. It's going to create a lot of problems since they will try to jump on her, obviously. Has that cleanse to get away, has a crescendo, but with that extra life still going to help him survive. And xPeke is going to have a tough time if SKT keeps getting tankier and tankier to really get these resets.
Well, here we go. sOAZ going in. Zyra ultimate's going to be a good one. It's going to knock 4 up. There's the Curse of the Sad Mummy. And Katarina going to town. Double kill for Jwaow. PK actually flashes away, gets the kill, comes in, picks up a triple, and that is going to be it. The ace for FNATIC, not losing a single man. And it was the ultimates. The Zyra ultimate was absolutely bang on. Then you had the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that's where Katarina really shines against a team that, well, can't do anything against it for a good 5 seconds while they're being stunned up.
And that's why you don't give FNATIC their most played champions. You gave him Ezreal, you gave him Zyra, you even gave him Katarina, and they're going to definitely punish you for that. So Ace, like you just said, Baron even might be taken with them, as they still have that Oracle. They could clear this ward, or maybe they'll pull the same, yep, they're pulling the same Vicious, walking right by it. But still, they should have enough time. We do have MighTiLy. Ulti going to be up in about 20 seconds, going to be a little bit too late. And that should be the first Baron of the game going over FNATIC.
Yeah, just trying to click on it.
Yeah, it's having trouble too.
Right on top of it. Well, that's going to go down yet. And they're not going to be able to do a thing about it, SK Telecom, and that puts FNATIC 7,000 gold in the lead, which, again, considering it's 16 to 7, 5-2 in turrets, is not that much of a gold lead for FNATIC, as we are seeing the Twisted Fate ultimate being popped. Is he going to come in? No, he's not. He's going to go into that top lane. But that must be quite a lot of gold all over FNATIC. Yeah, 2.5k on Katarina, 2,000 on Zyra even. So that's a support's dream, as we do see first Shurelia's being picked up there. And the pickaxe plus a zeal for Ezreal, and a needlessly large rod for Zyra. Why
a support
not?
Getting AP. Yeah, I mean, going to build into his Zonias eventually, but still, the AP, I mean, she already does enough damage as it is, and with the control of her ultimate, like we just saw in that last team fight, pairing that up with a MoMa, it's just so devastating. Like Katarina do what she needed, but the items, I mean, they're starting to get completely out of hand right now. I mean, there's really not much SK Telecom can do against this when they're this far behind. You know, it's about a 6,000, actually it is a 6,000 gold lead in favor of FNATIC. And they are, you know, with this barreling down mid lane, they really want to get an inhibitor here. And with the composition they have, they easily can dive under these turrets.
Well, that turret is down. There's a ward that was almost put in its place there, just to give them that extra vision. FNATIC pushing in. Katarina actually going to be going into that bottom lane. Teleport is up, so all good from her side of things. I mean, it's even almost better that they start a fight here, 4v5 with Katarina coming in, because it's harder to pin her down while the craziness of a team fight's going off. When she actually teleports in and comes later to the fight, this bottom turret, the inner turret, well, I was about to say the final inventory, but there's still one in that top lane. But either way, the second inventory is going to go down here. We'll see if they can get in on towards this inhibitor. Obviously, the middle lane has a naked inhibitor, so that's probably the easiest target for them to go for.
The thing is, if SK Telecom lose this team fight, if they lose all members and they maybe kill 2 or 3 of FNATIC, they will lose the game because they will be able to push it for the win. Yeah. If Cyanide, I mean, he's very tanky now, 120 armor, has a lot of health, but then the rest of his team is going to be able to do so much damage to these turrets inhibitors.
Oh, there we go. Bandage toss is going to land from Cyanide. Decides not to go with the ulti from that one. But they've taken an inhibitor, and FNATIC will be happy with that one. Surprised to see them not really head straight up towards this top lane. Actually, it looks like they want to have the inhibitor on this bottom lane as well, rather than just going for that inner turret.
Yeah, they still have Baron for quite a while, so they can really drag these out while that mid lane finally pushes, get that extra regen from it, and they should have quite an easy time taking this. Like I was saying, if they dive into tower and get an ace, the game is over, and they have the team to do it if they want.
Here we go then. Shirelli is going to be popped. Oh, bandage toss not landed. That was the go from FNATIC in that situation, but they are going to go in there. sOAZ getting condemned against the wall. Won't make too much of a difference to him though. And they're going to continue trying to push down inhibitor number 2. Attack speed buff on the Ezreal W going over to sOAZ there, which you've been seeing quite a lot of him. Brilliant use of Ezreal's kit. And that will be 2 inhibitors down with that Baron, and this inner turret in the top lane is for the taking as well, as Horo actually going to get caught out here. There's the curse of the Sad Mummy. Ultimate comes across. Zyra ulti will not quite get the knockups that they wanted, but FNATIC are walking through them. Vayne in a lot of trouble. Vayne will go down. Reapered tries to get away. Actually brought PK closer into his teammate there. A little bit unlucky, but that's how it goes. They're going to focus down this first Nexus turret. Second one will go with it as well. Reapered going to jump in there for one last try at stopping this happening, but we see PK actually ulting in there. The Nexus turrets are down. The Nexus is being focused. They have slowly, not surely, as sOAZ dives in towards the fountain there for a final kill, which he doesn't quite get, but the Nexus will die, and FNATIC will take out SK Telecom T1 here and go 2-0 in Group A.
And they had to feel really good after that one, because that was probably one of their hardest opponents in this group. And during
the hardest.
Yep, exactly. And we saw in that last fight, I mean, MighTiLy, he's 0-6 in this game. I'm sure the analysis test will go all into it, but they just left him because they weren't worried about him. He had no damage. All he had was a Zonius and that Negatron Cloak, and they just went straight for that Kha'Zix, straight for that Vayne. And even Sona, they just trained on her, and they had no chance there.
Yeah, and Rekkles, again, brilliant performance. Ezreal, when are they going to take Ezreal away from him, either with a first pick or a ban? 5-1-11 he finishes. Cyanide didn't get his Cho'Gath this time around, didn't make that much of a difference. The combo was even nicer, paired up with Zyra. Having the Zyra ultimate plus the Curse of the Sad Mummy coming in again just gives Katarina so much time to get everything. And Katarina, speaking of her, ended up 8-11. Tried not to say her name as much as I possibly could, but champion? Kind of inevitable the way that Cyanide, the way that PK played that, especially the start that he got as well. It started amazingly well.
Yep, and that's exactly why they won it, because of that teleport. Yep, but we're going to go over to the analysis test, the not so cool test, I'm going to say, and with Deman, Araneae, and Zenon.
Thank you very much, Joe and Jason. Wow, what a game, what a snowball, really, that began so strongly. Honestly, it had a potential to be a really close game. I was excited about that game, honestly. But you just can't stop Katarina once she gets going.
That's what it was.
The reset. The reset starts.
That was literally, you should be a play-by-play caster, man. During the main fights, he was just sitting there going, the resets, the resets, the resets, the resets.
It's just beautiful for a team fight. Like every reset, you can just jump, kill. It's just beautiful.
I think everyone that plays Katarina has Skara secretly in their head going, and another reset, another reset. Yeah, so we got a replay to look at, and really it is where it all began, honestly, from our opinion.
We have like 2 moves. It was impressive. Like this one was when SKT tried to kill sOAZ, but they forget completely about the teleport. I don't know what they were thinking about, because even without the teleport, sOAZ will not die. I think sOAZ could just run away. But they forced that, and xPeke like get the early game, and that move to the porting top and getting a double kill. And then we have another point. It was minute 22, where they try a crazy team fight, dive in, but the MoMa hits the ultimate in everyone.
And it was just it was the perfect combination as well. The whole perfect combination. Let's have a look at it in action here.
Ultimate, perfect, and the reset get on.
And you can see it starts off, they get the knock-up, then the Zyra ultimate, then a MoMa, and then Katarina's just cleaning house as well as sOAZ, and they just jump around, get the reset, get another reset, absolutely cleaning up there. Triple kill, of course, for xPeke, double for sOAZ, and well, I mean, really that just set the whole game going, and they went off, got Baron, etc. from then on in. In fact, they may even had it by then already.
They just got it right after that.
They Baron straight after, yeah.
For me, like, the most important moment of this game was the teleport. Like, it was pretty even game from that moment. It was like 1-0 for FNATIC. It was on mid lane as well, or 1-1. I don't know exactly.
It was, I think it was 1-1.
1-1, yeah, 1-1.
So what do we think of the top lane, actually? I mean, the Kha'Zix versus the Xin, we saw...
I think it was pretty even.
I think he'd used all 3 health pots right at the beginning, didn't he, Kha'Zix?
At level 1, Xin made Kha'Zix to use all the potions. Like, even Xin used Ignite, and Kha'Zix almost killed him. It was really, really low HP.
And xPeke in the middle, despite the fact he got the double kill, he was way ahead in CS already.
It was like 25 ahead. It was 30 from TF, from 55 from TF. Was amazing.
So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another interview for you guys, so let's get over to Zoe.
All right. We're live.
All right, and we are on, and once more have a guest with us from the winning team. It is Cyanide, and once more, of course, but I love you. We're here as well, so we're going to talk a little bit about the game, who you guys just won, and it looked like a lot of snowballing going on after you guys got the camp in the middle and took the first blood from there on. Did you expect such a fairly easy outcome? I mean, your teammate xPeke has been fairly confident going into that game.
Yeah, well, after we did so good at all the tournaments we were in, I think we were pretty confident going against any opponent pretty much.
Give us a little bit of a rundown of the picks and bans, because there is a lot of information out for SK Telecom. They play a lot of certain champions like Kha'Zix top, Reapered plays them quite a bit. Did you guys try to focus any picks or bans there?
We just banned the stuff we might think is annoying, so we didn't really have a plan going into it.
Kind of walk us through a little bit about your team fighting, because you're the jungler, you're the MoMa, you're the guy that's going to initiate and make the plays happen. How do you guys kind of go with that? Is it a group call? Is someone else on your team going to call, the actual play?
Well, we've played enough, so we know if one guy is off position, we're just going to see it, so we're just going to go on that guy, and yeah, pretty much. There isn't really much calling, because you have to react so fast, so it's just one guy like shouting and go, 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 and just jumping in.
Yeah, and Joe and I were talking the entire time about, you can't let FNATIC get their picks. You can't get Rekkles on Ezreal. You can't let nRated on Zyra. You can't even let xPeke on Katarina, as you saw there. And do you think teams are going to start banning these champions from you guys?
Well, I don't know. I think we're fairly good with every champion, especially xPeke. It's not like he practiced a lot of Katarina. It's just he's a good player, so he knows how to play every hero.
So how did you guys prepare for all the other teams? Do you actually go for like the kind of pick and banning and like deciding on the fact of what they usually play, what you're going to ban? Or is it just like you try to get your own setup up and don't care about whatever they do?
We didn't actually look at the teams too much. Like, we know what to ban against the European guys pretty much, and the Korean guys, we didn't research them too much, so we just banned the stuff that's usually annoying for us and what we noticed that wins a lot against us. So
I have 2 questions here, because this is going to be really important. Group B, who are you guys looking out for?
I don't know, I guess CLG.
And then this question that I know Shox is going to hate me for asking this, but this is the last event you guys are going to be playing with Rekkles. How is that going to affect your team in the long run?
I think Rekkles is one of the best ADs, so of course if this is going to be our last event with him, it's going to set us back a bit, but I'm confident we can find someone almost as good.
Good.
Well, we guys wish you good luck with that, and we'll let you get back. You only have one more match to go, I think, in your groups, which is against MOUSESPORTS, if I remember that correctly. How confident are you going up against those guys?
Well, we're pretty confident, of course, like always.
Fair enough, sounds good. So we wish you good luck with that. Thanks a lot for joining me, you two guys. And we're going to throw it back over to a quick commercial. I'm back here with Nathroth and Mokate. And we already answered a lot of questions, or rather the good sir over here did already answer a lot of questions in the Reddit thread. Make sure to go check them out. If there is anything you always wanted to ask him, you can do that now. Go to reddit.com/r/League of Legends. And you also picked 2 questions to answer here on stream. So Nathroth, go and shoot.
Yes, indeed, we have. 2 of the best questions we had were, the first one was, which is your favorite new jungle item in Season 3?
Yeah, I already forgot the name, so maybe it's not that much of my...
I know it's Spirit of the Ancient.
It was something about the Ancient. I think, yeah, everyone knows what it is about. So it's, yeah, Spirit of the Ancient Golem, I think. And I love this item, because firstly, it has like everything tanky jungler needs. And the most important thing is that buying that, you don't have to go for Mercury threats anymore. You were always binded to this item because you just needed the tenacity. So now you don't have to use it anymore, and that's just great.
Speaking about Merc threads, usually every support jungler also has those, right? So the other question was, support junglers, how viable do you think they are in Season 3?
Honestly, firstly I was kind of worried about the changes. I thought that the tanky supportive junglers might be lacking something in the new jungle, but seems like junglers like Maokai are still great. They are fast, they can clear the jungle pretty fast, and still do their job. So I think Riot made a good balance between the offensive junglers and the tanky supportive ones.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you a lot, guys. And of course, there will be more pros and stuff coming in, so you can throw them in questions. We're going to tell you, of course, who's that going to be. But still, make sure to check out the thread. We can keep on answering questions. You can keep on shooting them to us. And for now, we're going to head over to Deman, to Zenon, and also to Araneae.
Ah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at IEM Cologne. We're going into the night. That's what we're doing for you guys. We're going late at night. And we've got another 2 games to go. MILLENIUM versus MOUSESPORTS coming up next. It's not quite as exciting as FNATIC versus SK Telecom for me, because I got to see Kha'Zix. He lost, though. That wasn't so exciting for me, but he lost.
He did a really good comeback, I have to say.
Really
it looked
nice.
so dire for him there in the first 2 levels or so, and then I look again, it's like, even on CS. All right, I guess Reapered, he knows how to play.
As soon as he evolves the W, he can just farm easily. That's what he's kind of done. And to be fair, sOAZ was going around killing everyone. so he's like, yeah, you can have the farm, I'll kill the rest of your team. So, MILLENIUM versus MOUSESPORTS coming up next. Both teams on the back of a defeat. MOUSESPORTS lost to SK Telecom, MILLENIUM to FNATIC. MILLENIUM, we think, are probably the stronger team coming into this one.
Yeah, I think the story should be MILLENIUM is the stronger team based on individual talent. Mouse may have the edge in terms of team coordination, but they didn't really show great team coordination. On paper, they've played together as a team much longer than MILLENIUM. MILLENIUM formed this week.
The problem is that MOUSESPORTS stopped playing as a team like some months ago, at least with MoMa. So it's not like a team anymore. So I don't know how it's going to be. I predict it's going to win MILLENIUM. So let's see.
I predict the Riot.
I was going to say that, but...
I had to get it in there. So this game, what are we thinking picks and bans then? If you're thinking MILLENIUM are going to take it, we've just seen maybe Angush maybe going to get a ban against Jax, probably. Yeah. Any particular junglers maybe they're going to get banned out? Trying to think who's playing, maybe any AP champions.
In the All Eclipse here, when ImSoFresh was playing with enemies, the top lane, they used to do something. It was for speaking, always listen. And then after that, they decide if it's going to be top listen or jungle listen, because they both could play. That's something really good.
And they like to invade a level 1. You've discovered this to your peril at Tails of the Lane.
Yep. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, I suppose. I guess, yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about. No, you've actually struck that from your memory.
I guess you're talking with another Araneae or another Alvar.
It must be. It must have been another jungler at another time that lost within 18.5 minutes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm so glad you had a chance to bring that up again.
Exactly the minutes. It's like...
I remember the minutes. It was almost a record at the time. That was why.
Singapore.
Well,
Singapore broke it. They broke it. They got 12. Yeah.
Thanks,
broke
Dota players.
It actually, yeah, okay.
All right.
But, you know, to be fair, I reminded Ocelot the fact it's only fair that I get you as well.
Yeah.
But he's going to be sat there enjoying that one. So,
Hope the Rayman is watching this.
You know what?
So.
I think
he's number one.
I think we should have Kevin for our next analyst desk, so we can remind him.
We could work our way through the whole.
Kevin, don't do it. Kevin, don't come here, please.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
But
okay, so let's go to the bands and picks, I think.
Well, I mean, what are we expecting?
Okay, so I guess it's gonna be like Listen ban from MOUSESPORTS. It's gonna be probably Diana ban. And it's gonna be like Jax ban, most likely. And then from MILLENIUM, we're probably gonna see like use the OP champions like Rengar. Like, I don't think Cho'Gath, but probably Karthus, because we all know the Karthus of MoMa. MoMa's Karthus is really, really nice. So let's see. I don't know, like Rengar.
There you go.
For the moment,
Well
standard.
1-1.
Yep.
Now I will say Jax. I will say Diana. And I will say, Listen. So let's see if I'm wrong. Diana.
Well done, well done.
Then
what have we got left?
MILLENIUM is gonna ban probably Karthus. I'm not sure if they're afraid of Karthus. I don't think so, because if they pick Karthus, then Tabzz pick Fizz, and he destroy him.
Yes.
And I would love to see that.
Fizz is counted as a counter pick to Karthus normally, so even people who aren't Tabzz pick Fizz when there's a Karthus in the enemy team.
It's a really high counter.
Katarina?
I don't exactly know why, but well.
They watched the last game?
They watched the last game. We're like, we don't want that snowball. We don't want that to happen to us.
Let's go for it. Jax or Listen.
Listen, you did say that. Yeah, you're doing well so far.
Probably now is gonna be something like Syra or Leona or even Ethereal. Something like it's really good champion and just have no counters.
Blitzcrank, of course.
I don't think Pheilox play Blitzcrank. I think Pheilox play mainly Leona,
mainly
Nunu,
Leona,
Sona. Even Syra can play, but I don't think he plays Blitzcrank.
Well, they're leaving it to the last
I will never
split
say
second.
Ethereal.
Zhao.
Okay.
Well, they did play it jungle against SK Telecom.
Please, Mouse, ban Jax, and I will be happy. Just do it.
You're trying to get yourself onto Jat levels of predictions here.
Ocelot did a pretty good job too in Singapore.
I don't think I can get on Jax.
I don't think I can get on Jat's level.
Every time Jat say they're gonna ban like Karma, they ban Karma, and you're like, dude, what the hell is
You're
this?
like, why did they just ban Karma? I don't know.
There you go. Okay, I'm half Jat level.
half Jat level.
So this is the pick I predict before of MILLENIUM against FNATIC. I predict Sen pick for Angush, because Angush is really good with Jax, like really good, and then he falls a bit behind, but then he has like his Sen is really good as well, and also you have Sen to help in the team, so he's perfect. He's a perfect champion, and I expect Sen before against FNATIC, but they didn't pick it, so now they pick Sen. Cho'Gath Ethereal.
Is there gonna be a mid lane Cho'Gath again?
I'm not sure.
They're keeping the option open right now. Obviously, Dedrayon will know how to run a jungle Cho'Gath as well.
Yep.
And if you guys are wondering, yes, Philip is actually Dedrayon.
Yes. And there could be Blitzcrank. So they weren't going to ban it because they're thinking of keeping it. Blitzcrank Vayne would work very well. Pull him in, get the condemn down, absolutely stomp.
Still, we came back to the point. We said Leona, well, Nunu is also a counter to Blitzcrank. But Leona is even hardest counter to Blitzcrank, and also you counter Vayne with Leona. But Nunu, the thing is, if you speed boost your AD, it's almost impossible to get caught by Blitzcrank Q. I mean, it's really hard to get a single grab from Blitzcrank.
What do you think about Nunu in the jungle in this current patch level? Is he useful?
Yeah. Yes. It's really viable. Like really speed jungle. You can counter jungle whoever you want. It's really nice. And Ola.
I like the pick order from Mouse because they are keeping things very vague, still very open. Cho'Gath could be jungle, could be mid lane. Nunu could be support, could be jungle, exactly. Even Olaf could theoretically be run in the jungle. So it's very vague. They're not exactly saying this is our lineup. Go ahead and use your last 2 picks to counter us.
Yep.
So you can see what are we going to get? What AP champion do you think they're going to come out with here, MILLENIUM?
I would love to see Fizz, but it's not going to be Fizz. I'm sorry. So
because they don't know what they're picking against. I mean,
of course.
There's so many chances to it.
But I will say Ahri. I think he played amazing Ahri, and Ari is just a safe champion against this.
Katarina is open, but you don't want to pick her into...
Katarina is banned.
Oh yeah, they banned it, of course. I just checked the mouse bans. Right.
So I would say probably Ari. Oh my god, do it.
This could be the jungle KO you've been talking about.
Do the feast.
We would
Please,
so
Tabzz, do it.
If you can hear us, Tabzz, make us happy.
Oh, such a disappointment. And I think everyone at home collectively sighing.
And
but it could be Zyra, AP Zyra in that mid lane.
Yeah, it's gonna
long
be
range champion, safe.
Mundo. I never saw Tabzz playing Zyra. That's pretty much surprise for me.
Well, it's a first time for you and a first time for us then, maybe. What will the final pick be? What AP champion would you go against the Zyra? You got to have something long range, I'd guess, to try and avoid them plants.
It could be Cho'Gath mid, and then they run like a jungle like Sivana or something like that. Or you could just go like Cho'Gath jungle and put in mid lane something like Karthus, because Karthus works pretty fine against Zyra.
Yeah, should not be...
Karthus or even Anivia. I know MoMa plays really good Anivia. So that's it.
Oh,
it's Gragas.
Well, the barrel's long range. It is going to be something to poke them from away. So what are we expecting here? Some pretty interesting team comps. We've got a Blitzcrank, our first Blitz of the tournament. We've got an AP Zyra, first Mundo of the tournament as well. I think we've seen a few other champions. I think Cho'Gath's been in every game, has he, so far? No, it wasn't in the last one.
In the last one, I think it was banned. No, it was in the last one on SK.
On SK Telecom. I think we've seen him in every game so far. But it seems a popular jungler that's coming into it. But what are you thinking with the two team comps there?
I think MILLENIUM has like level 1, one of the greatest level 1 with Zyra E, with the grab and with the ton is really strong, and they're probably gonna invade. And also they probably have better team con, because if you win the early game with Creaton and with his Bane, you're gonna probably win the late game. So I will be cheering for MILLENIUM come. Even that last game I was cheering for FNATIC, but I thought SK Telecom had better com. Now I think MILLENIUM has better com and better team.
And how young does he look? And how old does that make me feel?
Tabzz is really young.
Tabzz is really young.
But he's such an amazing...
He's also so good at the game.
He's an amazing... I love
Rekkles, right?
I love his champion pool. His champion pool is like... No other guy in Europe has his champion pool. It's like all the assassins. This is the first time I don't see him playing assassin.
And honestly, that's actually going to suit him really well moving into Season 3, because the assassins are working so well.
LeBlanc is making a comeback already in solo queue. Well, that's what the numbers say. I just have to say, before we give over, I'm so happy that there's the Oktoberfest Gragas skin. It just makes me so happy.
It does, but let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Over to Joe and Jason.
So here we go then, MILLENIUM versus MOUSESPORTS. Pretty much everything on the line in this game for these two teams. Jason, what are you expecting from it?
Well, we saw Mouse in game number 1. They didn't have much damage. They were really tanky. This time, they're throwing in a Gragas into the mix, which is going to be really nice. You have an Olaf in that top lane going to be doing some good damage, and Jwaow on his Angel yet again. So, I mean, they completely fixed their composition. However, there's a Vayne on the other team and a Blitzcrank. So I'm going to give it over to MILLENIUM. Just based on that.
Just that thing. Well, we'll see how many grabs Haydal can pull off.
Well, what about you, Joe?
one.
Who do you have winning this?
I think MILLENIUM, even though they're the kind of newer lineup in this one, MOUSESPORTS, you know, they came in as the EPS Germany champions from last weekend's action. They're definitely a strong team, but I'm not sure if they're going to be good enough here to be taking out MILLENIUM, who are obviously both teams fighting for survival here at Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Currently, no invade going on. We've seen the ward being put down in this brush to give vision of the jungler and see exactly where he's going to be starting, where he's going to be going, where he's going to be. But MOUSESPORTS still not really having that much of a clue where MILLENIUM are. You saw the Olaf axe going into that bush at blue buff just to try and figure out what was going on there.
That's
pink
so many
ward
wards.
Put down.
That's 3 wards to put down. All he has is a pink left now, or sorry, a green left now.
And all 4 of them are going in for this one. They're going to wait. Are they going to wait for that blue buff to come up, or are they going to go in earlier? ImSoFresh here, waiting around the corner. Haydal gonna go around. There's the warden. Can he get the grab onto Olaf? No, not quite. but they've managed to force him away from this blue buff. And this may be the first buff of the game getting stolen away. Will be, because we are seeing the MOUSESPORTS team backing away from the buff itself. Mundo going to be getting the help from that one. Not going to need to smite it down, which only helps him as we go later on. Actually, Ezreal going to be playing in this top lane, so lane switch going on, as you can maybe expect with that Olaf going into the bottom lane. I'm just wondering if they were going to give that blue buff to Olaf at the start, which is something that we see quite a lot when you get that lane switch in there. Yeah, you see him run teleport, which he currently is. He takes the blue and then goes back to base, heals, picks up a ward, teleports down to that bottom lane, and it gives him such great farming ability when you level up that undertow. But we still have him zoned really far off the turret right now. He should be able to farm pretty well under it, but I guess we'll only find out in time. And MoMa actually on Gragas, we don't see that much anymore, but I do have to point out during EPS, he actually played him and did extremely well. Didn't even build into a DFG, since it obviously hasn't been changed yet with the Season 3 patch. Oh, it has been, but we're not playing on it. And I'm curious to see how well he does here. We do have an invade coming to MOUSESPORTS, though, trying to take the blue buff away and give it over to Dedrayon. And will he actually grab it, though? That is the question. Well, gonna be moving in there. I don't really see much from MILLENIUM in the way of actually, you know, being able to stop that from happening. And looks like they're not even going to be trying to do that one. And this blue buff is going to be going over to Cho'Gath. So in the end, does get that blue buff anyway. Look where Mundo is. Mundo coming around the side. This is something we saw constantly happening at IPL. As you do see the exhaust go in there, they're going to get right in on top of him. And Prothana is going to be going down here. It's first blood to Mundo. ImSoFresh has to flash away just because of that tower damage. Meanwhile, we did see Gragas coming down, but didn't go for it. And in the top lane, we're going to see another thing that we've just seen on this bottom lane, which is that three-man dive in towards the tower. Angush going to get silenced. There's the exhaust. Almost looks identical here, but the kill going onto Jwaow on his Ezreal. So AD carry picking it up there for MOUSESPORTS. The jungler over on the other side, and that will leave us at 1-1, tied up at 5k gold apiece. However, MOUSESPORTS, they're going to be able to get this turret, since Prothana actually had that teleport to get back down to that lane. Was able to keep the turret alive, so MOUSESPORTS is going to take an early turret here and an early gold advantage from that. And I'm a little bit surprised. This is kind of a pet peeve for me, because if you see a lane swap, you know you're going to see a three-man gank in those solo lanes. Yeah. We saw it time and time again at IPL, and it wasn't really until the last few games of the tournament that people started putting a ward there and actually realizing what was going to happen to them, even though we saw it almost every single game that there was that lane switch coming in. So both teams getting a kill from that one. Obviously, MOUSESPORTS benefiting nicely with the fact that they have managed to take that tower down, but it looks like MILLENIUM wants to do the same here on the bottom. Tabzz has come down from that mid lane, and they're going to be pushing this one right up towards the tower. We'll see if Olaf can actually hold on, whether they'll actually go in for the kill on with that one. Nah, they got Ezreal and Nunu coming in from the lane. Since they took that tower, we're going to swap it now. Prothana in that top lane, just farm up against the Shen, which, I mean, he's losing currently in CS. They both have one death, but shouldn't have too much of a problem up there, as well, we see MILLENIUM actually backing up Tabzz and go back to that mid lane. ImSoFresh just catching a little bit of experience there. And you do see, on your screen, Prothana backing out. We'll head to that top lane. Things going to normalize somewhat from that one then. MOUSESPORTS, obviously, with that turret lead, will give them the gold lead, albeit just a slim one here at 400. Actually, ImSoFresh coming into this bottom lane now, which has been spotted. There's that ward there up in top of the river, so MOUSESPORTS know that Mundo is going to be hanging around in this bottom lane, and as such, no action happening. Meanwhile, in the middle, as you said, Tabzz did go back in there, actually ahead by 5 CS currently, or 6 CS as he gets that final one in the wave. He's going to go home shopping as well. Double Doran's ring picked up by MoMa on Gragas. As you say, Gragas not being super played, or not being highly played, I should really say, in the recent months. However, MoMa has still been playing him, so not really a surprise to see that one come out if you watch the EPS finals the other weekend, as we are going to see here. Nunu in a little bit of trouble, actually is going to get taken down. The kill going in onto Creaton. And they've done a fantastic job there of MILLENIUM of securing that kill. That was a great play. They did the flash pull, then they condemn into that wall, so he could not escape. Nunu did have flash, however, not going to work out too much for them, as you do have, actually, Haydal heading towards, I think he was heading up towards middle for a little bit there, as we do have currently ImSoFresh just going back to his jungle. And so far, 2-1 lead. We have Vayne. 1 kill, 1 assist, not bad. You never want to see a Vayne snowball early on, like we were saying earlier in the other matches. But in the top lane, Olaf versus Shen, 32-19 CS. Can Olaf really get back in this? I mean, we can look at total gold. And Angush currently up about 200 at the moment. Oh, 130 now. What items do you think we're going to see at Olaf? I mean, because typically with the solo lane Olaf, we see that really tanky build with the Shuralias just to get in there quicker. You don't really build too much damage. You expect the same thing? Yeah, I imagine so from that one. I mean, we've seen pretty much every Olaf going that kind of way with, you know, lots of health. We've seen a couple of Sunfire capes out of Olafs recently, which, you know, depending on what the enemy's got, can always work out. As Gragas here in the middle, getting a bit of pressure down from MighTiLy. Oh, bottom lane, yeah, let's get over there. We are going to see that Shen ultimate coming down. Pheilox may be in trouble now. Actually, will flash, but the Shen taunt will land. Creaton could pick up his second kill. There's the final one with the silver bolts, and they're not finished just yet. Condemn into the wall, and this is going to be another one, is it? No, Arcane shift away, and now MOUSESPORTS trying to turn things around. Angush is still down there. Turret actually will take down Blitzcrank in the end, but they're not finished. Dedrayon's in trouble. The turret is actually hitting Creaton, but he is going to get the kill. He is on a killing spree now, 3-0-1, and similar to what we said with Jax early on, the last thing you want with one of these hyper carries like Vayne is to allow an advantage in the early game, because she's going to get stronger whatever happens. But if you do it this way, well, it's just bad news. CS advantage, good 10 CS advantage, 3-0-1 on kills. This is going to be a disgustingly strong Vayne.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this actually plays out a little bit. And the thing is, we've seen some great plays out of, or great pulls out of Haydal. You got Pheilox twice there, and able to pick up those kills and give it over to Vayne. I was really surprised to see Ezreal escape there, but I mean, by the skin of his teeth, he barely got away. And MILLENIUM, I mean, they're looking very solid to take this game. They already have a stronger late game composition just because of that Vayne. And I mean, they're winning early on, so they're looking just overall like they're going to win this one, which is a much needed win, like we're saying as we just got into the game.
In the middle lane, MoMa is now slightly ahead in CS. Zyra got a creep wave though to bring us back level, and there is the Giant Belt straight away coming out of Olaf. Meanwhile, this bottom side of the map being collapsed on currently. They know Blitzcrank's position because of that ward in the tri-bush. So we'll see if he can get involved on towards this Dragon. Jwaow just throwing the Q across there. Dragon already down to half of its health. And they're looking good here for the take MOUSESPORTS, but let's not forget they've got a Cho'Gath in there as well. We can get their nom down, as we are going to see snowballs going in. Haydal actually gets ignited. There's the pull onto Prothana, who's going to pop his ultimate. Angush right in the middle as well, as it is actually Gragas who picks up the first kill. Angush is going to die. Creaton here has 3 men on him. He may be able to still pick up Olaf. One more hit. Where is the final hit? Creaton can't quite get in there, and he does some good damage across the whole team, but not picking up kills. And that is an ace for MOUSESPORTS. An ace after 9.5 minutes. Didn't really expect that one to work out how it did.
Yeah,
Prothana.
At least he dies to a minion, or to the dragon, not to a person. But that was the earliest ace we've seen of the tournament. So that was really well played. Jwaow actually chased down, I believe it was Tabzz. He chased down ImSoFresh, picked up, was that a double or was that a triple for him? I believe it was MoMa that got or actually MoMa got a triple there, but Jwaow picked up a double. And I mean, could that have gone any better for them? We have 3 kills now on MoMa. We have 3 kills now on Jwaow. That's kind of exactly what you see. Olaf picking up 3 assists, working towards his Warmog's armor. And, I mean, that's what they need to get back in the game. They had that Vayne just so farmed up, that 4-1-1 Vayne now. And they were able to shut her down there, pick up a little bit of gold, and get their carries back in this game, which they're going to have to see. I mean, we're going to see big plays out of MoMa. He's going to have to catch Creaton out of, well, in the wrong position with that ulti.
Yeah, MILLENIUM going to be pretty damn downhearted, to be honest, after that one.
Yeah.
I think they're in a quite dangerous position now with Mouse picking that one up. I mean, they looked perfectly coordinated coming into that one, so we are going to see a push coming down on towards Dedrayon in this top lane. He's going pretty low, where you can see ImSoFresh having to have the ultimate from Shen coming down on top of him. Will Cho'Gath get away from this one? The briefcase actually does land there, and now look at this, they're turning it around. ImSoFresh does get knocked out, and MoMa is coming up into the fray here. He's going to body slam straight into Shen. There's the axe coming out, ultimate barrel used from MoMa. There's his Q as well, another axe landing from Prothana, another body slam. Not escaping all those slows chained up after each other, and Prothana with the E will pick up the kill, and that will leave us at 7-5. MOUSESPORTS doing the work here once again, as we are now seeing ImSoFresh trying to work his way in. Will land another briefcase, and there's the ultimate from Olaf to stay safe.
Yeah, MoMa even headed back up there to go for another kill. Obviously not going to get this time. CS right now, 45-39 on the top lane, so you know, Prothana has been able to catch up, as he had a huge disadvantage early on. See, in the jungle, 44-54, so, you know, Cho'Gath with that little bit of an advantage. In the mid lane, though, Zyra has probably the biggest lead of the game. And the thing is, late game, They don't have someone, they don't have a MoMa to really lock down the entire enemy team. Like we saw last game, that was a perfect combo out of a MoMa and a Zyra to knock up the entire enemy team, and then we had Katarina jumping around, using an ulti. But here, I mean, there's nothing really to hold the team together for the ulti to hit, so Tabzz is going to have to pull out an amazing ultimate to really give MILLENIUM these wins in these fights.
Yeah, and that's the problem with it. You know, it's hard to really keep everyone trapped in there, and they're going to be relying on a lot of things, mainly those slows coming out, the knockups and what have you from Blitzcrank, stuns out of Vayne, all those chained together to try and keep everyone inside of that Zyra ultimate area. We are going to see the roots coming in. Cho'Gath taking a bit of damage in that middle turret down to below half HP now, but MOUSESPORTS still do have that turret lead at 1-0. 2.4 thousand gold is the lead that they have as well. And the overall gold totals, but you can see how much damage Jwaow does, and not really surprised, to be honest, Jason, to see a BF sword-based item coming out of him first with that Nunu in the team. The extra attack speed that you get from that Nunu Blood Boil makes this kind of item path a lot more viable.
Yep, actually. Trying to go in there. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to go. Infinity's Edge, even maybe a Bloodthirster.
Zyra in trouble here. Actually, he's going to get the ultimate down. Will die, though. And Cho'Gath is not going to die from it in the end. And nicely done again from Mouse.
Yeah, they're picking up kills here and there, and that's, I mean, they're already in the lead at the moment, but every kill they get sets MILLENIUM that much farther behind, and they can't afford to, MILLENIUM, to get caught like this. They're just going to fall. As you see, I mean, 3,000 gold difference, 13 minutes in. That's quite a bit, I think. Almost the actually biggest lead this early on in the tournament, but still, I mean, you can't have Zyra be the first one, or actually being caught so often. You have Vayne, yeah, you have the true damage, you have the attack damage, but Zyra is their source of AP. So if we see the enemy, or if we see MOUSESPORTS build any kind of attack speed slow with randoms or Frozen Heart and just build health, they're going to shut Vayne down.
Now Mouse here going to be taking away their blue buff. Looks like it might end up going, I'm guessing, to Gragas here. He's actually coming in now. Actually, he's got the blue buff on there from that Zyra kill earlier on, so maybe that'll change around. No, they're just going to give it over to him. Give him an extended blue buff period. And in terms of CS, Zyra's still in the lead. Olaf one behind, caught to that one really nicely. I say Cage's lucky pick coming out of Shen. That's an interesting way to go for him.
Yeah, try to get a little bit of extra damage in that lane and help the CS, but we have Prothana. I thought he was going to come in behind Shen, but I mean, Prothana's barely been in lane anymore. He just pushes it really quickly. Angush isn't able to really counter that yet because he doesn't have the items he needs. Doesn't have a Sunfire Cape, doesn't have an Ionic Spark, or even a Wit's End. And he's been able to roam around, which is getting them the kills they need, and just pretty much stay in the lead.
And it looks like Olaf going the way that we predicted earlier on. This one Rekkles swing going out, and you don't get away from these axes very easily. He's constantly picking them up. He's actually going to use his ult. I was going to say his ultimate, but that was Ghost pop by in there. There's another Rekkles swing, plus a knockup. MoMa actually missing that one, and well, he's still alive here somehow. Angush is still alive. There's the barrel ulti coming out of MoMa. Sure, Prothana's like, really? Did you really need to do that to get that kill? I'm not sure it was needed. But that puts MoMa 5-0-3. Middle turret, though, has been taken down on the response to that one by MILLENIUM. So that ties up at 1-1 in turrets. Actually, we are seeing a teleport coming down now onto this bottom lane, but can they get in towards Haydal? No, not quite. He was in the bush before that snowball could come out of Nunu. And now they're going to be looking to try and find the rest of MILLENIUM, who are coming around the side. They've actually managed to land the root there onto Jwaow.
So much damage onto him just from a little bit of attacks from Tabzz.
And this bottom turret looks like it's going to be the next target there. Not quite a grab coming out of Haydal. They're quite happy to regain that tower lead at 2-1. And it brings the goal back to a 1,500 difference between them now, Jason.
And Dragon should be up shortly, according to the timer on your guys' screens. And Olaf has that Kindle gem, as you do get a pull onto him.
Oh, he actually is going to ulti out there. And that's always the danger of picking up on Olaf, because he's just going to say, oh, well, Ragnarok's on. You're not catching me. I am out of here. But MOUSESPORTS still with that gold lead now. And this Dragon, which has now spawned, is going to be pretty crucial. See if they actually end up spotting that Dragons. I'm not sure if MILLENIUM have that timer down. Wait, MILLENIUM took the last Dragon, right? And then got aced.
I think it was MOUSESPORTS.
Oh, Mouse.
Yeah, because we saw Olaf actually die to the Dragon.
Nah, yeah, that's true. That's really true. So, yeah, I'm not sure if they even had the timer down for this one. We could see there, Cho'Gath, he's going to nom it down for the finisher.
Oh, sorry, I actually thought he used his ultimate there. But, yeah, does MILLENIUM even have the damage or the team fight capability to win on a Dragon fight? I mean, they already got East once. If they get East again, the game would be just over.
Well, I'm not sure that they do. I mean, Shen's full tankiness right now. Mundo, full tankiness. So you're lacking damage there right at the start. A blasting one on Zyra. We actually saw how much damage she's doing, but sustained it's definitely not. And then you've got to make sure that Vayne's in the fight and protected. Does have that Phantom Dancer.
Your favorite back-end animation.
I really love that.
Even plays
the
music.
recall animation of Oktoberfest Gragas is possibly the best. It's just all about the music. It's so cool. But either way,
I mean, he's 5-0-3, has a death cap compared to Tabzz. Like you're saying, a blasting one. Yeah, he has some good damage, but it's not that sustained. And I mean, that Gragas ultimate, if he can hit Vayne with it, it's gonna just demolish her health pool. If he can land, you know, somewhat of a combo with his Q and his ultimate, Vayne should actually die pretty easy on, especially if Ezreal hits her with the ultimate on top of that.
Yeah, and that Olaf looking like he's going the same way again. I mean, look at his items, kind of spread out there, but still tanky, tanky, tanky. And that's all you really need when you're leveling that Rekkles swing. The true damage that comes off of it doesn't really matter that much how much damage you're building up into it, because it is already a very, very strong item to be going into anything with. We are seeing ImSoFresh currently around, may actually end up getting caught here. He's going to face check straight in there. He's going to get ignited up, and look at that damage. There's the ultimate coming out of MoMa to finish off the kill, and everything just coming in his direction, and that's Mundo. So how does anyone else plan to survive that?
I'm looking at health pools real quick. You know, it doesn't have the highest health pool, but still, like you just said, it's Mundo. I mean, he should not be dying to just one combo, especially without a DFG in the mix of it. But they do get that first tower with the 5-man push. They even might potentially be able to get this one. Gragas ultimate not up just yet. Obviously, we'll have a long cooldown early on, but once it gets that blue buff, should be up quickly. And get that newness slow on a Creaton. That's going to be really powerful. If they can keep that Ice Blast onto him, his attack speed is going to be diminished. He's going to be forced to pop a cleanse to get out of it. And you just see the damage out of MoMa. This is exactly what he did in EPS. I mean, he got such a huge kill advantage. I think it was 8-0 at the end of that game, and he could just one-shot like 2 or 3 people on the enemy team.
Yeah, he's very, very dangerous, that's for sure, MoMa, as he picks up another blasting one, as you do.
Oh, top lane. Angush looks like he's going to get caught here. Doesn't have
the snowball to land. They did, but Olaf had already turned away from it. Had that blood boil on as well, so wasn't going to be getting away if they decided to really pursue that one, I think. Either way, a bit too of a quiet point once again. Tied on turrets, 3,400 gold lead currently with MILLENIUM. And it looks like they're going to be trying once again to have a go at this blue buff. Let's see, MOUSESPORTS actually coming around the side from this one. There's the knock-up from Cho'Gath. Actually, they are going to go in there. Blue buff picked up in the end by MoMa. Ulti barrel comes out. ImSoFresh loses half of himself. Here comes Olaf. Where is your ultimate, Olaf? There is the ultimate. Ragnarok going to send him flying out. They're going to try and focus down Tabzz. Shen ulti comes in, flash away. But there is the grab. That is going to be a very, very dead Cho'Gath. But are they going to stop there? Doesn't look like it. Prothana taking a lot of damage. Haydal has his mana barrier pop. Jwaow is now all on his own. Gets rooted up in the end as well. Now that is a 2-0 in favour of MILLENIUM, but Haydal's not finished just yet. And well, he kind of suicided in there. Gragas just turned around and yeah, face planting him.
I mean, with Gragas, that pull should act like an E out of him, that body slam. Because you're pulling him into your face. Obviously, you're going to be hurting quite a bit. But MoMa now 7-0-3, 3-0-3 on Ezreal. What do you think of the kill spread? Obviously not ideal, but with the damage that MoMa's doing, with how well we know he is a Gragas, does it matter?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Olaf got the kill in there. He's got Warden's Mail now finished up, along with Kindle Gem, Heart of Gold, Giant's Belt. So he's moving in a few different directions as he goes, but at some point he's going to be full and be pretty damn strong. You see there an Oracle picked up as well for Cho'Gath. Aegis is in there as well. He's got those boots of mobility to really get involved across the map.
Shen top lane.
And yeah, this time I think he might just get caught out. Flashes away though from the rupture of Dedrayon. And he's back in pretty much right under their nose there, which MOUSESPORTS don't seem to care about, or maybe we're just out of range to not see them. But the kills there on Ezreal as well, going for that Infinity Edge like I thought, with that Blood Boil in there. Blue Boil.
It's a new buff, Season 3.
Berserker Greaves, Double Doran's Blade, and the Vamp Scepter as well. So a lot of damage coming out here for Mouse, and I'm not really sure that they can really tank through it. I mean, that's what they've got to do there with that Shen and with that Mundo in there, but really, I don't know if they can.
And MOUSESPORTS is showing great control right now. You've seen Angush try to push the top lane time and time again, and yet they keep shutting that down. They keep pushing him off, and it forces him to, start grouping up his team to help out. He hasn't been able to do what a Shen does. And with that, MOUSESPORTS is keeping him underfarmed a little bit. Yeah, he has a Sunfire Cape, but I mean, Ezreal, who have that Last Whisper, decently soon. You have an Olaf doing true damage. You have the Nom from Cho'Gath doing true damage. in the end, that Sunfire Cave's not going to do too much, as they do try to get a pull here, getting that ward down, trying to catch someone off guard. And it looks like MILLENIUM might be trying to engage here, but they're coming into a trap.
Yeah, but ultimate pop there out of Prothana. There is the grab actually missing. Are they going to get involved? There's the barrel coming in. There's the ulti. Oh, and he's knocked them right back in, but Zyra coming around the side. Ezreal ultimate comes in as well. Tabzz trying to walk away. MoMa goes down. That's Creaton picking up a kill as well. A double kill actually out of Vayne. Can they finish off Prothana here? Vayne has gone down over the other side, and they do manage to finish off Prothana. And Cho'Gath with full HP. But the tank of your team running away with full HP just shows how good the focusing was there from MILLENIUM. They lost Vayne in the end. They kept alive Mundo and Shen with hardly any health. But there you saw Zyra. Again, the amount of damage that comes out of her is pretty insane for that.
And the control on top of it. That was a perfect ultimate to land on the 3 key members of MouseSports. And because of that, I mean, they won that fight. Yeah, they lost Creaton, but taking 3 for 1 any day is obviously ideal. And we do have a 7-2 Vayne, Joe. 7-2.
And that's what we were talking about, the damage earlier on. They're certainly starting to build it up now, aren't they, with that Vayne getting into a very strong point. BF Sword and a Vamp Scepter in there, so guessing going to go into that Bloodthirst and may just end up going straight into Infinity Edge, to be honest with you, as we are seeing Cho'Gath here soloing Dragon for now. He's going to have 3 of his teammates coming down to help him out with that one.
That will be the first one of the game for them, as MILLENIUM currently sitting on 2. Actually, sorry, no. This is every Dragon for them.
Dragon, yeah.
Got confused there for a second, because so many M's in this game.
There's the Ezreal ultimate. Actually headed up in towards his top lane. Free farm from a distance.
Did he really even kill any?
I think not all of them, that's for sure.
We do have the Araneae done on Olaf, though. We have the Void Staff done on Gragas. I mean, there isn't a lot of magic resist built up on their team just yet, but obviously when they do go for it, it won't matter much anymore after that. And we have a Chain Vest coming out of Cho'Gath, so it looks like he's going to be built into a Frozen Heart. With their Araneae on Olaf, they're able to really reduce attack speed off of Vayne, and that is what they have to do to shut her out of the game.
Oh,
that's not
face
good.
Check the Gragas. Mana barrier. Probably not going to do that much. Actually, Shenult is going to come in. They managed to pull Gragas back down. This is a nice move out of MILLENIUM. But can they finish off the kill? Yes, they can. It's gone to Creaton. And now Nunu needs to be getting away. Gets knocked up. ImSoFresh will pick that kill up. So just Baron. Where MoMa's thinking he's getting clever there, taking down the Blitzcrank. The rest of the team comes around and they pick up 2 kills in quick succession. That's Vayne going up to 8-4. And the other kill was Mundo. Yeah.
That was such a misplay out of MoMa right there. I mean, he used his ultimate with exhaust on him. If he waited just a little bit longer, would have killed Blitzcrank. Shen would have come in there in time, and he would have survived as well as Pheilox. So, I mean, MILLENIUM, they're getting back in the game by picking off anyone on MouseSports they can. We have Prothana on the top lane, still pushing that bot lane. We see MILLENIUM trying to go for this tower, and with a Vayne there, they very well might take it here, and they get the ball in the Cho'Gath.
Oh, Dedrayon going to be pulled out, but that's going to be the death of Cho'Gath. But here comes the ultimate out of Zyra. Ezreal ultimate coming back as well. That's a 1-for-1. But Prothana is here. Tabzz does go down. Creaton trying to pick up those final kills, but look at the damage coming out. He is dead. It's a double kill for Prothana on Olaf, and that will bring him up to 4-4-6, and a nice little chunk of gold for him to go spend 1,600 currently that he's sat on. So that leaves us at 15-14 on the kills. Less than a 2,000 gold lead. This is still a real tight encounter.
Yeah, we do have Infinity's Edge, though, done for Vayne, and that is... Yeah, that's so crucial. I mean, even with the armor, she's going to hurt so bad with that Silver Bolts and with the crits. 9-3 Vayne. We'll see MouseSports go for this bottom turret, and they should be able to take it quite easily with that Blood Boil. And with Olaf missing health, obviously going to have a higher attack speed. And that will take them up to 3 turrets in the game, lengthening their goal lead just a little bit more. Okay, eventually they'll take it. We do have 1,900 gold sit on Olaf. Angush finally able to get that top turret after 25.5 minutes. He's been trying to go at that for the entire game. And Olaf, what are you going to build off of this giant spell? Are you going to go for Sunfire or probably a Warmogs?
Yeah, I guess I'll go Shurelya's first.
Yeah, that movement speed's going to be very nice for his team.
Oh, not.
Yeah, Warmogs.
Just go straight to Warmogs for the health. And also an Elixir picked up there. And we are now seeing Dedrayon coming around the side here. Haydal not getting knocked up, which means that Dedrayon didn't really realize, I think, that he was there. Haydal here going to take a lot of damage. The ultimate of MoMa wasn't perfect. Well, they've picked up the kill with 3 of them being there as well. And I wonder if now Mouse are thinking about this Baron. Their position certainly could suggest so. They've got 4 men on this top side, but well, it's probably a little bit too close for them to be justifying that kind of risk 26 minutes in.
Yeah, if they lose that Baron, if they lose, you know, or if they get an ace against them, it's just pretty much throwing the game away. And, I mean, the game's been thrown multiple times by both teams, if I'm going to be honest. We do have an Oracle picked up on Pheilox now, on a Nunu, just to clear that Baron of wards. But, I mean, MouseSports, yeah, you don't want to throw the game, but you have a Cho'Gath. And you should feel confident enough in yourself having a Cho'Gath and a Nunu on top of that with Consume to be able to take this Baron without it being stolen away.
And I think it's just more about timing, to be honest. We are seeing Angush split pushing, as the Shen does. Well, they've got a nice counter to that in terms of Olaf with teleport, albeit that it's currently down. But once that teleport comes up, he can quite happily fend Shen off all day and then get involved in the action when Shen does decide to move away as well. And, ooh, Axe actually landing here. And he's going to dash away from the next one. So Prothana not going to be able to chase him down from that one. Rest of the team of Horo, the top side as Tabzz actually does get hit. He's going to get a good ultimate off here. And the damage coming out onto MoMa. Look at that. Creaton ripping through them. 2 kills for nothing. And the grab onto Pheilox at mass range. And that is a double kill for Mundo. Well, I was talking about Baron and a time to do it. This is the best time possible. 3 of them down.
The damage coming out of Creaton right there. You saw it just with that Infinity's Edge, with that Phantom to go into a G now, and that should be a free Baron. We do have Olaf trying to come on the side, Jwaow as well, but there shouldn't really be anything they can do to stop this.
No, I don't think so. No, they're not going to get it. Prothana's actually in there, focusing in on towards Tabzz. One more Rekkles swing and he is dead, and there it is, finished off. And, well, died to Shen in the end. But look at this, the AD carries going at it. It's not even a competition. Vayne, 11-3-7, Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, got some armor in there as well. Probably going up towards that Guardian Angel now, which, you know, that's it. That's like endgame for Vayne with that kind of build. I can't see MouseSports. I mean, we just saw how these fights went for them, and if they get caught out, then it's even more ridiculously bad of a position. This game has been so back and forth for either team having a lead. Mouse are now finally behind in gold and in turrets as well, 4-3 to MILLENIUM, but it's not over yet. And don't forget, we could still have that whole horrible 1-2 or 2-1 tie somewhere along the group. So timings do matter. That's the rule at Intel Extreme Masters. It's all down to timing. So you want to win games fast and you want to lose games slow.
I'm sorry, that's just really funny. Win games fast, lose them slow. But yeah, that's very true indeed. We had 2 tiebreakers actually happen
exactly.
in Tokyo
Both groups in Singapore were decided that way.
Yeah, and actually I could pinpoint like ELO Hell. They like threw the game, and because of that, because of how long it took or how quick it was, they ended up losing their spot. Anyways, we do have Blue Buck being taken by Tabzz. Items being built a little bit more. We have Olaf going into a Spirit Visage just for some extra magic, this extra armor. Not actually going for the Shurelya's that we thought he'd be going for, Joe, which is a little bit surprising. We do have Jwaow now building into his Triforce, 2/3 of the way done. Doesn't have much gold on top of that though. And Vayne, GA's done, Joe.
Yeah, that kind of surprises me that he didn't go in towards Shurelya's, to be honest, because he needs to get on Vayne. Like, he needs to single Vayne out. Yes, he has Ghost, I suppose, but Ghost, Shurelya's with his ultimate on. You can't stop him. And he's going to run straight into the back to try and control his Vayne, which is, in my opinion, what MouseSports have to do. They have to get this Vayne out of the game. I mean, Creaton got 11 of the 19 kills on his back now. So he's big weight for MILLENIUM to be handling. And they need to keep him alive. And if someone can target him and get in there and stick on him, it's probably Olaf.
And the weird thing is that he went for the Spirit Visage, which is, yeah, it gives you the magic resist, gives you extra lifesteal and the cooldown reduction, but you're not going to die to Tabzz when you have 4,000 life. I was going to say, they
don't really need magic resist right now.
You need 4,100 life. 4,100. He's not going to die to Tabzz. He doesn't even have a DFG right now. Has the Void Staff, so there's no reason to pick that up. And the Shrill, just like I was saying, I mean, it's going to be good for them to disengage as well, because MILLENIUM is starting to win these team fights really easily. We've seen a lot of good pulls on Haydal, and that is what's causing Mouse so many problems. MoMa's kind of fallen off a little bit. We've been seeing him doing as much damage as we saw earlier on. Obviously, he does fall off a little bit. Went for an Abyssal Scepter, but if they can't dodge these pulls, if Prothana, like you're saying, can't stick to Vayne, there's no way they can win this these team fights.
Well, we see them pushing up there. They can clear these waves out quickly with that barrel out of Gragas. How about they do decide to back away? What's the Dragon timer? 35:50, so good amount of time still to wait for that one. Actually, Baron is going to be up before that. And now MILLENIUM pushing in towards this bottom inhibitor turret.
Well, we do have Frozen Heart done on Shogun. It's going to be a very key item to shut down Vayne. Oh, just missing over that wall. We do have Creaton actually taking a reckless swing out of Olaf, but I mean, it's not really that much damage as she can't heal it up with that Vamp Scepter with the crits. As you're right there, I mean, 700, 600 crits at the moment, healing up that perfectly. And if someone on MouseSports gets pulled, I mean, it's going to be an inhibitor, potentially 2, potentially even game right now. You obviously don't want to lose this one. You want to win it, to stay alive in this tournament. And I don't know, I don't think Mouse has not has what it takes, but just has the ability with how fed Vayne is.
Oh, Creaton actually just took a big chunk of damage there. Needs his next minion wave basically to herself to be healing that one up. Which is what I kind of don't understand in this situation, why they're destroying them straight away and not just letting Creaton have that lifesteal back of it, so he's full HP should they either get engaged on or engage themselves. Shen has pushed his top lane out though. That's going to force Olaf away. He does have that teleport, so we'll see if that gets called into use here. As the ultimate does go down there, and we are going to see Dedrayon going very, very low. There's the ulti coming out of Gragas as well. Shen coming into this one, but look, they've hardly lost any health. There is Shen going in. MoMa's going to be in trouble. Ulti comes out of Zyra. Nunu ulti didn't really do anything. Prothana now going to be in trouble as well as the kills raining in left, right, and center for MILLENIUM. Can they finish off Dedrayon? Yes, they can. It's Creaton there that does that one, and he could probably just stand at the fountain now and just pin them into it so that they can't get out for the rest of the game until they all respawn. But this is going to be the first inhibitor going down. They may just decide to tank up that turret in the middle to get themselves a second inhibitor, or they might even go for a Nexus turret, to be honest. They've got the minions there with them. They've certainly got the damage coming out of Creaton to finish off these turrets quickly. There's the first Nexus turret down. Can MouseSports get into it quick enough? Tabzz going fairly low. Pull comes down onto Olaf. He's knocked up. He's going to get nuked away, but you can see Creaton focusing in on towards the Nexus. Prothana does get away, but it won't matter. MILLENIUM going to take down MouseSports here in a 33-minute game. Back and forth it certainly was, but MILLENIUM, the ones keeping their hopes alive here in Group A of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
Yeah, I have to say that was probably the most entertaining match we've seen all day today, as it was probably the closest. But yeah, the throws, I mean, there were the throws and catches left and right. I mean, you really couldn't predict who would win it unless you stuck with the Vayne the entire time. But I mean, MouseSports would be up at one point with MoMa doing so much damage. He was 8-0 at one point, and then they fell behind because they kept getting picked off one by one. And then Creaton, I mean, it was his game to lose. He has the 13-3-7 score. If you know what that means, everyone obviously does. If you are a gamer. But they were just able to get him fed. He was able to position himself correctly, and because of that, they took the victory.
Yeah, really fantastic play out of MILLENIUM, and they just waited for that Vayne. I mean, they got aced earlier on in the game.
Yeah, they did at Dragon, like 9
minutes into the game. They got aced there, and they just held on. Creaton then got fed up to elite 1-3-3-7.
He was already fed
nice
too.
Score to have. Yeah, he was.
4-1.
His creep score in the end was not that much huger, but the thing is he stayed neck and neck in the early game with that CS as well. Then he started to rack up the kills, and as we all know, once Vayne gets going, bit of a steamroller that you don't stop very easily.
Yeah, and Haydal was probably a key factor. Actually, I don't want to analyze it too much, but I'd have to say he was probably a key factor in MILLENIUM winning that game because he had some amazing pulls that set up for condemns, and they ended up clawing their way back into the game. We do see MILLENIUM right here, as they are, and now you see us, as they are very happy to win that game. And I would be too. Keeps your hopes alive.
Yeah, a bit of a sigh of relief from MILLENIUM after that one. I mean, it was very back and forth. Not a game that was easy to win, but they're the games that you have to win if you want to stay in the group stages. But anyway, that's enough analysis from outside. We're going to throw it over to the Cool Kids desk to see which pose they've got for us this time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Joe and Jason. And what an pretty active game, that one. Very much back and forth, very close in the gold. And really, it was a case of who wanted to throw the match the hardest, I think, we decided on, because there were so many times.
Competition of throwing.
A competition of throws. There was a lot of action. We made a lot of notes throughout that match. So let's just delve straight into the replays, because we've got a lot of them. So first off, this is about 9 minutes. This was the first dragon fight.
Yeah, the main problem was MouseSports was doing Drake, and MILLENIUM tried to contest it when Tabzz was completely out of mana. Tabzz didn't even cast the ultimate. I mean, he died without the Zyra ultimate, so of course they're gonna die, and they get like so stomped on that team fight, getting an ace for MouseSports and only 1 kill for MILLENIUM. And a Drake, of course, for MouseSports. It was like approximate like 3k gold for MouseSports.
And then we moved on to 1930, I think it was. By this stage, MoMa had gone around. He'd got himself a dragon, of course. They'd got himself a bunch of kills. But if we move in there, this is kind of like nobody really wanted to fight this one.
It was really this... I I don't want to say that, but really discoordinated, right? It was like, first Mouse tried to go, then Millennium, Mouse went back and Millennium grabbed someone, then they tried to go again, then go back, again, back, and it was so messy. And it ended with 2 kills for Millennium and 1 kill only for MOUSESPORTS.
And that was kind of the start of the comeback we fought. And then we moved on to 2140, which is when they really next engaged. And that was kind of Millennium kicking into gear.
Yep. It was, again, a bit discoordinated. Like, they were trying to go. And that moment we see MOUSESPORTS were running away. Prothana was running, sent Pheilox, because it was already in the ultimate. And then this ultimate of Shira get 2 of them, 3 of them damage. But it was kind of messy team fight. Still was really success for Millennium, because they get, I think it get 4 guys and only died 1 guy, if I'm not wrong. It's a 4-1, exactly.
Yeah,
It was a complete comeback by Millennium.
Complete comeback, and then we moved to, I think it was 27-10, was pretty much the nail in the coffin. It was just before the Baron fight happened, and kind of they just simply got caught out.
I think this was the Blitzcrank grab, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, he went aggressive. And it just completely backfires on them.
It was Bane destroying Dragas, Bane destroying Cho'Gath, and Blitzcrank getting Nunu and the Oracle. And then, of course, get a NASA from this.
Yeah, I mean, they just go on to get Baron, and they're pretty much just saying thanks very much.
It was funny, because they get that 3 kills, but they still behind on gold. They were like 1K behind. So it's something strange, I will say.
Definitely very strange. So, very much a back-and-forth action. Neither team really wanting to effectively take grasp of a full victory there, but it was Millennium that got it, and it's going to be Millennium versus SK Telecom next. What are we thinking here? Because this is basically the battle to get through. FNATIC now are pretty much home free. They've got MOUSESPORTS next. We're expecting a pretty clear victory there now, because MOUSESPORTS is 0-2. FNATIC looking incredible this tournament. They're all looking pretty much on top form. What are we expecting here?
I think this is the first time that Ara and I really disagree. I think you still think that Millennium have a good chance here. And I don't know. I think this one is going to go to SK Telecom.
I mean, if I will put my bets, I will say to SK Telecom. But still, I like the team Millennium. I like that guys, and I think they could do better job than this game. They could even
and
do
they are heroes, obviously, that team Millennium. There's Angush, of course. If he ever gets his Jax, it's gonna be trouble. Maybe Tabzz will pull out Fizz for that last game.
I swear,
he's so good.
Well, and that will also count on how much that SK Telecom have really looked at Eclipsia. Millennium, so I should say now that you formerly Eclipsia. And really vice versa. They've kind of had a good look at what they kind of know Reapered. They know what he plays. I guess they've had to probably look at the other guys, but they're, you know, vice versa. Neither team really know each other that well, because they're both within a week, 2 weeks old.
Yep.
So I would love to watch in next game Kale and Fizz.
Kale and Fizz.
That's your
ImSoFresh, Tabzz. Kale.
Do it. Kale and Fizz. Maybe that's what we'll get. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have an interview, so let's get over to Zoe.
Thank you very much, guys. I now have one guy of the winning team, ImSoFresh, joining me. And of course, once more, but, I love you. I never get tired of doing that, I'm sorry.
You really love doing that to me.
Hey, come on, you chose that nickname. It's not really my fault, is it? So let's talk a little bit about the game. That has been one of the most back-and-forth games we've seen today, at least. And I gotta say, in the beginning, it didn't look that good for you guys at first. I mean, Mouse scored the ace at around 9:30 or something. And then you had, like, several team fights where you were able to pick up good kills. I mean, we had, like... the one where you went out 2-0 against them, so that was pretty good. But what looked to me like one of the turning points was that Blitzcrank moment over at the blue buff. Was that an actual intended bait you guys did there, or was that some sort of accident going on?
So it's both, because Haydal wanted to bait it, and Angush ulted way too late, but in the end we still got them. So I think we can call this a bait.
Sounds fair. That sounds good.
We'll go into the picks and bans. Can you walk us through that? What was your guys' mindset trying to take out of MOUSESPORTS' hands?
Not really. We don't know what they play, so we just banned what we didn't want to play against.
And then Haydal, I mean, I was saying during the cast that he had some amazing pulls that probably turned the game around in your guys' favor. Like Zoe was saying, it was very back and forth. How do you guys stay in it mentally? I mean, you guys got ace, like you're saying, at 9:30 around Dragon, but yet you came back anyways. I mean, most of it Creaton with his, like, 1-3-3-7 score?
Well, the problem is mainly the communication. Like, honestly, we did 3 games together, and I don't know, like, we try to trust each other, but sometimes someone sees an opportunity and the rest doesn't always want to follow. So sometimes we are doing great because we trust each other, and sometimes there's a split between decisions. So it's the throw, and that's how we always throw it and then come back, and we did that many times in the game.
And how long have you guys actually been playing together? Because it's newly formed, and I know a lot of people out there are curious, was this something that was planned a while ago, or it kind of just came to fruition?
It's really hard to explain.
Give it a go.
I mean, we just had
That's all right. We can go to another question because you have another hard match coming up.
It's really long.
All right, then we can go to the next question. You guys are playing against SK Telecom next, and we were talking a little bit before. You've had time to watch every single match. How did you guys prepare through that?
Well, we've been able, like, we couldn't tell everything they play, but we pretty much know what to expect and how strong they are. I mean, we could evaluate their level, and well, that's pretty nice because both games they played, both games we watched them, we didn't play. We'll see.
We will indeed. So good luck, of course, for that game. We all hope that's going to go as well as that one just went. We're going to throw it over to a quick commercial, and afterwards we will be back once more with Nazroth. And this time we have a special guest. It's going to be Reapered, Dustin Beck, who we had here on the couch right before all the matches started. He's the vice president of esports from Riot Games. So definitely make sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break. now with our special guest, Reapered, and of course Nathworth is joining us once more as well. We make it. I want a breakfast too.
Boom.
Is it awkward to ask for it?
Not at all.
No. Okay, cool. Okay, we're cool. So, apart from awkward breakfast, we're gonna make a quick interview with you, as we already did beforehand. But before, of course, we also have some other stuff to tell you, as we just had Mokate, who you could throw questions on. You can now do the same with him.
Exactly. The Reddit thread has been live for a while now. We've kind of started the comment already and answered a couple of questions, and we'd just like to have a couple of more questions in there. So feel free to go on Reddit /r/League of Legends. It should be on the front page, so just go there and ask a couple of awesome questions.
I mean, we got some really good insights from Mokate, and that's the point of view from a player. But now you can get the point of view from the vice president of esports from Riot Games. So that should be pretty interesting. Which questions
crazy.
would you like to read there?
You know, there's a whole bunch of them. Someone asked about the gingerbread ward skin.
That's a good one. That's
It is a good one. I've actually been working on that. That was my first project at Riot. Working really hard on that one, and it finally came to fruition, so I'm really excited.
Must be one happy muffin now.
So happy.
So happy. Isn't that great? So this is the kind of insight you can get from this good sir next to me. So the tournament has been going on for quite a while now, and we've already seen some really good games. I mean, just the last one, which is such a back and forth and like a kind of unexpected ending where Millennium just took it back. What has been your highlight so far? Is there any games you've been particularly interested in, or was it just overall great?
I'm going to say overall great, but actually I've been tied up in meetings, so I haven't watched any game. I'm guilty, and I apologize. But
Darn it, I call you out on that one. You should have told me before.
Let's just play it off. Let's restart.
Okay. Let's
the
keep
games
on going.
have been awesome.
I know,
They've been
right?
Fantastic, and I don't know which one was my favorite. They've all been so good. So
yeah, I mean, you still there's plenty more to come tomorrow, so.
I will watch those ones, so I will have a better answer that time around.
Okay, I'm gonna call you out tomorrow once more.
Yeah.
And you've been probably one of them. I mean, all the Riot guys are traveling a lot around the places. Mostly this year, you guys have so many events going on. Have you seen something from Cologne already? Like, been able to check it out, or you still chat-lagged and?
No, I have been. What I'm actually most impressed about is this studio is awesome.
Yeah, it is.
They put a lot of time and energy into this, and I think the players love it. The fans are loving it. It's cool having the live atmosphere at this thing, and it's exciting. I know that they're kind of transforming it as well, and it's still a work in progress, and it's cool seeing it now. It's going to be even cooler seeing it as the time goes by.
I mean, it's really nice to just have everything around the corner. Like, we have the audience right in the back. We have the players right here playing it out. You can basically watch over their backs. We have vice presidents walking around just like that.
We got Red Bull, we got beer, we got awesome League of Legends
How much
game.
more awesome can that get? I'm asking.
It's approaching the limit. So.
I know. And if you unfortunately have to stay at home and can't take part on all the awesomeness, you can still take part a little bit by going onto Reddit /r/League of Legends and throw us questions. If there's anything you always wanted to know from the vice president of esports from Riot Games, already said League of Legends, blah, blah, blah. So if there's anything you want to know, throw some questions at him, and of course our lovely Nasroth, who is going through all of them throughout the whole day and throughout the next few days as well. So yeah, but apart from that, we of course still have the BenQ challenge going on, so make sure to still send in pictures with the hashtag IEM and hashtag Santa BenQ, right? That's right, okay. Give me the thumbs up. And also we have a Christmas raffle going on, so geez, so much
Christmas
stuff.
Raffle?
Christmas presents, I would say.
Wow.
No, I'm not actually sure what Santa has packed for you guys, but you should go check it out. www.esl.tv/win. That sounds like a pretty promising Christmas raffle. What would you guess would be in there?
All kinds of goodies. I don't know. Probably some gingerbread snacks.
Gingerbread snacks?
Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Maybe
good.
A computer. I don't know.
Could be anything. Could be anything. You should find out. So make sure to participate over with all the raffles and everything we have going on. And of course, stay tuned for all the action. We're going to handle it over back to Deman and all the other guys at the analysis desk.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I could not see.
I would have told you, but
you couldn't speak. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Intel Extreme Masters here in Cologne. You can see we're having a little bit of fun here at the Cool Kids desk out backstage. Joining me, of course, is Zenon the Stoic from Riot Games and Araneae, formerly of SK, and going to be in Season 3 somewhere. What team will he be in? Keep your eyes peeled on that one. So, MILLENIUM versus SK Telecom is up next. Going to be a good game. It's going to be really for a position. Who is going to get second place here? Who will make it through with FNATIC? That is the question. And really, who do you think it's going to be? You guys are actually pretty split on this one, but you were saying if you put money down, maybe would go with SK Telecom.
Yeah, Korean is always a safe.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah, it's always a safe bet. But still, I'm cheering for my Frenchy team, for my Frenchy friends.
Frenchy friends.
My Frenchy friends.
Frenchy friends, okay. I'm glad you said that because, you know, me as an English guy was saying that we'd probably get abused for it. But so what do we think here then? We've just seen, I mean, MILLENIUM came back quite well against MOUSE. MOUSE should have won that game. They kind of threw it.
Yeah, there were a couple of questionable decisions there, and the thing is, you can make a couple of questionable decisions unless there's a Vayne in the enemy team, because there's just a point that Vayne reaches where it's the point of no return, really, and that's exactly what we saw. Once Creaton got the team fights that he wanted, we saw during the Dragon fight, he was maybe a little bit too greedy. He was like, oh god, I have 2 rings under Olaf and he's almost dead, so I'm just going to charge in now, and he got killed. But later on he could do that, because later on he only needed like 1 or 2 rotations of Silver Bolt to kill somebody. Yep. And once you hit that stage with the Vayne, it's very, very hard to come back from. And you know, the lack of coordination, if there's one way to come back, and I think especially CLG, you have shown this time and time again, if there's one way to come back is with coordinated, well done team fights where you single somebody out and just win the fight like that.
And they had a Vayne.
I would like to remember, like, Vayne, the W, if someone doesn't know, the third attack is like so huge damage.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened on a team fight, that Gragas get caught by the Sire ultimate, and Vayne just needed 3 out attacks to delete Gragas. It was 3 out attacks. The third one was just destroying Gragas. And it was happening on every team fight, like Vayne was just really hitting everyone and just destroying everyone, and that's the main problem. You cannot let a Vayne get fed, because this is what happened. Okay, so we're looking at the 2 teams. What position would you rather be in? Would you rather be MILLENIUM, who've just come back and won, so they've got a bit of momentum behind them, or SK Telecom, who've had time to sit, watch that match, but they've just had a defeat to FNATIC? A pretty heavy defeat at that. It's actually, I mean, for me, the people that knows me, the people that knows how we played on SK, we are really... It was always momentum with you guys. Hot blood people. Yeah, when we start winning, we kind of stop from that. Like, we were really motivated and we keep going. So I actually prefer the position of MILLENIUM. They just defeat MOUSE. They just came back. They were playing like, let's say bad against FNATIC. Let's say they start bad against MOUSE. And then there's a point that they came back. They start playing like everyone really good, really high coordination. And I hope this match keep on the coordination and keep on the good plays. And if I could just point this out on the stream right now, the third person from the right standing and talking, that is Fat Mama, formerly of Team Black, the support slash sub slash coach for Team MILLENIUM. Yep, played in MLG New York. So if anyway, actually he's probably the only person here that did play against Reapered. Oh yeah, that's a very good point. He's not going to be starting though in this tournament. No, but he could be giving them information. That's true, yeah. The information was Reapered absolutely dumped on everyone at MLG New York. So that's the information that he could share with everyone else. So how are we thinking? Let's go through the lanes. What are we expecting here? And starting off, Reapered versus Angush. It's a scary one. Both players actually would want Jax. Yes, but I think Reaper is way more experienced player and probably skilled player. I will put all my bets on Reaper on that lane. But then you come to mid lane, and after what I see from xPeke, after what I see what xPeke did against, it was MighTiLy? MighTiLy, yeah, MighTiLy. I could say like if Tabzz just go an assassin like Fizz, like Katarina, like Diana, he could do pretty much the same. So I think in mid lane it's gonna be like for Tabzz, that mid lane. Bottom lane is gonna be pretty even. I actually think Creaton's got quite a good advantage down that bottom lane. Most probably, yeah. I mean, UandME, we've seen him in this. We've seen some of the Korean ADs have been incredibly strong, but he really struggled against Rekkles. Yep. So maybe not untouchable team as we used to seeing from the Koreans, but who knows how it could turn out. So
that gives, so we're saying the top lane's SK Telecom, mid lane we think is MILLENIUM. Bottom lane's potential MILLENIUM.
Yeah.
Jungle.
In the jungle, even I think ImSoFresh is an incredible player. He's not playing that good this tournament. And also I think like Horo is camping a lot the top lane. So you just let Reapered to get fed. And that's mainly the strategy of a lot of Korean teams. It's the same as 9-inch Sword. What happened with 9-inch Sword? They just let Magnoon to get fed. Yeah. And he used to the plays. He used to the magic.
He's the spear. You know? That's what they call him.
The spear of
the point of the sword.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. That's the point. Like, and for example, teams like Taipei Assassin, they played against 9-inch Sword, and they thought about that. They said like they thought, okay, Magnoon is gonna not saying carry, but he's gonna like get all the guns. Is going to carry a bit the team, right? So let's use a swap lanes. They did a swap lanes. They moved 2v1 against Magnoon, and they focus on Magnoon so hard on early game.
If you are the jungler in a team against a solo top star like that, can you not just camp top yourself? Like against Reapered or against Magnoon, couldn't you just camp their lane?
Yep, but then you have to pick a better 2v2 jungler and top lane, because it's really important. There are champions like Jax in top. It's probably the better in a 2v2, as well as Jwaow. There are these champions that in a 2v2 they will win. For sure. So I don't know. It's probably all going to be around the picks. I want to see the picks, and then I will put my bets on the side.
Another thing I want to quickly point out is that MighTiLy got his Twisted Fate in the game against FNATIC, and apparently he's a very strong Twisted Fate player. That's what I.
But Peke is a very strong Katarina player.
And my point here is, if Katarina is this very, very strong counter to MighTiLy's Twisted Fate, well, Tabzz is a pretty good Katarina player, right?
Yeah, but the problem is Katarina is not a counter. It was just Peke playing just better than him.
Would you say that Peke is a better Katarina player than Tabzz?
I would say overall Peke is a better player than Tabzz, but yeah, I think from Katarina as well.
Yeah,
I guess so. But Tabzz is like assassin player. Like exactly, I think his Diana and his Fizz is just amazing.
And he's got the experience as well compared to that. But I mean, it's an interesting way that the Korean teams are starting to go about this. This is the second team now that's been created off the top player, basically focusing on the top player.
Like
is that something that maybe that they're doing right? I mean, is this something we need to look at and maybe think, okay, this is the top player is everything, and you focus around him?
I think on Europe, probably the only team who pretty much did that was Wicked.
Was CLG, yeah. CLG is the one I can think of.
Left SK and he was like, okay, I will do my own team. And he started team, I think it was with Wet Dream, I think it was with Liumi, it was with Will Failure,
yeah.
And it was with Froggen already, because Froggen was playing with Wet Dream. And Wet Dream was saying like, oh, Froggen is really good. And they were like, that 5 guys, then they swap, I think first of all, it was the bottom lane. No, it was, I think it was at the same time.
It was at the same time, yeah.
Liumi for Creepo and Jelopede, who was, they both were going to join Acer, the team Acer with Citizen Wayne, and then they swap as well. The jungler Wet Dream go out and join Snoopy.
Yeah, and so that's our European equivalent, effectively, of Najin Sword and now SK Telecom. Do we think it works? I mean, Najin Sword were pretty successful, but we say they're successful, but still haven't actually won. They came second place in MLG, and zooBlaze beat them.
I think 9-inch Sword is such an amazing team.
It's still that's still a pretty strong result.
And it's not only an amazing team; it's something that you like to play. You like to watch how Magnoon plays.
So do we think Reapered is becoming that way? I mean, he's got a bit of personality. I remember at New York, he was like, I'm the best top laner in the world. Actually, really responding to the fact that Reginald had been giving it pretty large, saying to the top AD and top AP.
It's really different because Magnoon never said he's the best. Every time you ask
He's
Magnoon,
just charismatic.
Yeah, that's the way. He's charismatic. If you ask Magnoon who is the best top laner, he always say Reapered.
Yeah.
He always said in the past Reapered. And he even said, a zooBlaze without Reapered is not that high talent. It's not that
and maybe they proved it at IPL 5.
And we're done with the bans already.
But they had Sai.
Yeah, they were messing around. So, okay, you didn't get to predict these ones. Maybe you didn't want to. But it is Vayne Jackson, Lee Sin banned out by SK Telecom, Shen, Diana, and Blitzcrank. So, actually, they've gone for fairly standard bans. But they did take out Jax away from Angush.
Yeah. I will say from that bans, I will completely predict that Jax and the Lee Sin for sure. And as well as... Yeah.
It's easy to say now.
Oh,
there you go.
He's not going to do it.
Oh, come on, lock it in.
Do it.
Lock it in.
But I don't think it's going to be a Zyra. It's going to be a support Zyra, surely.
Support Zyra.
We're talking about the Fizz.
Yeah,
I know, but
we know.
he's not going to pick it against an open. Surely, when everything's on the line.
I just want to see Fizz and Gale. I think it's like his secret weapon, and they're not gonna use it.
Katarina.
I'm completely.
Oh,
okay, there you go.
They're doing this on purpose.
Yes,
they're
no,
doing this
yes,
on purpose.
no, yes. Oh, come on, stop it.
Thanks for the play-by-play.
But Lulu has been picked in as the support, so they're expecting it to. I think expecting it to be Zyra mid lane. I think it's going to be Katarina, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
And ImSoFresh just said a little bit earlier on on the lobby chat that he said, sorry, Deman, I didn't mean to troll you with the Kale Mundo thing. He was really thinking between the two. Maybe they were really thinking between the two now as well, but I don't know. But it could still be a top lane Katarina, right?
No,
I'm reaching.
No, you're reaching. Actually, there was a top lane Katarina recently.
That's
Voyboy.
something I like.
Ooh.
That's something I really like.
The Evelyn.
Evelyn versus Katarina?
Just Evelyn.
Just Evelyn.
Yes, it's just an amazing champion. She can be ganking everywhere and you don't see her. It's just something for the.
And there it is, locked in.
It's amazing, Evelyn. I love to see Evelyn playing.
And Cho'Gath again picked.
Yeah.
That's every game of the tournament so far. 100% picked.
Ezreal may have a 100% pick ban
We have to ask. Ezreal as well?
Pick ban rate. I think he was.
Ezreal probably, yeah.
We have to ask FNATIC against MouseSports if they pick Cho'Gath as well, because then we'll have 100% chances.
It's not going to be a Kha'Zix Tabzz. Don't taunt me like that.
It would be fun though. I can. Well. So what happens if both Kha'Zix and Katarina jump in? Like who are you going to?
When it worked for it's what FNATIC ran at IPL 5.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the double jump, double reset.
Yeah, it is.
It is really.
It's not
strong.
about kills. It's just about like assists to be the champion. So it's fine.
We have 12 seconds left on the potential. There it is.
Yes.
Nice. And it is going to be, once again, a teleport Katarina.
This is good and bad because everyone's going to start banning it when I play now. People are going to see it more and more. It's not going to be at my ban. Yeah, they're not going to ban it against me, but...
Actually, I thought sOAZ was playing... what is it?
He plays
Kha'Zix.
himself.
Because he saw you playing Kha'Zix, right?
Oh, of course, it's because he saw me.
Like
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. No, it's I've definitely been learning from Reapered, but
they're gonna lock in a Karthus when Tabzz no longer has the chance to go Fizz. Oh, that must burn. Oh, that must burn. So, come on, Fizz and top lane Katarina and jungle Kha'Zix. Do it.
He can do jungle Kha'Zix. Jungle Kha'Zix works.
But
I played against ImSoFresh playing Kha'Zix already, but I don't think Angush
can play Katarina. No. But I know that Tabzz is yelling at him right now to do it.
Still, it could be hard to stop.
I mean, what at this stage, do you adjust suddenly your style when you're going through the picks and bans? Do you suddenly go, whoa, quick, we can counter with this, or do you just have to stick with it?
Doesn't sound good.
You can counter, of course you can counter, but still, I mean,
you know, as in full-on last-minute change to your whole team comp in the last pick.
There you go. I like that.
Jungle Kale.
I like that pick. I really like that pick.
Wow.
It's not the combo I said. I said the Fizz Kale, but it's gonna be Katarina Kale. It's pretty much the same, let's say.
So where's Evelyn going? Evelyn top lane? It's gonna be Reapered, yeah. Reapered on Evelyn top lane.
I think Reaper, Reaper were playing Evelyn.
Evelyn versus Kha'Zix. This is an interesting one.
I mean, if you're playing Kha'Zix all day long, you know how to counter Kha'Zix. So he may know how to counter Kha'Zix, right?
Yeah.
It's not like something he gets surprised or counter pick. No, he's trying to counter pick Kha'Zix with that. I think it was first the pick of Kha'Zix and then Evelyn or not?
No, Evelyn was first.
Evelyn was first.
Yeah. But I guess they thought it was mid, and then they've just gone, well, no, actually that works. I can play him top.
Yep, they're interesting.
So, what do we think of the two teams? I mean, these are pretty wild teams. If you guys are watching at home, get your friends to tune in, because this could be a wild one.
Okay, now I do my full bet on MILLENIUM.
And I'm going to go full bet
Millennium.
on SK Telecom. I want to see that Karthus Evelyn just...
I want to see that
them.
Kale.
That is true as well. The jungle Kale. Talk to us about that really quickly. You start E and then you take Q at level 2 and you try level 2 gank. Is that how it works?
If you can do many paths in the jungle right now. I mean, on season 3, I've been playing against ImSoFresh and you can do like whatever you want in jungle, right? With the machete. But I seen at Kale just doing like red buff and instantly, immediately after red buff, he went top gang with Ghost.
So you would have QE, right?
It's a guy in Europe that only plays Kayle. AD support, AP top, and jungle Kayle. And he does that, and he always gets the first blood level 2.
Well, let's see if that's what happens. Joe and Jason, take it away, guys. This could be a good one.
The game to decide it all here. Second place up for grabs in Group A between SK Telecom and Millennium. And what are SK Telecom going to go for here? They've all gone down that bottom lane and they are going straight into this bush. What? In the side. Wow, that was a great start to things as Creaton actually coming down here. Will he put a Q through there? Evelyn just staying out of range, so not going to get spotted. And SK Telecom still waiting it out. Reapered going to be scouting that bit out. Obviously a perfect position for an Evelyn to be in. Can't get too close to bushes though, that's a problem. Because you never quite know if you've not got vision who's going to be in there as Zyra and the rest of the team getting up now in towards this tri-bush. Do they know? Do they know it? I don't think they do. Millennium here may end up coming through. Reapered is again just scouting out just to see what information he can pull from this one. And they wait still in this tri-bush for an opportunity to arise. The question is, does that bottom lane come through the tri-bush or not by the end of it? They've got no idea here, Millennium, where SK Telecom are actually hiding as Creaton just walks down into the river, just showing you that they really don't have a clue where they are. SKT now moving up towards this blue buff, and that bush was already scouted. That bush was already scouted, so they're not going to realize that they're all in here. They're all going to come inside. This is going to be massive. Haydal goes low. The root catches too. First blood coming down for Cho'Gath. Flash is coming down. There's the ignite, and a second kill picked up there for Misfortune. It couldn't really have gone much worse for Millennium at the start of this one. A great invade, very sneaky stuff, using that Evelyn as a scout, Jason. Brilliant start for SK Telecom.
Yeah, they really show you the mastery of having Reaper on Evelyn. During the qualifiers for this, he actually put him in the top lane. We had MighTiLy on Rise in the mid lane. But it shows, like, I mean, I've talked to plenty of teams that play Twist of Fate middle. You have to get used to playing with that champion in the mid lane. You can't just, play it and expect to do well. Your team has to know how to go with it. And clearly, right there, they did. And this should be a really good game. Joe, ignoring those first 2 kills, who do you have your money on? Ignoring those first 2 kills.
Well, yeah, ignoring those first 2 kills. One going to Misfortune, one onto Cho'Gath. I think SK Telecom looking pretty good for this one, Jason. Totally ignoring the first kills, obviously, from that one. But we'll have to see about it. I mean, Reapered in this top lane against Kha'Zix. We'll see how that all works out for him. With Angush in there, Kayle in the jungle. We'll see how ImSoFresh is going to go all about this one. Obviously, we did want to see that one early. They kind of trolled us with that one. Ended up going with Mundo in the end. But this bottom lane, Misfortune, actually one of the most played champions for UandME and one of his most successful champions as well. Actually #1 according to our statistics for him. So we'll see how he does with this MF early on, especially with that kill coming over to him as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kayle is waiting here inside of that brush. However, does Reapered, yeah, he's got a point in his W, which means he's going to be able to run pretty quickly away to get out of any ganks. He has used his flash already in that little level 1 exchange, though, so we'll see how this one goes as Kayle does start to come in. No chance to catch up with Evelyn, though.
Yeah, I mean, ImSoFresh, she's trying to take advantage of all the flashes like she blowing. Reapered obviously doesn't have his up. But, I mean, it's Evelyn. You can't really catch her. When she does get slowed, pops the W just like you're saying and gets away. And one thing that the analysis desk was talking about, they like to see the kill with the Katarina combo because of the ultimate. And I was just thinking, having a Lulu on top of that in the bot lane, though, a lot of action happening. People getting low, but no kills going down, obviously.
But up at the top, Angush here getting ganked by Horo. And Reapered, and, well, won't end up going down for that one. Bottom lane, very, very low there. StarLast taken down to just 1 bar of health remaining, which is not a lot for Zyra. About 150 health remaining after that little encounter. Meanwhile, in the top, Cho'Gath is waiting. See there on the minimap. I don't want to move away from this bottom lane just yet because things could happen if the Arcane Shift comes out from Creaton into the action, but he's fairly low himself, so don't really expect that to go down. There was a ward put in this brush here, which is going to stop Kayle really getting in onto the action. However, Katarina is coming up here as well. Reapered, as he said, with that W, fantastic movement speed bonus. It's really hard to lock down.
Yeah, he really is, and one thing that MILLENIUM's trying to do, they're trying to shut him down because at least during the qualifiers, he did insanely well. He actually carried his team quite a bit with their combo. With Kale coming in for gank on MighTiLy, not going to be too successful. The Horo coming in from the side.
Oh, Wall of Pain does go down. Knockup going to come in here on towards Kale. He's silenced. He's only level 3 and he's going to die from this one. It's Horo actually with the red buff, I think, that just finished that one off there right towards the end of it. And another successful kill coming down. 3-0. That leaves them 1,300 gold up already. That is a big chunk, considering we're up at the 6,000-7,000 gold mark. After 5 minutes of this game, there is a pink ward down by both teams in this low brush in the bottom lane. And it's MILLENIUM who get the advantage with that one, taking down the SKT pink ward.
And with that kill Horo got, he actually renewed his red buff. Now I'm having problems talking. So that's going to make him even more lethal when he goes for ganks, because that rupture gives you slow, but if you have another slow on top of that, it's just insanely hard to get away from him. So you see him try to rupture just to check the bushes. And in the top lane, we have Reapered still very pushed up. During the qualifiers, they actually let his lane go. And then because of that, he was able to roam around a little bit. But this time, trying to actually compete head-to-head here. And if anyone knows how to counter him, it's probably Reapered and it's probably sOAZ.
Yeah, and to be honest, Reapered doesn't need to let his tower go in this situation because he's going to bully Angush with his Q. And Angush there being forced to go home. 34-28 CSO. Evelyn actually a little behind on that one, but to be honest, Angush had more time in his lane. He went away from that level 1 fight earlier on. Reapered had to work his way back in afterwards, so he's going to catch up there pretty quickly. Misfortune has gone for those Berserker Greaves and Doran's Blade. On the other side, Ezreal, double Doran's Blade. Katarina got that, wow, I keep getting it mixed up today. I always want to say Vant Scepter for some reason, for the Revolver. But he's got that in early on into this lane, and we can see that Karthus going up towards that Catalyst into Rod of Ages.
And yeah, Joe, I was just trying to think about bot lane, and Misfortune, as you're saying, went for Berserker Greaves, and with her passive, she has that great movement speed, but it's a Lulu, and I know how much you hate Lulus, Joe, and anyone that watches this cast together knows that. And see Reaper actually engaging on Angush here.
Yeah, he's put the ulti down there, actually going to pop his W and the flash going in. Karthus is going to be able to mop this one up. That is the kill coming down, but can he escape from Kale? There is the slow and the flash in from Kale to finish this one off, helped out with the turret. And he was never going to get away from that one, but he's taken out Kha'Zix in this top lane. Actually, it was Karthus who obviously got the kill with his ultimate coming down, but nonetheless, kill is a kill. And that leaves us at a 1,500 gold difference there or thereabouts, still in favor of SK Telecoms. We are going to see Creaton here getting rooted up, but good damage back, forcing Misfortune to disengage from that fight.
Yeah, very good damage on dropping down halfway, and both lanes obviously running for that very aggressive lane, which, I mean, typically the meta kind of shifted towards, and you don't really see too many stunners anymore. You never see Soraka, but they are pretty much dueling on there. I was trying to say Misfortune, you know, it's really hard to catch an Ezra who has Arcane Shift, and then Lulu glitter lances you, and it's basically a snare, as we always talk about. But as you see right there, I mean, Misfortune is one of the strongest AD carries pre-6, has the highest damage output, I believe. I think it's Corki is the only one that actually matches it, if I'm not mistaken. I probably am, but Misfortune, though, definitely one of the highest. And she's just trying to boss around Ezra, which CS doesn't really reflect it. She has that one kill, though, that one assist over him. And you really have to make it worth it as a Misfortune.
We've seen red buff being taken away there by Horo. He's slightly ahead in the jungle, got his Heart of Gold in there, and also those boots and mobilities. We are going to see the knockup coming down here on towards Tabzz, but I think Tabzz is probably strong enough to fight him there and actually will flash over the top of the wall. Doesn't want to be a part of that one. Gets himself instantly out of any danger. Bottom lane did start to come up to that. Karthus was coming down as well from the middle, so maybe in the big picture of things, a wise move. I mean, he's still got Shumpo, after all, to stay safe in the lane.
Yep, definitely. And we do see ImSoFresh trying to go in for Gek on this top lane, and Angush is actually starting to boss around Reapered with that Brutalizer. We do see him go in.
Yeah.
Looks like Kale's not going to commit to it, though, but he should.
Wow.
He's still sitting in that bush.
Ulti put down there by Reapered. I wonder if Angush is going to try and bait him out from this one.
We do see ImSoFresh. He is level 6, so he does have the ultimate to save him if he needs to. We do see Horo coming in from the river, though.
Yep. Horo is going to come in from the side, and they're going to try and turn this one around as Kale heads off over towards Reaper. Let's have a look over towards Horo, who's actually going to come down to Kale. They're going to do a bit of damage between them there, and you can see that Kale does a lot of damage still coming from that jungle. Level 6 currently. As you said, that ultimate is going to be so vital, you know, at every point in this game. I mean, Karthus in the middle of a team fight, invulnerable. That's pretty sick to have, to keep him in the middle of it for that bit longer.
Sorry. All right. Well, yeah. I mean,
no, that doesn't make any sense since he's on the other side.
Yeah. I was like,
that's why you look
to be funny. Katarina.
I did mean Katarina, obviously.
Everyone knew that.
Let's start with K.
Yeah, everyone knew that. And then, not to mention, they have the Lulu ultimate, so when Tabzz is ulting, you can pop that on him, knock everyone up, giving them that extra time to use that ulti. And hopefully with the damage they have, because they have a really good lineup for damage, as you noticed with Kale. They're not that tanky, but all they're trying to do is get those resets, like the analysis just was saying before, getting Angush his leaps over and over again, getting Tabzz up with all of his cooldowns, and they can really snowball a fight very quickly. And it's up to SKT to actually sustain long enough before that burst really becomes a problem.
He's Reapered back into the lane with the Haunting guys.
Yeah, both of them have their penetration item right now.
Yeah. Let's see how that one all works out. Angush was doing a good job earlier on getting into that one. As Horo going to see ImSoFresh inside of the jungle. He's got boost and mobility, so we'll escape pretty quickly from that one. And it looks like SK Telecom setting themselves up for the first dragon of the game. This Karthus is going to come around. ImSoFresh is there, does have his smite available. Horo as well, and obviously is level 6 now, so does have that Nom available to finish off the job as well. Here we go, Knocker coming down onto Creaton. There was the ultimate. Actually, the ulti coming out there of Zyra didn't really do that much damage. And here comes Katarina from the side, ulti running. Can they get the reset? Not quite just yet as the knockup comes in. Haydal has flashed in there. Lulu being a boss here. One more auto attack. There we go. That will secure the kill for Haydal on Lulu. Obviously, former AD carry player, so certainly knows how to be aggressive, that's for sure. That will be Karthus ulti coming in now. Is he going to get the kill? No, not quite. A little bit too...
healthy.
Yeah, a little bit
Just a little bit too healthy.
Just a little bit.
And that's, I mean, that's a big ultimate being down for MighTiLy because it applies so much pressure in your lane. You know.
Close.
You know when his ultimate's up, just like Shen. You have to be, really careful when you're aggressive. Oh, he's going to catch Creaton here, though.
He is going to get into Creaton. There goes the ultimate down. W popped, and he's going to go following in with this one. Has got the ignite down onto Creaton, but does he have the damage here from those hate spikes? Looks like he may just well. One more will finish it. There we go. Reapered picks up the kill, pops his W again, and runs away for cover. 5-2 and a 2,000 gold lead for SK Telecom.
And the kill spread, Joe, looking very good for SK Telecom. I mean, 1 kill, 3 assists on Evelyn, 2-0-1 for Horo on that jungle, 1-0-3 Karthus, a 1-1-1 Misfortune. I mean, that's ideal because you have everyone getting the damage they need, and maybe even building the tanky items they need a little bit earlier. Like I was saying before, MILLENIUM, if they get that 1 kill, they're just going to train all over you. We do have Horo. It looks like he's going to be going in, or back in his jungle. Does have boots mobility, so he's extremely fast, and the Heart of Gold, which everyone probably misses right now. And Angush in that top lane, trying to take that turret. Might even be able to get it here if he does commit. Doesn't have a lot of mana. I don't think he actually has enough to leap. Oh, he does have enough to leap away if he needs to.
Yeah, just about enough to get himself out of that little situation. Well, in terms of CS, 75-65 in favor of Kha'Zix in the top lane. Middle lane, Katarina got the advantage by about 10. Bottom lane, 93-102 in favor of Ezreal, and he's got a nice wave pushed on his tower now to be taken down as well. And in the jungle, 45-52 Kale with that advantage, but this Cho'Gath been a lot more present in the lanes, obviously with that boost mobility, can afford to do that as well.
Well, the Kale, I mean, his ganks are really good in terms of he has a slow, he has a lot of damage, he has a nice range. I mean, Araneae and I were talking last night about how he likes to run jungle Ezreal, and the damage you have, not to mention what the red buff is really devastating. But Kale is really going to shine late game with that ultimate just alone on Tabzz. I mean, on anyone, to be honest, if they can keep that person alive.
Oh, the pink ward put down here by Haydal. Going to be taking out that ward that was put down just there by Zyra as well, and now Haydal does have the complete control of this bush in that bottom lane. Karthus is caught up on CS as well, also has that Rod of Ages finished and is going to be going home. How much gold does he have? 830 gold, so may upgrade his boots for this one. Yep, there we go. Sorcerer's Shoes picked up for him.
I mean, that Rod of Ages is a perfect item on him. Might even need to build into an Abyss Scepter a little bit later just to deal with the damage that Tabzz has. I mean, we saw in that last little skirmish, I see Angush trying to go on a Reaper, but that W is just so strong. You can't catch her. I mean, even if you do have a built-in slow, you know, if you use it at the right time, she will get away.
Oh, here we go down in the bottom. Zyra ulti comes in. Karthus ulti is already going. Lulu ulti comes down. Actually, we have Katarina in here as well. Double kill for Katarina. Can he get any more here onto Horo? I'm not really sure. We'll have a look at the cooldowns. Still needs that one more. The slow coming in. Have they got enough health to die if they decide against it? What, MILLENIUM staying in this game in terms of the kills. There's still a good 2,000 1,000 gold behind, though, which means this next dragon will be a valuable prize for them if they can pick that one up. They may even be able to have a turret away now on this bottom lane.
This is what we saw exactly earlier between FNATIC and SKT. We had Tabzz. I mean, he had... Actually, it wasn't Tabzz. It was xPeke at the time. He had that teleport, came to the top lane, got a double kill because of it. Now we see Tabzz getting a double kill at the bot lane, 2-0-1. And the real question is, can he snowball as hard as xPeke did in that game? And it's a Katarina, so probably could. And it's Tabzz, which Katarina is like one of his most played EP mids as well.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very strong Katarina player. If anyone can do it, it's probably him in this situation. As we are going to see Karthus taking away his blue buff now. Going about it without the Defile here, just with those lay wastes. Take that down very quickly. And there we go. Blue buff over with Karthus. Kayle obviously just coming around to cover that middle lane a little bit too late. They'd already lost that outer turret, which incidentally is the first turret of the game. And for a middle outer turret, that's a very valuable pickup this stage of the game with those dragons about to come up.
Oh, Tabzz in the bottom lane, knowing that pink ward is there, like you were mentioning earlier, Haydal had complete control of it. He's just waiting for an opportunity. Zyra currently no flash. Tabzz obviously doesn't have his as well, but with his damage, with his abilities, he should be able to catch someone here, as they will bait it in.
Oh, they got the root down onto Haydal, but they're going to go in on towards Miss Fortune. Here we go, ulti flying out. There's the assist. A reset's coming in, and a double kill for Ezreal this time around. That leaves Tabzz with 2. That leaves Creaton with 2. Kayle now in a little bit of trouble here in the middle. Doesn't have the ultimate ready, and that will be another kill coming down. Actually, he did use his ultimate. They just waited until it was finished there. I mean, it's pretty hard to get away from a Karthus Cho'Gath with that wall of pain, with the knockups and the silence and everything in there on top of it. That leaves us at 8-6, still the gold lead for SK Telecom. Looks like this turret will come back now. That'll leave us at 1-1. And these minions finally finish it off. Boom. There we go.
Yeah, we do have Creaton in the bot lane. He has quite a bit of a big CS advantage in there currently. We do see Horo has an Oracle for himself. He's going to be clearing all these wards. Dragon should be coming up very shortly. And they really want to make a play on it, because if they do grab it, it's just going to lengthen that gold lead and make them that much more tanky. And they need some sort of response to Tabzz right now, who's 2-0-3, gave those 2 kills over to Ezreal, which honestly isn't a bad idea if you can spread out the kills a little bit. But then again, I mean, you're Katarina. Doesn't matter if you get all of them. Dragon is up. Horo trying to go for a play here. We do have Misfortune and Zyra heading down there. We see Reapered, and we see MighTiLy heading down as well. So there should be both teams heading down with all 5 members. So we could see a huge engage here.
Yeah, Dragon started off, Wall of Pain goes down, but Angush dives straight in on towards the Karthus. Here comes Tabzz as well. They've managed to pick up 1 kill here. But here comes Creaton. Ultimate coming out from his Fortune as well. The Karthus ulti going to go down. Actually manages to pick up Katarina. Well, they're not going to be able to get away with Miss Fortune. That was another kill for Creaton. He's now 4-2-3. After that brilliant start from SK Telecom, it's 10-9. This Dragon's going to bring that gold right back towards even. And it's not looking all that brilliant for SK Telecoms right from the start. Considering that start that they had, Jason, is my point here, that they may have been letting this one slip a little.
Yeah, it was a very dominant start, getting those 2 kills and giving them to the carries that you want to see it on. But such a great play to MILLENIUM there. We saw the Katarina go in, ult as many targets as possible. We did see Angush overextend a little bit, but in the end it didn't really matter. Then we saw Creaton with the ultimate to follow up just to get someone low enough just so they can get that reset. As we saw Tabzz actually go after Reapered, who ends up falling to the Karthus ultimate anyways, but he is picking up an Abyssal Scepter, going for that penetration build, going to have that, I think it's 69 flat, which is just so devastating against a team who really hasn't built too much magic as this. Reaper's only 1 currently. He's going for an Abyssal himself here, so...
Yes, in this bottom lane there, we just saw Creaton picking up those kills. Also got a nice lead in the creep score as well. 142 to 113, which, considering Misfortunes that are strongest in that early game, could come back to haunt SK Telecom in this one as well. Karthus in the middle lane does have a good 20 CS lead here. He's been chased down by Tabzz, but he's got the tower still behind him.
And one thing, though, that SKT has in their favor is that Misfortune Zyra ultimate combo. You knock them up, and they all sit in that Misfortune ultimate, which is really devastating. They have a Karthus sitting there with Defile. You have Cho'Gath silencing anyone he can. And then you have the ultimate out of Reapered, which is just going to devastate the other team. So they really have a strong team fight capability, but it's all about executing.
Tabzz coming in behind MighTiLy there, but decides not really to go for it. There we go. He's going to shumpo over. Here comes the ulti out as well. Karthus taking the route around. There's a flash from Katarina and shut down. That is the kill out of Tabzz. Will shumpo straight away onto ImSoFresh. Of And that is level now with the kills. Still an 800 gold lead, though, for SK Telecom. They are holding out on that front, but for how long, you have to wonder.
Yeah, we could see MILLENIUM making a push on this mid tower, as we have Reapered coming down from the tops. We do see Angush following as well, and they will try to go for it. They have a lot of range damage, having that KO jungle, which dodges a nice rupture there, and it will be enough to actually make them back away.
Yeah, but look at Tabzz goes in there. Zyra ultimate not going to hit anyone. And here comes Angush from the side. Misfortune ultimate should hold them off for now. Well, for how long? They're going to have another wave of minions coming down.
Karthus coming back up, and he has ulti ready.
Yeah, that's it. They just need to get him low from this one. I mean, a good ultimate from Ezreal here could be enough to set up that kill for Karthus. We do see it come over the side. Minions not going to be enough here to allow them to get this turret, but they are chipping away with that Q coming out of Ezreal, who's now got that Trinity Force finished. Could really set up a kill here. Meanwhile, in top lane, Angush going to be pushing through. That turret was low from early. In fact, just the minions will be able to do that one, as ImSoFresh getting a little bit too far forward in the jungle. His teammates pinging him, saying, hey, what are you doing there? Get back. You don't need to be giving it away any silly kills at this stage. And we see there Reaper just about saved his turret. 28 health it's got.
As you do. It doesn't matter in the end anyways, as we'll see Angush eventually push it down, give them the turret lead. But items, Joe, we should probably go over that just a little bit. Evelyn picks up the Abyssal Scepter done now. We still have that Heart of Gold, build it into an Aegis on Cho'Gath. Karthus going into his zone is going to need that item just to stay alive, doesn't want to give any resets away. Misfortune, Bloodthirster going into a Phantom Dancer, and on the other side, Angush still has that Brutalizer. We see ImSoFresh on KO going for a Nashor's Tooth, which is well, I haven't seen that item in a long time, but it does work decently well with him. And we do see Katarina, like I was saying earlier, has that 69 penetration and the Revolver just for the extra lifesteal. Might even see the Hextech Gunblade come out eventually, and the Triforce, like you're saying, for Ezreal, allowing him to poke them down. Reaper getting pretty low on the top lane, but should be able to escape.
But his W, the story of Angush's life here, as he is actually, I thought he was going to go in there, had his ulti on. And with that turret solo, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Angush just going, but look at that burst damage coming down. Angush, what happened?
That's that penetration build.
Insane.
69 magic penetration out of Reapered. Yeah. Almost true damage to him. It's just, it's hard to compete against that unless you build straight magic resist, which he's not. He's going for those Merc Treads because he needs the damage to get Tabzz set up for the entire fight.
Ooh, Horo coming around the side here toward ImSoFresh, just doing the race at the side as Tabzz now going to be chasing in on towards Reapered. Already uses Shumpo to get in there though. Oh, but Reapered going back in the brush. Is Tabzz going to check it? No, he's not. Reapered's going to get away with this one. Right under Tabzz' nose. That would have been a kill for sure if he'd have just checked into the bush with his resets back up. With his resets back up, with his cooldowns back up, I should more correctly say. But this middle turret, they actually pinged it earlier on. They pinged the lower inner turret and this outer middle turret as well. And that's what MILLENIUM going to go for a couple of turrets now to really bring this gold back in their favour. Creaton not wanting to overextend here though, needs to be really careful with that knockup, with the grasping roots from Zyra. They've definitely taken an opportunity to take out the AD carry, even if they have to blow a couple of ultis on him.
Yeah, with that Silence following up right behind that, can't even Arcane Shift away with Nom out of Horo. They could easily burst him down, and that would be very devastating for him because he's a big part of their damage. I mean, Angush really doesn't do too much at the moment. He's 0 and 4, KO 1 and 3. Katarina is the only other person on the team that can really do damage, but he has to wait. He can't just go in. He can't lead the team.
There's Reapered stealing away the Wraiths as he goes. Adding that total. We're back to a 500 gold difference. SK Telecom with that 1 kill advantage, which was Angush being burst to death from Evelyn a little bit earlier on. Dragon is going to be up very shortly here within the next 20 seconds, so that's certainly going to be a hotly contested pickup. SK Telecom, though, forcing this middle lane out. They've got no outer turret there either, MILLENIUM, so SK Telecom should have this Dragon in the bag.
Yeah, we do see Angush backing away too, so definitely signal that they should be able to do it. Though Horo not really in position to go for it.
Yeah.
And right now, I mean, look at the gold difference. It's surprisingly not that much, as you do see Reaper going in on Creaton, does pop that W. However, forcing the flash out of him, which honestly is a huge summoner for him to be gone with.
But Dragon is available now for the take-in. SK Telecom starting to come in there. They know that Creaton's far from healthy, which may just play into them. Evelyn does have the ultimate available now, so if she gets into a position, I mean, Creaton's not going to survive Evelyn. We saw how amazingly well that damage came down onto Angush earlier on. So certainly if they catch Ezreal out, he's going to go down very, very quickly as Reapered going in there, again gets ignited up, and Angush just using that more defensively than anything else, trying to get Reapered to stop chasing him down, as we are going to see Angush diving in there somewhat. SK going to go for the fight, Tabzz is in the middle, Zyra ulti is going to knock them all up, and well, it's Katarina who's still picking up the kills, but MILLENIUM losing men left and right. Here comes MighTiLy onto Creaton. Can he pick up that kill? No, but he does have the ultimate available. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. It's a triple kill with the ultimate of Karthus, and now Tabzz is going for more. Getting silence, that's going to stop him taking down UandME. Great play from Horo, and that is an ace.
That was really unfortunate, though. MILLENIUM should have had that, and there was a bug that happened. Tabzz got knocked so high into the air, he couldn't move himself. And he was out of the fight for a good 5 to 7 seconds there, so he couldn't really, get the resets going. But SKT taking advantage of that, only losing one, picking up an ace, and then should be able to pick up this turret quite easy. Might even, no, I'm going to back out instead and actually go for Dragon. But yeah, I don't know if you noticed it, but it got knocked so high that it bugged. And it's unfortunate.
Well, I'm sure SK Telecom aren't too bothered about
I would
that.
think so.
Don't think they're going to be too annoyed. So Evelyn building up here. I got that Abyssal Scepter in there. Haunting Guy's already done.
Almost GA as well.
Almost GA finished as well, yeah. And what else do we have? Aegis on Cho'Gath finished. Also got a Chain Vest in there with that Heart of Gold and the Boots of Mobility. Karthus, needlessly large rod on top of the rod of Aegis and the Zhonya's. And then the AD carry Misfortune, Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer combo. Got an Elixir in there as well for that extra boost. On the other side, Trinity Force obviously done earlier on for Ezreal. Katarina at full pen build with the Abyssal Scepter and the Haunting Guys as well. Those Sword Shoes and also the Revolver. And then the Nash's Tooth finished already for Kayle. The question is, how is this Dragon going to go down? We saw a big fight there last time, and it looks like MILLENIUM don't want to play for it this time. It looks like they're just going to give that one away for probably fear of being aced again.
Yeah, if they got aced the game. I mean, I've been saying this all day, but you cannot lose 2 aces in a row like that. Unless for like last game where the throws kept happening left and right and both teams kept catching. Yeah, no point for them to do that. I mean, CLG kind of coined the term. There's no point in going for Dragon if you're going to lose a team fight. It just sets you too far behind. We do have that bot turret going down, so now 3 turrets currently for SKT and the 2 for MILLENIUM here. And we do have a jungle fight, looks like it's going to break out.
Oh, blue buff being taken away there. Let's see if Evelyn can escape from this one. Actually will use the ultimate defensively, and it looks like she's managed to get away with that one. Meanwhile, Horo being focused down here. Zyra ulti actually going to knock Katarina into the air, but they decide not to push any further from that one. Horo is actually really, really low from this. MILLENIUM still hanging around the side. They just need to be careful that they don't go too low with that Karthus ultimate. About to come off the cooldown as well. Here we go, they're moving it on towards Misfortune. Can they get in there for the finisher? There's the Ezreal ulti, and that means Katarina gets a free reset. They don't push any further. It's a double kill coming out for Creaton, and that is back to 3-3 on the turrets. Well, obviously, after that ace, after the Dragon being taken out as well, it's 42 to 38,000 gold, which is still actually really close for a 27-minute game.
Yeah, very true. And we do have the GA actually done for Evelyn right now. Actually going to get caught. MighTiLy.
Oh.
Not going to survive this.
No, definitely not. Tabzz actually having the ulti in, as we are going to see Karthus ulti down, and Reapered now is going to try and mop up. There's his W pops. It's only going to be a HPeke to finish that one off. The rest of the team did manage to get away from that unharmed. Well, that will be a 2 for 2. I mean, Misfortune was caught a little bit earlier than that, but still, Karthus going down, never a good thing, but he's 8-3-8 now. Pretty much all from his ultimate. Karthus, press R for victory.
Since I have Katarina, it's Karthus. Yeah, but SK Telecom, they have a lot of major items completed. They have the Warden's Mail done for Cho'Gath, and they have, like I said earlier, the GA on Evelyn. They should be trying to force an objective here, force MILLENIUM to not really get much more farm, but we do have Baron being started here. Pink Ward down as well, so they won't actually, well, MILLENIUM won't be able to spot it, though they are in hot pursuit. They know something's up, but will they be there in time? That is the real question.
Well, MILLENIUM coming down. You can see Baron in the bottom left, down to less than half HP. Can Angush get in there for the steal? No, they can't get the steal. They're going to get rooted. 2 of them going to go down here possibly. Yep, there we go. Misfortune ulti will pick off the second one. Kha'Zix. Actually, Ezreal already did die from Misfortune earlier on. And that will be SK Telecom picking up Baron, picking up 2 kills. And they're probably going to try and drive home that advantage right now and take down an inhibitor.
Yeah, that gold we were talking about earlier, Joe, is completely, how close it was is completely different now. It's like a 6.7 thousand gold lead. SKT have the advantage right now. And like you're saying, they're trying to make use of it. And they're doing it very smartly. I mean, they're just poking a little bit here. They know that they have Creaton down, they have Angush down, and all I have to really worry about is Tabzz. As you see, UandME, I mean, just poking the turret, might even take a couple of hits here and there, but I mean, the turret almost on a half health, dropped about a 4th life just in that one little wave. And we do have Reaper in the top, we're going to be pushing those towers down and give him even a little bit extra gold.
Yeah, you're not going to stop Reaper taking that one, and he may have the inner one as well. Looks like Angush may try and go up there to cover that one. SK Telecom here hanging back. MILLENIUM trying to force him away. Reapered is actually going to join in the fight. There is the wall of pain. Decide not to push directly after that, but there's the root coming down onto ImSoFresh. The Nom just too fast to get his ultimate on himself even. And that is the inhibitor turret gonna go down here in favor of SK Telecom. And Horo's not finished. He's trudging his way through the base, trying to get in onto one more. The inhibitor is gonna die. Angush comes in to try and force him away, but job done from SK Telecom there. Taking the kill, taking the inhibitor as well. And are they gonna go back here for
look
more
how much gold
turrets?
they're sitting on.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold.
Has a lot of new shiny items, but they are going to steal this blue buff away at least and keep it off of ImSoFresh or even Creaton just to give him that extra, cooldown reduction. We do have Angush though, might. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the steal there as he does put a ward over that wall, but getting grasping rooted by Star. And they will just back out and buy, and I mean, now they have that middle inhibitor down, they can just split push all day long and let MILLENIUM make the mistake.
SK Telecom just going to be finishing off in their side of the jungle. There's Last Whisper done for Misfortune. Got a Negatron cloak in there as well, so good chunk of magic resist that's going to bring. I'm interested to see what the rest of them end up buying here. Cho'Gath working his way up towards that Frozen Heart.
No, Randomins.
Oh, Randomins, sorry, yeah, with the Warden's Mail, obviously.
Yeah. That's gonna be really crucial because Tabzz is so fast with his W, and then you have the Lulu slow around him if they use the ulti on him. But with that Randomins, they're gonna keep him there, gonna keep him from getting that free mobility that he wants. I mean, we even have the Shurelias on Lulu at the moment, but still, that is gonna do a lot of work. Really, just stop the mobility that MILLENIUM has right now because you have the leap, you have the Shunpo, you even have the ultimate from ImSoFresh to get in there, even the slow. And I mean, SK Telecom, they're looking so strong right now. It's their game to throw.
You can see that top lane is going to be pushing through, so Evelyn just wants to force that one back. MILLENIUM not going to be able to catch them out though. Dragon coming up in around about half a minute's time. And slowing down a bit here. I mean, SK Telecom managed to get that Baron in pretty sneakily that they took it as well. Got a couple of kills from it, picking up then the inhibitor afterwards. So they're probably feeling like their job's almost half done now with this Baron.
Yeah, they are making a 5-man push on this top lane. And they can easily dive MILLENIUM under the turret, but though they have to be very careful.
Oh, the root not quite connecting. Wall of Pain will land though. Haydal going very low, forced to flash away actually, and ImSoFresh may get caught out, does manage to dodge the rupture, but is he going to go down? Uses the ultimate on himself. Here is the ulti out of Zyra. Misfortune ultimate came in. ImSoFresh finally dies, and now Haydal may be in trouble. He's going to get finished off. Double kill for Evelyn. Look at Reapered running through here with his W on. He's not finished whatsoever. Triple kill for Evelyn. Here is Katarina though, but the knockup's just far too strong. Tabzz with his Guardian Angel is going to come back up and go down just as quick as it happened. This is surely game. 27 seconds until Kayle and Lulu come up. They've got the entire team outside of Reapered here, pushing down onto these Nexus turrets. First one going to be finished off. Zhonya's popped by Karthus, as you do in the middle of the base there. This Nexus is going to be finished off as well. And SK Telecom going to take down MILLENIUM. They will go through into the playoffs on Sunday to those semi-finals with FNATIC here from Group A. And you can see happiness.
Sigh of relief.
Yeah, more of a sigh of relief, I think, than anything else from the SK Telecom side of things. But they've knocked MILLENIUM out of the tournament. Great game, though. Really was close, up and towards that ace kind of time. But a really good performance across the board. Reapered again showing why probably should end up banning Evelyn out 8-3-12. Katarina was the real hope in that one for MILLENIUM. But by the end of it, they learned to chain those knockups and stuns onto her, and she couldn't really play that much of a role.
And they really shut him down early on. Yeah, you got the double kill at bot lane with the teleport, but by forcing these team fights, not allowing him to go to lane or into different lanes, teleport in there, pick up a kill or two, they just shut him down from that. I mean, he finished 5-4-9, not a bad score, as Creaton finishing 7-5-4, but it wasn't enough. That GA just came a little bit too late as SKT finished up the crucial items they really needed. We even saw Zhonya's on Reaper at the last second.
And we saw Karthus as well. I mean, 8-3-13 that he ends there.
And win.
Press R, get loads of kills in there. I mean, that triple kill that he got around the halfway through the game really kind of set him ahead. Reapered in the top lane doing a fantastic job at 8-3-12. Horo on Cho'Gath, 2-1-15. Zyra, 1-4-12, but some important ultimates hit in there, especially that one where they ended up knocking Katarina right out of the fight at the start with the double knock-up. And Misfortune with UandME, you know, not the best game from his side of things, but I'm sure he'll be happy with the outcome anyway. 7-5-9, they win the game. They're going to go on with FNATIC to the semi-finals. I can see that MOUSESPORTS here behind us are actually still playing, so their game against FNATIC isn't finished yet, but it doesn't actually matter in the end of the day, because FNATIC will go through as first whatever happens in that MOUSESPORTS FNATIC game, because then it would be 2-1-2-1, and then only the games between the two tied teams, which in this case would be FNATIC and SK Telecom, will be counted. FNATIC won that one, so they'll be first whatever happens against MOUSESPORTS. But either way, that's it actually for us today. We're done. Gonna have a good sleep and get ourselves ready tomorrow, but no rest for some others. We're gonna throw it over to the analysis desk. They're gonna break it down.
Thank you very much, Joe and Jason. So, what a game. Pretty much started from the very beginnings, I guess we could say. It was all about that level 1 invade.
Yeah, it was really snowball from level 1, really accurate level 1. They played perfectly. They invade, they get 2 kills from there, they get the blue buff, and then it was like constant snowball from that.
And but it's the pressure. I mean, you can't just snowball without putting the pressure on. Let's look at the replay itself, though, of the invade, because we haven't seen that many invades. But it's one of those things that, you know, if you feel you've got the team, you've got to go for it.
Yeah, we can see Evelyn, he's invisible, he can be like everywhere, and he's just checking if someone is coming. And he actually saw that everyone was there. You can saw it, at least Evelyn.
Then the pings go down.
And then they know that they were going to the wolves, and after wolves golden, but they didn't want it, so it was just perfect. They made wolves, they made blue buff after they went to the wolves. It's like minute 1:40.
Well, and also, if you spot, you can see Creaton's gone to get the large raid, so he's actually gone away from it. So suddenly they're even away, so they're just going to walk blind into it.
This was so lucky for MILLENIUM, sorry, that Zyra get the root on 2 guys, and it was like pretty much 2 free
But
kills.
if you notice, I mean, like a lot of people use flashes there. There was 3 people were in flash just to get that 1 kill, but everybody got the assists. The blue buff goes down, perfect. 2-0. Top laner's got a kill.
And
it's hard stuff.
He didn't even use his might on blue buff, so it's like you steal enemy blue buff and you didn't use his might. It's like you're a perfect start for a jungler.
Yeah, and then, you know, there was a couple of kills back and forth. There was a dragon fight. It was a 3-for-2, pretty close thing at 17:05. And if we want to look at that one.
Yeah, let's have a look at that.
If we get over to that one. But, I mean, it was a close game. And, you know, the pressure situations actually, I tell a lie. There was a moment I wanted to show before this.
I will show it later.
Yeah.
All right.
This is a Drake.
I mean, this was a 3-for-2, pretty back and forth. I mean, the ultimate for Creaton actually lands on quite a few of them there. But again, this is such a back and forth action. It was actually MILLENIUM kind of coming back into it here.
It was really nice team fight for MILLENIUM, probably the best team fight they could do, with amazing ultimate by Creaton, and then they had the Drake. It was 3-for-2, and they had Drake. It was pretty nice for them. But I want to point on a action. It was a minute like 6.50.
It was 6:50, yeah.
You realize the pressure you have. You're in the States. You are with many people watching you. You know that in their homes are probably like,
what is this?
As a new team, new sponsors, new support. Yeah.
Many people, and then we have this action. It's just unlucky, right? Because we see ImSoFresh is farming the golems, then put it play, and we see Reaper is trying to kill Angush because Angush is low, and then he goes and then post 1 second, and then we see ImSoFresh is backing. He's probably just so pressure and nervous that he didn't realize of that, and then go ahead. We see Evelyn keep diving, and ImSoFresh keep backing till he realized and he went. He could even survive, like Angush could survive, and then they used, pause again, we see Tabzz here, Tabzz used teleport here, and even Kyle used flash there. So they was like a lot of summoners just to kill Reaper. It was so like, we need to kill Reaper. He's doing like that kind of stuff, and it was impressive. That Evelyn top, we call it so many times that he was like diving everyone, just crazy running against all of them. it was really nice played by SK Telecom.
Yeah, I mean, and it shows what the pressure situation. They knew they'd already given the free kills at the start. They realised he was up against it. So obviously the gangster call, the calls were probably coming from Angush at the top lane. So I need help in the top lane. The pressure of the team, and suddenly it's like everyone's, quick last-minute reactions, yeah. So, as it is, SK Telecom now have qualified, and it does mean that MILLENIUM are out of the tournament. So, let's get a chat? No, I guess that could work, maybe, but it is with Reapered, and it's going to be sOAZ with the interview. Hopefully they got it translated this time.
Hope so as well.
Thank you very much. I now have once more Reapered joining us, and this time we also have a translator here, which makes the work apparently a little bit easier for me. However, that's been an amazing last game for us to watch here in stream. You guys took the win, and to be honest, halfway through it started to become a really back and forth as MILLENIUM kind of came back into the whole thing. But let's talk about the game from the very get-go. You guys had a very good start going off for the blue and actually not getting spotted and then taking off 2 kills. That was, of course, a risky move. What made you guys think that you can get away with that?
초반에 투킬을 했던 걸 정글에서 투킬을 했던 거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지.
처음에 이블린을 픽을 해서 상대방이 시야를 보는 것을 볼 수 있었고 또 와드를 까는 것들을 체크를 할 수 있어가지고 이블린 픽으로 인한 투킬로 기분 좋게 시작한 것 같아요.
We picked Evelyn, and through Evelyn's ability to see the wards in the jungle, we could risk to go in the jungle and get the 2 kills, and through the 2 kills we could play a very good game.
So if we're talking about the picks, I mean, you guys had Evelyn in your team and also like Cho'Gath and several other heroes. You had a lot of magic damage going on. Do you think that your opponent's team could have picked something differently or did a wrong pick, which actually made them kind of being in a disadvantage?
이제 상대편 픽에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 거기에서 뭐 문제가 있었던 것 같은지.
상대편 픽에 대해서요? 일단은 카직스를 저를 상대로 카직스를 썼으면 안 됐을 것 같아요. 제가 카직스를 국내뿐만 아니라 전 세계에서도 가장 많이 다룬 플레이어 중 하나이기 때문에 카직스가 이제 약한 타임이랑 강한 타임이랑 그런 것들을 알기 때문에 좀 게임이 쉬웠던 것 같아요. 카직스 덕분에.
He thinks it was a mistake by them to pick Kha'Zix because he's one of the best players playing this champ, and he could know every timing and every strategy they could play with this hero, so it was pretty easy.
Yeah, seemingly so. I mean, you did win that, and that means that you took the 2nd place in your group now, which means you guys, together with FNATIC, will advance to the playoffs. Tomorrow, we're going to have Group B being played at with teams such as CLGAU, we have MeetYouMakers there, we have Team Alternate, and also, I think, CJ, Antis, exactly. Is there any of those teams you guys are scared of facing off, or which you really want to face off against?
이제 내일은 그룹 B를 하는데요. 그룹 B에서 이제 상대 중에서 좀 무서운 상대가 있나 아니면 뭐 만나고 싶은 상대가 있나요?
일단은 그룹 B팀의 모든 팀들이 좀 무섭고요. 저희가 팀 연습을 시작한 지 한 2주일 정도 됐고 그리고 팀이 정식으로 창단된 거는 독일에 와서 창단이 됐어요. 저희가 팀이 창단된 지 하루가 됐거든요. 그래서 저희가 높은 곳으로 올라갈 것이라는 기대보다는 이제 저 친구들 있잖아요. 저 친구들이 오프라인 경기가 처음이에요. 그래서 그 오프라인 경기에 대한 소중한 경험을 하는 것으로 만족하고 있어요, 저는.
Actually, he thinks that every team in Group B is very good, and they're pretty afraid of them because actually the SKT T1 team is 2 weeks. They had 2 weeks to practice as a team, and it's the first time to play on a big event, on a big offline event for them to, and so they're confident, but they think it's a good experience, and they have not that big goals at IEM.
Just out of interest, I mean, as you just mentioned, they only had 2 weeks to actually practice with each other. It only got recently announced that you guys are going to join SKT and everything. So, like, for everyone out there, you guys are a new team. You're very well known. Like, everyone out there should know Reaper as you used to play for Azubu Blaze. But, like, the other guys, some of them some people haven't heard of. How did you form the team? As I think you're the team captain. Did you come up with the guys, or how did you become a group, become a team?
이제 리퍼드 선수는 아주부에서도 이제 유명한 선수인데 이 팀을 이렇게 창단하게 된 어떻게 결정이 된 게 어떻게 그런 팀을 만들 수 있었는지 직접.
우선은 아주 블레이즈에서 나오게 된 후에 저도 이제 선수로서 계속 커리어를 쌓고 싶어서 팀에 소속되지 않은 아마추어 선수들을 찾다가 보니까 저 친구들이 모이게 됐고요. 이제 저 친구들이 같이 연습을 시작한 지는 좀 됐는데 정식으로 이제 숙소 생활을 하면서 손발을 맞춘 지는 2주 됐거든요. 이제 저 친구들 이건 좀 엇나간 말인데 저 친구들한테 오늘 좀 고마워요. 잘해줘서.
So after he left Azubu, he was looking for good players who didn't play in other teams, and so he found a few amateur players who were very good, those guys, and he's very thankful to them to make this great team with SK Telecom, and yeah.
그리고 저 친구도 오늘 되게 많이 떨고 긴장 많이 했거든요. 처음 대회 온 거라서 이제 시청하시는 분들 저 친구들 이제 못하는 거 있으면은 평소 실력이 아니니까 좀 따뜻하게 격려해줬으면 좋겠어요.
And he says that the players were very nervous because they're not used to be on big events as a professional gamer. They were amateur players, so he wants all the fans to root for them, and yeah, because they are so nervous.
Oh, that's so sweet. Are the fans still in here? Can I hear the fans? Oh, come on, guys. I know it's late, but you can... there we go. So you see, fans are still there. They're going to root for you. FNATIC and SK Telecom T1 made it further into the playoffs. Tomorrow we're going to see an amazing bunch of groups playing as well in Group E. And with groups, I meant teams, obviously. And I'm going to throw it over to some commercial break. And afterwards, we're back with Reapered and Nasroth. dude. Apparently very funny guy. He's making jokes just to make me crack up beforehand. Thanks you very much, Redbeard.
My pleasure.
Yeah, he has been sitting around answering questions which you guys ask, and we picked one of those out, which all the others have been answered online, I assume? Yeah?
I think so.
You think so? Well, you can't answer them, so we just go with that. So, what was the question?
The question was, how exactly is the championship series going to work?
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's a good one. So the championship series, it's actually a pretty interesting question. We're going to kind of mimic traditional sports. We're going to have a regular cadence of events every week. There's going to be 2 days live in North America for 4 hours each day, and then two days live in Europe for 4 hours each day. And a schedule is going to be published at the beginning of the season, so people know when their favorite teams are playing. People know when teams are playing their other rivals, and we're looking for that kind of excitement and that league structure that hasn't really existed within esports, and so that's what we're gearing up to do. It's going to be great.
That was a good question.
That was a good question.
Who picked that one?
Yeah, of course me.
Of course it was him. So yeah, well done, Nastroth.
No, thank you.
And of course, thank you very much for going through all the questions throughout the whole day, as there has been a lot to read. Did you enjoy going through all the questions from everyone out there in the interwebs?
I did. We got some very good questions. We got some zingers out there as well, but those are my favorite kind, and it's been good. It's your time to shine, man.
You used my phrase. How in the world can you get away with that? I give you that one. Okay, for now. Tomorrow I'm going to get back to that, and somehow I'm going to... Wow, I can't believe he did that. I said that to him right before we started. Are you happy now?
I'm so happy, yeah.
That's good. Okay.
It made my night.
I made someone happy today. I can live with that.
Should you do the boom?
Yeah.
Boom.
Ooh,
Yeah.
you want... Okay,
Explosion.
before this gets more awkward, I can say bye for now over here. So thanks a lot for joining us.
My
It's been
pleasure.
great to get your insight there. And of course, we're looking forward to see you again tomorrow. Same, of course, to you. So thanks a lot for joining us throughout the whole day. And who else has been working here throughout the whole day? It's, of course, our guys over at the analyst desk. Let me just squeeze in here. You guys gave the insight throughout the whole day, and there has been a lot to give there. What has been your personal highlights?
Honestly, the FNATIC game was very good. It was good to see FNATIC so strong again. SK Telecom, we didn't know what we were expecting to see there, and we've seen some pretty exciting stuff. Evelyn top versus Kha'Zix, Kha'Zix versus Jwaow. It's been pretty awesome, inventive stuff. Considering we're still on Season 2, I was expecting, it's going to be the little bit boring, stale play that we've seen at IPL 5. Well, wasn't that stale at IPL 5, to be fair, but there were some pretty damn good games today.
There were some very enjoyable games. There were some games where the teams couldn't quite decide who should throw harder. We did enjoy ourselves there. Not everything that Araneae was saying backstage was entirely usable for stream, but we've been getting some really, really good insight as well. As they steal your beer, I'm very sorry. What was your favorite moment, your favorite game of the day?
I really enjoyed the SK Telecom against FNATIC. It was like amazing game from FNATIC. They played perfectly. That teleport from Katarina was awesome for me. I love it.
And that's what we saw in the last game, but it didn't quite work there. So it's not enough to just run Katarina and teleport. You have to run Katarina, teleport, and xPeke.
And xPeke, yeah. I mean,
Be Spanish.
Be Spanish. Be Spanish.
That's good advice.
Didn't quite work out so well for Ocelot, though. Sorry, Carlos.
Well played. Well played, Deman.
Deman is just a hater.
It's just a hater. But, I mean, there have been some fantastic games today. Honestly, the teams that we thought were going to qualify did qualify. But it just opens up for tomorrow's games, and they're going to be fantastic.
Indeed, there will be. I mean, tomorrow we're going to have CJ Enters, we're going to have Team Alternate, Meet Your Makers, and also one
Counter Logic game in EU.
CLG EU. How
Big
could I
ones.
possibly forget about those? What will be your guesses for that? I mean, as you just said, like the teams today qualified, which would have been your picks. What will be your picks tomorrow? Totally unbiased question. I know.
Honestly, I really don't. I'd love to see Meet Your Makers do well because they went and won Singapore, which was fantastic. CJ Enters are a really creative, aggressive team, though, so we could see something crazy from them. I would expect COG EU to go through, but I honestly don't know how much they've practiced. They went directly home after IPL 5. The very next morning, the same flight I think it was that we were on, they dived off to LA, then straight home. So they've all gone home, so they've not practiced at all. I mean, they've probably played on the EU realms, the tournament realms, which we discussed earlier on. A couple of teams have been practiced on tournament realm, not just Season 3 grinding, which a lot of them have been doing. A lot of
face it, we've all been doing it. We've all been stacking their black cleavers secretly. Everybody does it.
That's me.
Not
me,
not
never.
You avoided it. Yeah, I don't think so. But honestly, tomorrow could be even better than today because all the teams are pretty even.
I think we should go to our expert. What do you think? What is your pick for tomorrow? Which two teams do you think are going to make it?
I think CLDU is going to be first in the group. And then we probably see our CG enters.
CJ enters.
Or
they're pretty big.
MYM. I really love MYM playstyle. Like level 1 for MYM is amazing. I would love to guess that.
And to just recap from Singapore, what we saw in the finals there, they went between the two towers at level 1 and farmed the entire first wave. So that's Meteor Maker's playstyle.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that tomorrow.
Yeah, so absolutely fantastic games tomorrow, Zoe.
There will be. And I personally can't wait to actually watch any of those. How about you guys? Anyone going to be here tomorrow as well? Yeah, okay, we see some hands.
The enthusiasm is just oozing from you guys right now.
They're struck from all the awesomeness happening today. I know it's been tiresome. Okay, let's try that again. How did you enjoy the day?
Wow.
Seriously? Is that all?
That's more like it.
We're going to practice that until tomorrow, and no one is leaving this studio until we got that down. I can promise you that one.
Keep me until tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna make that happen. See, okay, everyone looks like no, sorry, don't do this. We're gonna do it, and it's gonna be great. And I
can actually do it alone if you want me.
You do, go,
I can shout it alone.
You can shout pretty loud, but you might need to pull the microphone away.
Yeah, actually, we still need your voice tomorrow, so that probably we do that on the last day. I'm expecting great things from you.
Oh, that's a pressure.
That could sound
no pressure,
really weird.
But I expect a lot of great
Where
things.
is this leading at
I'm
the
sure
end?
you get
We'll
this a
wrap
lot.
it up, I think, Zoe.
I don't know.
I know what you're
that,
talking about right now.
Neither do I. That's why I'm going to head into closing words. that was my plan. I'm thinking I'm doing great here. So thanks a lot to everyone at home who joined us throughout the whole day. Everyone who participated in all the raffles we had. And there were quite a lot going on. Everyone who threw the questions and, of course, participated in the stream chat. There has been a lot of things going on. Of course, also thanks to everyone who has been here in the studios. It's been great to having you here and just chill out with you guys, having food, having drinks. It's been amazing. And tomorrow, second day, will start same time as today. And we're going to have Group B playing it out. So another 4 team who's going to try to get to the playoffs. FNATIC and also SKT T1 made it today. So it is yet to see who is going to make it tomorrow. And then the last day, we, of course, have the grand finals, the playoffs, where they will play it out for $50,000. So you better make sure to tune in again tomorrow. Thanks a lot for watching and good night.